and had then looked at what was happening in Prussia, would have realized that in a relatively few years, and it had already happened by 1870, Prussia was going to be a greater economic power than France, and that some years after that this was to happen by the end of the century France would be comparatively backward as an economic power and Prussia would be at the top. Napoleon III was shrewd enough to see this. He had, he believed, one enormous asset, the asset which had brought him to power, that he, unlike the other rulers of Europe, who had only a governmental machine and the support of an aristocracy or governing class, had behind him the people. This is what had brought him to power in France, this is what made him pursue, as no other ruler did at the time, a creative social policy. He believed also it was his great asset in Europe. He was what I often think is a dangerous thing for a statesman to be, a student of history, and like most of those who study history, he learned from the mistakes of the past how to make new ones. He studied in particular his uncle's career and drew from it the lesson mistaken. I think that the great Napoleon had been brought to the ground when he had roused the opposition of the other peoples of Europe, and that, in particular, the French Revolution, by spreading the spirit of nationalism right across Europe, had stirred up other nations to resist French domination. This was the key to Napoleon III's policy. He believed that the new forces were bound to win, and that therefore a man who went with these new forces would win also. The new force in Europe was nationalism, the belief that men should come together in their own states on a national basis. If, therefore, Napoleon III could cooperate in this work of national unification and liberation, the peoples who achieved their national states would be grateful, and France would be at the head, as it were, of a new sort of federation, the federation of free nationalities. He had done this already with Italy. It was largely thanks to Napoleon III that the national kingdom of Italy was made. At 280, the beginning of 1859, Italy was broken up into a half-dozen kingdoms, duchies, and so on. By 1861 the whole of Italy was united as a single national state, with the exception of Rome, which was still under the Pope, and Venice, which was still under Austria. By the time Napoleon III fell, in 1870, these two had been brought into the Italian kingdom also, Venice because of his assistance, Rome because of his fall. One could say without hesitation that Napoleon III was in the first rank among the makers of Italy, and here was, as he believed, his policy in operation. The new national Italy would look automatically to France as inspiration and example and would follow his leadership. He was now dreamily moving towards the same sort of policy in Germany. Here, too, was a divided people, split into 35 different kingdoms and states, divided particularly between two great powers, Prussia and Austria, with, so it seemed, a conflict for primacy coming between them. Napoleon III was well aware that France would gain by this rivalry. He was ready to encourage it, but he had a great handicap. It was, indeed, to be part of Bismarck's secret of success that in the last resort he could not play it even as between Prussia and Austria. France, after all, greatly benefited from the disunity of Germany. It was because over the Rhine there were these weak kingdoms divided among each other that France was completely secure. A statesman without ideas would have said to himself, "Let's keep it like that, there's nothing better for the rest of Europe than to have Germany divided. Let's leave well alone." Napoleon III could not do this, although he often talked about a conservative policy with Austria, though indeed he was to meet Francis Joseph in 1867 and to plan an alliance with him. His principles in the last resort forbade it. This would be going against the great national doctrine. When Bismarck was able to describe how victory for Prussia would not be a victory merely for military might but would be a victory for the German nation, Napoleon found this irresistible. He did not, as he had done with Italy, want to fling himself into the conflict. He wanted to stay out, and here, again, Bismarck, at any rate later on, produced the great temptation that if Napoleon III simply stood aside, Prussia would win. So here were two great temptations. Napoleon did not need to do anything, and, at the same time, he would get what he wanted, a united Germany based on the national principle of free nation, again looking to Paris as the center and inspiration. This was his great dream for a future Europe. He has been called, I think with some exaggeration, the first visionary of a federal Europe. He sometimes talked in this way, how the rivalry of powers would come to an end, how once every nation was free in its own soil there would grow up a European federation. He was one of the first to say, and it strikes an echo in our own day, that in a Europe of free nations there would grow up a power so strong that it would be independent both of Russia on the one side and of the United States on the other, and that in the 20th century it would be a European federation created by him which would still make Europe the leading power in the world. He hoped to achieve all these tremendous things under French leadership and yet without doing anything. Much the same was true inside France. Though Napoleon III depended on popularity, it was a popularity which in many ways he hoped to achieve by doing little. He had a genuine belief in improving the lot of the masses. Indeed, his government did more for the ordinary people of France than any government before or since. It was he who introduced social reforms, raised the standards of life of the factory worker, secured the peasant on his land, and thought in terms of the ordinary man. Napoleon also liked show. He recognized that anyone who seeks to be popular must, as it were, make a splash. He said once, when a man of my name is in power, he must do great things, or, at any rate, one might say, appear to be doing them. Like his uncle, though much more thoroughly, he dreamed of creating a great, impressive, new economic order and, in particular, building a monument which would last, and in this 282. He succeeded. When we look at Europe or at France, we cannot see much that reminds us of Napoleon I, but in the most striking, simple way, you cannot escape Napoleon III. Anyone who visits Paris at the present day sees the city which Napoleon III created. All the old Paris which existed when Napoleon III came to power, the whole medieval structure of the city, has been swept away. All the present shape of Paris was made by Napoleon III, and for that matter, the whole structure of the French railways was made by Napoleon III, the whole pattern, one might say, of French life as it appears to the ordinary person is a creation of the Second Empire. Napoleon III had enemies in France, and he always recognized this, not the revolutionaries of 1848 from whom he had sprung, though the leaders disliked him because he had been more successful than they were. None of these great revolutionaries who talk so much about the people ever managed to get returned for anything, even onto a local council at any sort of election. Napoleon III had had millions of votes, and they were jealous. He had applied the principle more successfully than they had. The people who disliked Napoleon III, who refused to cooperate with him, were what one might call the moderate liberal classes, the men who were interested not in democracy but in constitutionalism, in the process of law, the lawyers, professors, the academic advocates of moderate freedom. They were the men who had been defeated by Napoleon III in 1851, they were the men who later on were to obliterate him from French history. It is a most extraordinary thing, even at the present day, that while most periods of French history are studied intensely and with remarkable scholarship, the Second Empire passes almost unknown. You can find any number of books about the Revolution of 1848, about its social work, its democratic work, and so on, and then suddenly it all ends, and the Second Empire is an absolute blank until you get to the end, when the academic figures who still had not forgiven Napoleon III can write about his failure and can point to the fact that the Third Republic followed him and this dictator was pushed aside. It is not only that he did them all out of a job, he destroyed what we might call the system. What the Second Empire lacked was a governing class. There were people who administered for Napoleon III, most of them were scamps, as in a sense Napoleon III was himself. No body of men, I suppose, has ever done better out of governing a country than the associates of Napoleon III. And unlike Napoleon, because they thought it would not last, they built themselves up, they became princes, they acquired vast estates. All of them were incompetent. Napoleon III was tremendously aware of this, not that he was competent himself, but he was competent enough to judge the incompetence of others. In 1870, when, in order, as he supposed, to express the feeling of France, to respond to the cause of popularity, he plunged France into the war against Prussia. He knew that the French army was in no state for war and that it would be catastrophically defeated. It vanished. Incidentally, the wide boulevards he had made in Paris were planned so that if there were riots the crowds could easily be shot down. But when there were riots there was nobody to shoot the crowds. The Second Empire fell without a conflict of any kind. In 1873 Napoleon III became an exile in England, though he hoped to return. He was operated upon so that he could sit upon a horse again but died under the surgeon's knife. At his funeral, the only Frenchman who came over from France to be with him was a trade unionist. Francis Joseph, Emperor of Austria. Francis Joseph, the Emperor of Austria, was an institution, not a man, a gaunt wooden figure, one feels, who moved by clockwork. He had one of the longest reigns in European history. He came to the throne as a grown man in 1848 and died in November 1916, and he never missed a day in performing his duties as emperor. You probe behind this and wonder whether there was anything interesting like human feelings or weaknesses and find nothing. _ 284. His wife, the Empress Elizabeth, was said to be one of the most beautiful women in Europe, and he was, no doubt, deeply attached to her, but never for a moment did he contemplate neglecting his imperial position for her sake. She was driven mad with boredom at the Habsburg court and after a few years couldn't stand it. She traveled all over Europe, went to Ireland for the hunting, and was hardly ever in Vienna. No doubt this was deeply upsetting to Francis Joseph, yet he never weakened. There was never a suggestion that the court should be brighter, that they should do something as a distraction. He sacrificed himself to his duty and he expected everyone else to do the same. He had a mistress, Frau Schratt, who was actually found for him by the Empress Elizabeth, but, as far as we can tell, this was a platonic relationship. What Francis Joseph wanted again was a matter of routine, that he could walk across the park every morning, call on Frau Schratt, take a cup of coffee with her, and walk back, and it was, one feels, more the routine, and the few words, no doubt, of relaxed conversation where he escaped just a tiny bit from duty, that mattered. Indeed, later on, he had little feeling for Frau Schratt except a vague sentimental attachment, and he kept up the visits, again from duty. All over the empire, when he was a man in his 80s, people were relieved when they read that the emperor took his usual walk this morning. They felt that was all right, he's in good health, the empire will stand. The poor old man jogging across the park, creaking and rheumatic, was hardly on a gay, amorous adventure, but he was showing that he was still the man of duty who kept his form a pattern. He had an extraordinary obtuseness, almost without feelings himself, or, rather, having forced down what feelings he had, he totally disregarded the feelings of others. When he came to the throne in 1848, Hungary was in rebellion. Indeed, shortly after he came to the throne, the Hungarian parliament declared him dethroned and appointed Kossuth as supreme governor. Hungary was reconquered, with Russian assistance and after fierce battles. Some 20 years later in 1867 Francis Joseph made it up with the Hungarians. He restored their liberal constitution, he behaved as a liberal monarch, they had a free parliament and responsible government, and it was obviously necessary for his empire that he should conciliate them and give them the impression that, as King of Hungary, they really mattered to him. He resided for parts of the year in the royal palace at Buda. He restored and decorated it, and with what pictures! With great mural pictures of the battles of 1849, in which his army had conquered the Hungarians. It never occurred to him that this might offend the Hungarians, that they, then the defeated party, now later the victors, would not care to pass through a palace in which there was nothing but pictures of their defeats. One feels this obtuseness going on all through his life. Never, at any moment, did he show any gratitude to the statesmen and politicians who served him. As long as they were necessary he was polite and considerate to them, The moment he felt they had served their term or failed, they were shot out of office without a word of thanks, never seeing him again. This may seem a hard and unattractive character, but the truth is perhaps rather different. Francis Joseph sacrificed others because he had first sacrificed himself. He represents a supreme example of an idea which has often appeared in European history, the idea of sacrificing individuals to an institution, and in this case a venerable, historic institution, the Habsburg monarchy. You look at Francis Joseph and ask, as I'm sure he never asked himself, did he like being Emperor of Austria, King of Hungary, and all these other things? Did he get any pleasure or pride from it? But you feel no, there was nothing like this in it. The things he liked doing, if he could ever have conceived of such an idea as liking doing things, were simple: that morning walk in the park, his summer out at Ischl, and the times when he went hunting in leather shorts. This simple life of a humble country gentleman was agreeable to him, but it did not occur to him that he ought to judge it this way. He was the first servant of the monarchy and nothing else. 286. All his life, even on the day when he was dying in November 1916, he slept on a hard, iron, truckle bed. He got up and washed in cold water early in the morning. By 5 o'clock he was sitting at his desk, and spent most of his day, when he was not involved in routine and ceremonies, slaving at papers, a pure, narrow functionary. One feels that he had no idea that he ought to lead and inspire his empire, he had simply to serve it. When he became emperor in 1848, he made his one human remark. The revolutions of 1848 were devastating Europe. The then emperor, Ferdinand, was almost an imbecile, and the moment that Francis Joseph himself came of age, at 18, Ferdinand was persuaded to abdicate. In a hugger-mugger way, in a back room in a provincial castle, Ferdinand signed the deed of abdication, and as Francis Joseph, in his turn, was signing the document which made him emperor, he said, "Farewell, youth." Indeed, it was more than farewell youth, farewell life, farewell individuality, farewell anything except his persistent, endless duty to maintain the institution. The institution was not only the man, it represented a great historic tradition. There is, perhaps, in modern times, nothing more dramatic and striking than the clash between the democratic idea represented by Napoleon III, even though Napoleon III was a despot on the one side, and the idea on the other of the traditional, historic monarchy. If one asks how it was that in the middle of the 19th century the great monarchy, the Empire of Austria, existed, the answer is simply history. Many people had tried to tie it to an idea to give it a significance. Hundreds of years before, it was supposed to stand as the guardian of Europe against the Turks, and twice, in 1529 and 1683, the Turks reached the gates of Vienna and were driven back. There was a time when it was supposed to stand for the Counter-Reformation and the pushing back of Protestantism in Europe. There was a time just before Francis Joseph came to the throne, under Metternich, when it was supposed to stand for resistance to the French Revolution, resistance to the modern emancipating ideas, and during the reign of Francis Joseph, many highly intelligent men looked round for another idea. All through the reign of Francis Joseph people were discussing this question. In his very last days, just before the outbreak of the First World War, there is a whole pile of writing depicting wonderful new ideas that the monarchy might stand for economic advancement, supporting the lower classes against exploitation, that socialism, or at any rate a whole great program of social reform, could come by means of the monarchy, that the monarchy would stand for this wonderful crusade of modern enlightenment. Essentially, it never stood for any of these things. It existed for its own sake. The Habsburg monarchy, the Empire of Austria, was a collection of great family estates. The reason why the particular states over which Francis Joseph ruled were grouped together under a single head was not because of the will of the people, it was not even often because geography had forced them together, it was because they had been collected by the dynasty in earlier times, a marriage here, a bit of conquest there, a maneuver, a swap of territory. In the 19th century, one of the missions of the Habsburg monarchy was supposed to be the protection of Italy from French invasion or, for that matter, from liberalism, and Lombardy was one part of the territories of the Habsburg crown. Until 1859, Francis Joseph possessed among his many other ornaments the Iron Crown of Lombardy, and Milan was one of his capitals. In 1815 there were some embarrassing distant lands along the Rhine which were not wanted, so the monarchy took Lombardy instead. It held Venice again, a swap not because there was any long-standing tradition of Habsburg influence in the Adriatic, but because the Habsburgs for a long time had ruled in the Netherlands, what is nowadays called Belgium, and in 1815 they did not want Belgium back, so they said if we could get rid of Belgium we would like to keep Venice. The monarchy was simply a collection of estates, and Francis Joseph was the man who served this inheritance and hoped to carry it on. His 288th reign marked the final point of the Habsburg monarchy, the moment at which its existence was basically challenged, and 2 years after his death it fell to pieces. The reason is simple: until the 19th century most states in Europe existed as the personal properties of their rulers. Some of the rulers were kind and considerate men, often they cared for the condition of their subjects just as a man who is keen on fox hunting likes to keep his horses in good condition. But with the French Revolution and with the awakening of ideas which permeated society instead of remaining only with the aristocracy at the top, there comes the feeling, which was spreading all over Europe in the 19th century, that states must be at any rate tied up with the will of the people. Only if a state could be associated with a national sentiment did it seem justified, and those states proved strongest in the 19th century which were already bound up with a long-standing national feeling. If we look, for instance, at Great Britain, nobody would say that even in the 18th century Britain was merely the property of the House of Hanover, that George III could look out of Windsor and say, "I own all that and all these people." He was to the men even of the 18th century simply the chief magistrate, one among many political functionaries who were associated with the people, and this had happened in France with the French Revolution. Louis XIV no doubt regarded his people as instruments to his power. Napoleon, though he exploited his people far worse in many ways than Louis XIV did, and certainly caused the death of far more, at the same time felt that he was serving some national idea. It was the misfortune of the Habsburgs that they did not manage to associate themselves with any single national feeling. The great empire which they had collected was not only a ramshackle collection of territories, it was also a ramshackle collection of peoples. There were times, and indeed in the early reign of Francis Joseph this was much discussed, when highly intelligent, skilled politicians played with the idea that the emperor should find some peoples to associate himself with, should take on a national character. When Francis Joseph came to the throne, his empire already seemed to be dissolving. Hungary had broken away, the German parts were wanting to join a national Germany, Italy was seeking independence, and within a year, relying on the army, all these national movements had been crushed. The institution which Francis Joseph operated in 1849 after his victory, and which remained unchanged for 10 years until 1859, was an institution simply of narrow absolutism. He did it all and it had no national character. This was, one might say, a last appearance of the historic, absolute monarchy, existing not at all for the sake of the peoples but for the sake of the Habsburgs. Francis Joseph's grandfather, Emperor Francis I, had once been told of someone that he's a good Austrian patriot, and Francis said, "That's no good, is he a patriot for me?" Between 1849 and 1859 this is the only question: is he a patriot for Francis Joseph? Then, in 1859, came the beginning of the long process of disintegration. There had been the war in Italy in which Napoleon III had come to the assistance of the Italians, when the Austrian armies had been defeated, when some though not all of the Italian territories had been lost, and from this moment there begins a strange thing in the life of so rigid a man, a prolonged period of experiment. Francis Joseph himself had no feeling for concession. Left to himself, he would have responded simply by orders. Just as he himself obeyed the orders of the institution, so he expected all others to obey him, but once it was brought home to him that the army on which he based everything had been defeated, he was prepared to make concessions in any direction. After 1859 came the problem of building up. It came to a climax in 1861, and from then on, throughout the 60s, the future pattern of the Habsburg monarchy was being shaped. There were two decisions which Francis Joseph had to make. In some way he would have to improve the finances of the empire, and in some way he would have to make the army stronger, and 290. This could only be done by getting rid of some of the discontent and making some people, at any rate, feel that the empire was something for them. One of these decisions was whether he should keep the empire as a single, centralized force though giving it a liberal parliament, or whether he should attempt to remodel it into a federation. The other, however, is more fundamental. It explains both the problem and the decision which was then made. It explains most of what came afterwards. If he is going to make concessions, to which group shall he make them? The peoples of the Habsburg monarchy fell broadly into two sorts of nation. One were what you might call the privileged nations, the nations which had the property, which had the history, which were conscious already of their existence. These were the Germans and the Hungarians. The Germans were the capitalists of the monarchy, the administrators, the bureaucrats. They had, they claimed, the only great language of culture. Their history had never been interfered with. Despite the fact that they had never been a united German state, there had been a German history for 1,000 years, and they, the Germans, regarded themselves as the people of state. The Hungarians, again, had always maintained their history. Hungary had remained a distinct state within the empire. They had maintained their own parliament, and particularly they had maintained their aristocracy. Indeed, in the 19th century the Hungarian aristocracy was second only to the British aristocracy in wealth and grandeur and pride. There was another, numerically greater, body of people in the empire, the people without a history and without power and significance, those who had been pushed down, those who had lost their own natural leaders, who were only just beginning to develop a middle class, who were only just beginning to get wealth. They were mainly composed of peasants recently emancipated from the soil. These were in many ways going to be the people of the future, in the sense that the privileged nationalities represented an idea of power and tradition which was itself being challenged. These other peoples, mainly Slavs, Czechs, Croats, Slovenes, but also Romanians, seemed a long way down, and there were those who said Francis Joseph should, as it were, become as Napoleon had done in France, the leader of the masses against the few at the top. Much speculation went into this, for a traditional monarch brought up with such a background of duty and rigidity, the idea of turning himself into a peasant emperor and becoming a Napoleon was really inconceivable. Between 1861 and 1867 Francis Joseph employed many expedients. He played at one time at being the leader not only of the Germans in his empire, but actually of setting himself up as the leader of the German nation. When Bismarck came to power in 1862, it was Prussia which was threatened by the proposed unification of Germany, because it appeared that this unification would be under Austrian leadership, and Bismarck was to claim that many of his actions were in self-defense, not at all in aggression against Austria. Francis Joseph also negotiated with the Hungarians, and in 1866, believing that he had quietened Hungary to some extent, he faced the challenge from Prussia and helped to bring on the War of 1866, which led to Austria's defeat. After this, shaken by a second defeat, his concessions had to be larger, and the great decisive concession which he made in 1867 was to the Hungarians. From that moment, the Empire of Austria changed into Austria-Hungary, and it was this institution which, henceforth, he kept alive. He believed that while he had made internal concessions, the things essential to the monarchy were still preserved. These were the existence of Austria-Hungary as a great power and, therefore, the maintenance of the Austrian army as a great army, and in securing these, with the confusions and conflicts of the rest of the reign, he failed. In 1914, when the moment of decision came, when he was asked, "Shall we declare war on Serbia?" he said, if it is necessary to preserve the monarchy, yes, and the monarchy was then faced with the fact that this great institution, the 292 army, was not strong enough. 2 years after Francis Joseph's death, the Habsburg monarchy fell to pieces primarily because it had been defeated in war. But with the death of Francis Joseph, the Austro-Hungarian Empire lost the last great consolidating institution which had held it together. Lord Palmerston. In 1862, Lord Palmerston still seemed to be the representative Englishman of his age. This in itself tells us a good deal about England and the differences between England and the continent. Most of the other men I am discussing in this series were kings and emperors. Palmerston was more important than Queen Victoria in determining British policy. Queen Victoria disliked him, deeply regretted having had to make him Prime Minister, and spent much of her time trying to prevent his carrying out the policies he wanted to carry out. The only alleviating feature in Palmerston, from Queen Victoria's point of view, was that he was less objectionable than Lord Russell, the Foreign Secretary, once a famous statesman and now, I suppose, mainly remembered as the grandfather of Bertrand Russell. Palmerston was much older than the other men I have been discussing. He is the only one of them who had been born in the 18th century. He was already a junior minister in the time of the Napoleonic Wars, when most of the others had not been born. He had a lifetime of experience, so far as foreign affairs were concerned, and played a much bigger role than any other Englishman of the time. He was largely responsible for creating an independent Belgium, a Belgium guaranteed by the great powers. He had conducted great policy in the Near East, and he had been swept to power as Prime Minister in the Crimean War, as the man who could win the war. In a somewhat unsatisfactory way, he won it. Unlike other men who have come to power to save the country and win the war, unlike Lloyd George, unlike Churchill, Palmerston had continued in power afterwards, and there he was apparently unshakable for his lifetime. He was now nearly 80, in spirit still juvenile, with enormous energy, capable 2 years afterwards, in 1864, of making a speech of something like 4 hours' length in the House of Commons, which ran until the early hours of the morning, and then when he had finished and had won a somewhat precarious majority in the House, of running at that age up the steps of the Ladies' Gallery, in order to receive congratulations from Lady Palmerston. To a superficial glance, also, he still looked a middle-aged man. He dyed his whiskers black, and in earlier life he had been called Lord Cupid, not only for his good looks but also for his interest in the things that Cupid was interested in, and he maintained this interest into extreme old age. A man of zest and enthusiasm, a man, also, of very considerable knowledge. No man of his time knew more about foreign affairs, no man had studied them more intently. Palmerston did more than any other Englishman to bring order into the conduct of the Foreign Office. He had, incidentally, the most beautiful handwriting, and it was his habit to rebuke members of the Foreign Office who did not write as clearly and beautifully as himself. He never bothered to take advice from them. The only comment they ever got was a criticism if their writing was untidy, or if the copy of his draft was not as neatly and accurately made as he required. Underneath, he was an old man, and one is tempted to say he was out of touch with the times. He was more a symbol of British greatness than one who carried it forward. The Great Britain in which he had grown up and come to power had been, so far as foreign affairs were concerned, very much the victor of the Napoleonic Wars, the power which had finally won the Battle of Waterloo, and had terminated the whole epic of Napoleonic times by keeping Napoleon a prisoner till he died on St. Helena. 204. Other countries had suffered conquest, and still worried that they might be conquered again. No continental country could look at Napoleon III, for instance, without thinking, maybe another Napoleon will ride in triumph into our capital. No such thought crossed the minds of Englishmen. For them the great Napoleon had been a trouble and involved them in a long war, but they had beaten him, and they were confident that they could beat the third Napoleon in the same way. Not that they were without apprehensions. A few years before, when Napoleon III first came to power, Palmerston had been perhaps the Englishman most friendly to him, and during the Crimean War Palmerston had worked closely with him as Great Britain's ally. The thing which alarmed Palmerston, and in a sense was a symbol of what the greatness of Great Britain was based on, was when in 1857 Napoleon III invited Queen Victoria and Prince Albert to visit him at Cherbourg. Cherbourg had just been created a great naval port, and from this moment there began a shadow over British policy, a shadow small at that time but which was to grow greater and greater as time went on, until in the early 20th century it overshadowed everything else, the shadow of apprehension that naval power, the security of the seas, might be less easy to keep when steam decided things than in the old days of sail. Palmerston, indeed, with the curious ability which old men often have of jumping to new conclusions, despaired of sea power altogether from the moment that steam came in. He was confident that a French steam navy, based on Cherbourg, would be able to cross overnight and seize the Isle of Wight before the British Navy was aware that anything was happening. This, of course, was an exaggeration. Invasions cannot be laid on in this 24-hour way. One of the products of these apprehensions can still be seen on the south coast. 4 miles behind Portsmouth there are brick fortifications, as there are also in the entrances to the Solent and Spithead, all created during the naval panic of 1860, 1861, 1862. You can see adjacent to one another the great fortress of Porchester, which the Romans built in order to keep off the first Saxon pirates in the 3rd or 4th century, and the brick fortifications which Palmerston built 100 years ago to keep off the French, and you can discover also the fortifications put up in the last war, mainly tank obstructions, against the most dangerous threat of invasion which this country had known for a long time. As a matter of fact, this threat was by no means so great as Palmerston made out. Not only was invasion, even with a steam navy, technically much more difficult than he was inclined to imagine, but politically it was more remote. It is a mistake often made by statesmen when they look at the armaments of other countries to assume that these armaments are directed against them. Napoleon III had no plans for invading England. He had plans to increase the French navy because when men are in power, particularly men like Napoleon III who wanted to do great things, they think they must have great armaments. Often, for no purpose at all, armaments are pursued as an end in themselves. If the British have a navy, the French must have a navy too. I doubt if there was much more to it than that. In any case, in a few years France had many other things to worry about, and it was not until the 20th century that the German navy raised once more the apprehensions that sea power was going to be difficult to maintain. But this is a curious flash of the future, towards the end of the career of a man who spanned vast areas of the past. Palmerston's approach to foreign affairs was based, as that of all British statesmen was based, on sea power, but in the earlier part of his career he did not draw from this by any means a lesson of isolation. He did not say, since we control the seas, since we are secure with the protection of our great navy, we should not bother about Europe. The Napoleonic Wars, indeed, saw the exact opposite. Great Britain was at war, not always on the continent but in regard to continental matters, for over 20 years from 1793 until 1815 with one's Hort break, and thereafter, particularly when Palmerston was in power, British policy played an active part on the continent. 296. It was largely British support which enabled the unification of Italy to be carried through. Statesmen all over the continent, when they wondered, for instance, whether it would be possible to bring the German nation together, immediately considered the role that Great Britain would have to play, and only a few years before, in the Crimean War of 1854 to 1856, Great Britain had taken part in a great war from her point of view, the only big war between 1815 and 1914. Palmerston was the man who represented the way in which Great Britain was an active continental power. The strength of Great Britain rested, so far as Europe went, on two things. The first was the navy itself, not merely as an instrument of protection for this country but an instrument also which enabled Great Britain to intervene here and there in Europe where she wanted to do so. The most dramatic illustration of this in our history is the Peninsular Campaign during the Napoleonic Wars, when, on the basis of sea power, Great Britain had been able to put an army into Portugal and from Portugal to harass the French in Spain and ultimately, after 4 years of campaigning, to drive the French from Spain altogether. Here had been a land operation in which the Duke of Wellington had risen to fame, which was yet essentially part of sea power. It was entirely a combination of the British Navy and the British Army working together. In the same way, during the 19th century, Great Britain played an important part where sea power seemed to enable her to step onto the continent and to use what small army she had. It was sending the fleet to Antwerp in 1833 which had given a decisive twist to the Belgian question. Although Great Britain never intervened in Italy, it was the security which the British fleet in 1860 gave to Garibaldi that enabled him to invade southern Italy and so liberate it, sea power which had again made Great Britain the decisive factor in the unification of Italy, and exactly the same thing applies in regard to Turkey and the Near East. The navy cleared the way for the army which ultimately could be sent to the Crimea. This was one aspect of Great Britain's European position. The other was the assumption that the European powers were rivals and that Great Britain, because of her detachment, could play one side off against the other and thus promote the interests of smaller countries and ultimately the interests of European security. Palmerston believed in the balance of power, but what he meant by this was that the balance between the European countries was constantly precarious, one side being too strong, the other side bobbing up in the air, and that Great Britain kept things steady by balancing between them. The balance of power was not a let-out. It meant you must keep things actively in balance, supporting Napoleon III so long as he was moderate and promoting a liberal course of policy, on the other hand, swinging round against him if he, in his turn, threatened to become too aggressive. You can work this out easily in regard to the Crimean War, which was the big switch for British policy from the idea of stability by supporting Russia, the Holy Alliance, to stability by supporting Napoleon III and the Liberal Alliance. In 1862, Palmerston still supposed that these factors would work, and it was for this reason that he was running into failure. Perhaps I ought not to have been talking about Palmerston as the representative Englishman but rather of Richard Cobden, a backbencher, a man who never held office and yet who, so far as the shaping of British foreign policy went, was going to have a deeper effect, and perhaps one of longer term, than Palmerston had. This deep underlying change was that British opinion was losing interest in the continent altogether. No doubt, like Palmerston, they wanted to see liberal states all over Europe, but they were coming more and more to think either that liberalism would win by itself or, in any case, that it was the job of the European peoples to do it, that we were not called upon, as John Bright said on one occasion, to be the liberators of Europe. Moreover, this new school tended to think that if somebody else did it, this meant that the liberation was not successful, that nothing would be achieved, and that war, being the greatest of all evils even if fought in the name of liberty, would do more 298 harm to liberty than standing aside. They held also, and this, I think, is one of the biggest things that happened in British history in the 19th century, a different view of the balance of power. They did not think, like Palmerston, that it was something unstable which had to be balanced, they assumed that it was there. Cobden and most of his followers certainly held this view, and most held that the European powers balanced each other out and that whatever happened, if one power won wars and another power lost wars, it would not basically make any difference, countries would still remain independent countries, and, more than that, Europe would never be brought together, as it had been in Napoleonic times under a single ruler, in such a way as to endanger this country. Cobden, indeed, looking back, argued, as Charles Fox had done, that even French predominance on the continent would not be a danger to this country, that nobody wanted to invade us. Cobden said of the idea of the balance of power that it was a vast chimera, and that the best thing for this country would be to have no foreign policy at all, in other words, turn your back on Europe, the Europeans can arrange their own affairs. This change of attitude had taken place imperceptibly. In the Crimean War, Cobden and his associate John Bright had been utterly rejected. In the general election of 1857 they both lost their seats, but they were back now and they counted, and when, soon after this, Great Britain was faced by Bismarck with the problem of what to do, these factors came into operation. Great Britain was the first country which experienced Bismarck's impact. In 1864 Prussia and Austria invaded what was then more or less the southern part of Denmark, the two duchies of Schleswig and Holstein. Denmark had been guaranteed by this country. More than that, it was regarded as important for this country that Denmark, a friendly but small power, should control the entrance to the Baltic, and when the thing started there was a good deal of talk by Palmerston himself that anyone who tampered with Denmark would find that it was not with Denmark alone that he had to do, but, as the thing developed, as the Prussian and Austrian armies went on, the Danes were inevitably defeated and it turned out that Great Britain could do nothing. In the first place, supposing she had a navy, supposing even she sent it to Danish waters, what could she do? The British army was certainly not on a scale which enabled it to face the Prussian and Austrian armies combined, and, incidentally, most of the British army was at this time locked up in Canada, where it was supposed that the United States, though in the midst of the Civil War, were about to invade and seize Canada for themselves. So that from the point of view of material there was nothing to operate on, and in the second place there were no allies. The suspicions which Palmerston had of Napoleon, the fear of the French navy, made him think that it would be worse for Great Britain to win a war in alliance with Napoleon than, as it were, to lose a war or to run away from a war because you could not have the support of Napoleon. Looking back with later knowledge, we may say that Palmerston was lucky. The French army was not the great army which people imagined, and a few years later it was to suffer disastrous defeat at the hands of the Prussian army, so that maybe if Great Britain and France as allies had tried to intervene in 1864 they would have been defeated, or, rather, the French would mainly have been defeated. Great Britain would have been in a more embarrassing position than before. However, the strongest reason why Great Britain did not intervene to aid Denmark is that British opinion no longer wanted it, that the English people did not want to be a European power. They did not think that Europe mattered. The man who determined foreign policy in 1864 was no longer Palmerston, no longer Russell, it was without the slightest doubt Richard Cobden, with Bright supporting him and the great bulk of the Liberal Party in the House of Commons agreeing with him. Among Russell's papers at the Record Office there is a little scrap of paper from the Cabinet meeting of June 25, 1864. Russell had wanted to send the fleet, and on this scrap of paper, 300 are written various suggested resolutions for the Cabinet. It was no good. Russell closed it up, put it away in his file, and there it still is, and from the point of view of British policy it is one of the most significant documents in our history, because from that day on for 40 years, except under Disraeli in 1878, British governments did not contemplate, however remotely, interfering in continental affairs. June 25, 1864 ended a whole period when Great Britain had been shaping Europe, and it is the moment when the British said, "We are finished with Europe. We shall rely on our sea power, on the specific nature of other countries, on the fact that European countries balance each other out, and we shall leave Europe to get on as best it can." 40 years, I said, as a matter of fact, it was just over that. June 25, 1864 begins British detachment from continental affairs from the military point of view. Plenty of diplomacy went on, and January 31, 1906 begins a new period of involvement when a British government, or rather a British Foreign Secretary and Prime Minister, without telling their colleagues, decided to have military conversations with France, preparing for intervention in the next war against Germany. But for a whole generation and more the thing was over, and when it came back in a different form. Palmerston maybe had outlived the circumstances in which he could be great. It would be wrong to say that this discouraged him. He was always cheerful in adversity. For one thing, he shifted off onto Russell all the responsibility for the failure and the responsibility even for the talk about sending fleets. He took also the view one held, I suppose, by most Englishmen that if there was going to be a conflict between France and Germany, and he expected one, it was in British interests that Germany should win. He thought that the Prussian army would be defeated, he still thought the French army much the greatest, but he hoped that Prussia would win because he thought that France was too powerful, and also more likely to cut across Great Britain's imperial interests, whereas Prussia, a more or less landlocked country, even when it became national Germany, would be sensible, free trade, engaged in economic activities all over the world but never a rival to this country, and never, for that matter, likely to dominate Europe. In the long run, this judgment was somewhat mistaken. Nevertheless, it was representative of the times. Palmerston showed, one might say, even at the very end of his life, an ability to keep up with events, to judge in a reasonably fresh way, because although his opinion that Germany was no danger and that France was a great danger became ultimately out of date, it was not out of date in the 1860s, and the experience of the later part of the 19th century justified, on the whole, the view that Germany was a stable and pacific power. It is curious that the man who had been first defeated or checked by Bismarck was also the man who was sensible enough to appreciate that Bismarck's success would be to his own advantage, and, more than this, could judge this is not a bad thing for a statesman in terms that were right even for 30 or 40 years ahead. All statesmen, of course, judge wrongly if they judge all that far ahead, but Palmerston remained, to the day of his death, confident, cheerful, and still believing that he could run things better than anybody else, still believing that he could go on, and indeed everyone admitted it. Palmerston lasted until he dropped, and he dropped. He died literally in 24 hours, he caught cold riding on a horse out to Harrow, came back, died. It is ironical that this man who was the symbol of British involvement in the continent should have ended with Great Britain completely withdrawn from European affairs. Alexander II, Tsar of Russia. Unlike most rulers, Tsar Alexander II was a good man. I do not mean that he had a tremendous sense of duty or industry, he spent far less time at his desk working on papers than, say, 302. Emperor Francis Joseph of Austria. I certainly do not mean that he was in the ordinary sense a moral man, on the contrary, he is one of the few rulers who actually installed a second family in his palace when his first and official wife was still alive. It is true that he married the second wife on the death of his first, and was devoted to the second family, but it is an unusual thing to have two families living in the same palace. In this way, people shook their heads and regarded him as more immoral than, say, Napoleon III, who had a great many connections but did not install them in the palace. Alexander II really wanted to do good to his people. He did not merely think of them as instruments for his power, as Francis Joseph did. He was not interested in popularity, and, indeed, he was very unpopular most of his life. He had a deep duty: these are my people and I want to do good for them. I can hardly think of a ruler who spent more of his life worrying about how he could make things better for the people over whom he ruled. He was not much good at his job, he was an ineffective good man, which makes him even more attractive. He spent most of his time as a ruler in bewilderment. In theory, he was the most powerful man in Europe, if not in the world. Every other monarch in Europe by this time had some kind of restraint, had to operate some imitation of a constitution, to observe standards of law and to conform to practices which had been built up by his predecessors. The Tsars remained as they had always been, despots in the strict sense of the term. They inherited the term indeed from the emperors of the Eastern Roman Empire. They claimed in many ways to be the heirs of this Eastern Roman Empire which had perished in 1453. They were far more than Louis XIV had been or the great Napoleon. They were the state. Without the Tsars, the state could not exist. Alexander II was theoretically a despot, and yet he tried to use for good this enormous power which he was supposed to possess. He found himself, and I suspect that he was by no means the last Russian ruler who found himself in this position, in conflict, as it were, with a sort of feather bed. To be a despot. Where you are pushing against a great mass of custom and obstinacy and futility is a hard job, and it broke him. Often he would despair. The thing which dominated his life was the appalling condition of the Russian people and, particularly, the Russian peasantry, the state of serfdom, the degradation of the common mass of people, so that they were a sort of human cattle attached to the land. This had been the common thing in the European Middle Ages, and the history of modern Europe in a large part turns on the way in which this degrading human condition was brought to an end, sometimes by means of liberation, as in the French Revolution. In this country the solution was rather different. We got rid of serfdom by the simple way of getting rid of the serfs. We cleared the land. The agricultural laborers did not suddenly become free human beings, they were just pushed off elsewhere. But whereas others had got rid of it, serfdom not only remained in Russia, it had become much worse. Russia was, strangely enough, one of the last countries to adopt this system. In the 16th century the Russian peasants were free men, and Russia was actually imitating this terrible system when others were breaking free from it. The most brutalizing point of serfdom was in the 18th century, when in Europe as a whole it was crumbling, and in the mid-19th century there were still tens of millions of Russian people who were sold along with the estates. They were treated simply as objects of property. There was even a movement to create industrial serfs as well. Nobody can pretend that this is a good way of running agriculture, still less of running factories, and Alexander's father, who was much more hard-hearted than he was, had often dreamt of getting rid of serfdom, but he had done little about it. From the time when Alexander came to the throne in harsh circumstances, in February 1855, he had made this idea of getting rid of serfdom the key point of his policy. But unlike some of the German rulers, he was not personally a bureaucrat. He set up a committee, and in no time at all this first committee, 304, was captured by those who believed in serfdom. After 3 years of work, the committee submitted a long report in which certain laws were put forward which would have left serfdom as it was before. So Alexander set up a second committee, and it was not until 1861, when he had been on the throne for 6 years, that the Great Edict of Emancipation was passed. It would be foolish to pretend that the Edict of Emancipation, which ended serfdom in Russia, brought with it a great era of liberty and emancipation and made the Russian people suddenly not only free but prosperous. The Russian peasants remained living under harsh conditions. One could even go further and say that even the revolution of 1917 did little to improve their conditions. Yet, with all its failures, the Edict of Emancipation was one of the great acts of the 19th century, and Alexander, with all his weakness, deserves to be remembered. He made a larger change in Russian history than anyone between Peter the Great and Lenin, and he made the kindest and most generous change that there has ever been in Russian history. 2 great emancipations took place in the world more or less at the same time: Alexander's Edict of Emancipation of 1861, which ended serfdom in Russia, and President Lincoln's freeing of the slaves in 1863, which, again, did not achieve all it was meant to do because the colored people of the United States have not stepped into the position of complete equality which freedom implies. Yet these were both notable edicts of freedom. Alexander was not a great man. The edict emancipating the serfs was one of the big moments of history, but the way in which it was done did not turn Alexander into a great man. It in some ways seems to me much more touching to be an ordinary feeble man and yet do one of the great things in history, which is what Alexander did. It is something for which he deserves to be remembered. He did it in a bewildered, puzzled way, without understanding quite how it should be done or what the details should be, but it is one of the few acts of genuine, uncalculating goodness which the 19th century can show. Then, within a few years, there came the movement of those who wanted Russia to become not merely a country where there were no longer serfs, but a constitutional country, a country which was sharing in the liberal developments in the rest of Europe. This made Alexander as unpopular as his predecessors had been. This was the burden of being a despot who did not want to be a despot, the burden of running a great state when he would much rather that others would have run it if only they had done it in an enlightened way. This was not the only burden which Alexander II carried. He was the first Russian ruler for a long time who had to carry the burden of inferiority with the rest of Europe. In his reign there began a long period in which Russia as a great power felt that she was not being treated on an equality with the others, and in which there was built up a long tradition of resentment and suspicion against the rest of Europe. From the middle of the 18th century, or indeed a little earlier, from the time of Peter the Great, Russia had stepped right onto the European stage as a great power, and if one goes back 100 years before Alexander II, to the time of the 7 Years' War, nobody at that time thought that Russia was different from other European countries. Indeed, they thought Russia was pretty formidable. Russia was certainly more formidable an enemy for Frederick the Great than either Austria or France, and in the negotiations of the time Russia played a full part as a European power. In the Napoleonic Wars only Russia and England escaped being conquered by Napoleon and forced within the Napoleonic Empire. The existing European order, the balance of power which held France in check, and also, of course, the monarchical order, all rested on Russian strength. When monarchs were in trouble they knew that Russia would come and help them out. Russia was really the shaping force over much of Europe. It was only in Great Britain and France that Russian power was checked at all. When Francis Joseph came to the throne in 1848 and was faced with a great rebellion in Hungary which the whole powers of 306. The Austrian Empire could not subdue, he appealed for aid to Nicholas I, and, in no time at all, a Russian army came in and subdued the Hungarian Revolution. It was in 1849 that the Russian troops first, as it were, got the experience of crushing a Hungarian revolution, this time for the benefit of the monarchical order in Europe, and then, 5 years later, there came the Crimean War. By a series of terrible miscalculations, Russia got involved in war with the Western powers and was defeated by them. In the middle of the war, in 1855, Nicholas died and Alexander II came to the throne. Within a year he had to make a peace of defeat, and with this Peace of Paris in 1856 Russia was really excluded from Europe, treated as almost a second-rate power. This begins a long period of Russian history. It runs from the end of the Crimean War in 1856 until the meeting at Potsdam in 1945, when Russia appeared as a victor, though, even then, a bit doubtful whether she was going to be treated on a basis of complete equality by the other victors, and particularly by the United States, and this long background begins with Alexander II. He was the first Russian ruler who felt the others are against me, the others have done me down. Over and over again, and it explains much that happened in Central Europe at this time when Russia was faced with a problem in regard to the policies of Central Europe or in regard to relations with France and with Great Britain. The only answer which Alexander II could give was, I want to break the ring which was formed against me at the time of the Crimean War. It was one of the secrets of Bismarck's success. Within 9 years he was able to defy all the powers of Europe and to unite Germany. Russia under Alexander II had lost interest in Europe and was simply saying, if we can get rid of what was done in the Crimean War, if we can break up the European coalition against us, we can weaken France, weaken Austria, make England isolated, and we do not care what happens in Germany. It is a fantastic and fascinating story of an obsession, and it dominated Alexander. In the course of the 19th century writers, intellectuals invented, I was going to say, the idea of Slav solidarity, that Russia should be the leader of the Slav countries and that Russia should seek to promote their cause and to protect them and to free them from the rule of the Turks. Nicholas I had not cared much for this idea. Alexander II did. As Slav feeling grew in Russia, he felt himself drawn into it, and when, in 1876, the Slav people of the Balkans, the Bulgarians, were being massacred by the Turks, not only was Russian feeling stirred up, but Alexander's own feeling was stirred up. He did not want a war. He knew that again Russia would probably make a mess of it, but he went back to Moscow in 1877 and announced, we must feel a solidarity with the suffering Balkan peoples. As a result of this, he was plunged into a Balkan war. He did make rather a mess of it, and Russia was again humiliated at the Congress of Berlin. But all the same, Alexander II is remembered in Bulgaria today as the Tsar Liberator, the man who is responsible for the fact that there are national states in Eastern Europe at the present time. He would have liked, even, to liberate the Poles, but again it went wrong with him. As soon as he did anything to give the Poles a better life, they began to quarrel, and Alexander is remembered instead as the man who crushed the Second Polish Rising, the man who established a Russian tyranny over Poland which was to last until 1914. At the end of his life, Alexander wanted to carry this process of liberation further. He wanted also to make Russia look like a civilized country. He wanted Russia to have a constitution. One of the first things he said was, "In my reign, Russia will cease to be a backward country," and he meant by this that Russia would acquire some of the liberal institutions which existed everywhere else in Europe. The truth is they were not there, and that the only thing which was really there was the will of the Tsar. With Alexander, this was more than usually lacking, and there was no reason why there should be a generous response on the part of those who wanted Russia to be liberal. They were not to know that. 308. Alexander had good intentions, and even if he had good intentions, this did not interest them. They wanted something serious to happen. Nothing was happening. It is, indeed, in the reign of Alexander II that the revolutionary organizations were founded which, later on, were to bring the old Russia down, and in which the revolutionary spirit was established. It is a strange but, of course, not unusual thing that it is in the reign of the well-intentioned that revolutions start. Alexander was, I would say, the best intentioned of rulers, and, therefore, one is not surprised that it is really in his reign that the revolutionary organizations begin. His father was a straight, narrow tyrant who really devoted his energies to nothing else than to keeping the people down. He was known as the gendarme of Europe, and in his time there were very few stirrings. In Alexander's time everything went soft and easy, and the men who ought to have been working together, Alexander and the reformers, pulling the people into life, found that they were working against each other, and that all the energies and activities of the revolutionaries were directed not towards creating a free, public life, but against Alexander. He became the most endangered of monarchs. Tsars had, on the whole, a dangerous time. Alexander's grandfather was murdered and his father practically committed suicide, but Alexander was the only one of them who was killed in the streets, and this out of kindness of heart, because when a bomb blew up under his carriage he could have escaped, but he stopped the carriage to find out what had happened to those who had been injured. This gave the assassins this time a successful opportunity to kill him. Karl Marx. Karl Marx looks as though he has got in almost by mistake among all these kings and emperors and great rulers. In 1862 Marx was in exile, living in humble circumstances in London. In considerable financial trouble. He had kept himself for some years by making contributions to American newspapers, writing up in a rather dramatic way what was happening in Europe, announcing that a new revolution was coming. When the American Civil War started, there was not a great demand for dramatic news from Europe. They had much more dramatic news in their own country, and Marx lost his job. He was in hard circumstances, isolated, hardly knowing anybody in London, certainly not counting much on the continent of Europe, not counting in history in 1862. Yet he was in some ways the most important, the most dynamic and significant figure of those I have been discussing. It would be wrong to say that Marx is here because he represented revolution. He represented this and much more. Somebody has to come in among the great outstanding figures of 100 years ago to represent revolution. All the events of 100 years ago, indeed, for quite a long time thereafter, were operated under the shadow of the revolutions of 1848. This was the great dividing line of the century, so far as Europe goes. It means less to us because all we had in 1848 was the big Chartist demonstration on 10 April on Kennington Common, which is now devoted to the more useful purpose of cricket. It is the Surrey cricket ground. Kennington Common saw the last great revolutionary demonstration in this country, the last time when it appeared that the masses would rise and would tear down the existing system, and all it ended in was a sort of picnic, with the revolutionaries collecting indeed on Kennington Common, and then pulling out their hampers and having an agreeable lunch of meat pies and beer and being persuaded to go home. But on the continent of Europe the revolutions of 1848 had indeed threatened to tear everything to pieces, and of those I have been discussing Napoleon III owed his throne to the revolution. Francis Joseph had been brought to the throne when the whole of the Austrian Empire was torn apart by revolution. Alexander II, who was to be killed by a revolutionary. 310. Was thinking all his political life in terms of the shadow of revolution. These monarchs, although they looked so grand, apart perhaps from the rulers of this country, were by no means so secure as they appeared. They were harassed by assassinations, by fears that new popular movements would arise, by the problem of facing the great new problem of the 19th century, that for the first time in the history of mankind history had stopped being the story of a few people at the top. This is the major thing that happened in the 19th century. It started with the French Revolution and has gone on until our own day. Before the French Revolution it really is true that what we call history is the story of what is happening to just a few people at the top, and the masses of people have no more history than if they were cattle. The fundamental transformation of the destinies of mankind that started with the fall of the Bastille, was carried through to the 19th century, and has delivered us into what we are at the present day, is that the masses of mankind have ceased to be cattle. They are often blockheaded in other ways, as we all are, but they are not cattle anymore, and the significant moment for Europe as a whole was that they were not cattle in 1848. If you had asked men of 1862 who was the revolutionary, not many would have picked on Marx. They would have picked men who had been important in 1848. Mazzini, for instance, was a much more significant figure in 1848. Mazzini represented the spirit of 1848, the belief in utopia, in man's goodness, the belief that by a simple operation, by a declaration of liberty, by an emotional appeal to the nation, mankind all over Europe would step forth into a life of happiness, and the problems of ordinary human existence could be answered. Mazzini, as a matter of fact, was a finished force. Though he was still around as a writer he meant nothing. Many people would have picked the man who was a glamorous revolutionary figure in 1862, Garibaldi, the red shirt, who by his own inspiration had completed the liberation of Italy. When bits of Italy had been freed from the Austrians, but most of it was still a disunited country, Garibaldi with his 1,000 had gone to Sicily, an enterprise, in its way, as great as the invasion of Sicily by General Eisenhower. But General Eisenhower and the British and American armies had two great empires behind them, and a gigantic organization. Garibaldi invaded Sicily with one little ship and 1,000 men. He conquered it, he conquered Naples, he swept through Italy. General Garibaldi, without any doubt, was in the romantic sense the greatest of the revolutionaries, and a very attractive man, to a man of simple belief in humanity. In 1864, when he came to this country, he received, I suppose, the most enthusiastic reception which any foreigner has ever received, except possibly President Woodrow Wilson at the end of the First World War. You can still find, if you are interested in such things, oaks planted in 1864 by the hero of liberty, General Garibaldi, and you can be sure that if these are on some estate at Hay that the landowner there was himself a fine radical and regarded General Garibaldi as the hero of liberty. Yet he, too, was finished. There was nothing that he represented thereafter. This liberation of Italy was a fine and inspiring thing, but what did it end up in? Red shirts in 1860, black shirts in 1922. Garibaldi, a fine theatrical figure and a hero of liberty in 1860. Mussolini, the same sort of figure, same sort of posturing, not much really to choose between them, the thing ran thin. The significance of Marx is that he was more than a figure of melodrama. In 1848 he played a very modest role. He was a journalist. Just before the outbreak of the revolutions of 1848 he and his friend Engels wrote a program for a society of German tailors and shoemakers in Brussels. There were only about 20 of them altogether, and he drafted, as people did in those days, a universal program for the 20. A few hundred copies were printed just when the revolutions of 1848 broke out. I would guess that in the course of 1848, out of the hundreds of thousands of people who took part in the Revolu, 312 who went to the barricades, not more than 1 in 100,000 read this little program. It was called the Communist Manifesto, and it was in ideas, though not in influence, the most significant thing that had happened in the revolutions of 1848. When the revolutions of 1848 failed, Marx came as an exile to this country. There was no other free country at this time. Imagine England being regarded as a free country. It was a strange time. In those days anybody who wanted to come to a free country was actually allowed to come. They took freedom seriously. Marx expected a new revolution, but nothing happened. In 1857, when there was indeed another economic crisis, more unemployment, Marx said, "This is it." Nothing happened. And by 1862 he was in a gloomy mood, financially in difficulties, with not much prospect, as he believed, of another economic upheaval. Still interested, still fascinated, but mainly driven back into long-term speculation. The revolutionary work which Marx accomplished was not carried out by means of secret conspiracies. Unlike most revolutionaries of the 1860s or 70s, Marx never constructed what was called in those days an infernal machine, I suppose what we should call bombs. Nowadays, though, it is not revolutionary to make infernal machines. The better scientist you are, the more infernal the machine you make. But in those days it was revolutionary. The only infernal machine Marx made was an idea, and he made it not by going out into the streets and agitating, but by settling down and working day after day in the library of the British Museum. He is indeed the only man who has changed the whole destiny of the human race simply by sitting in the British Museum. You may say that Lenin did it later, but this is not so. Lenin did not get anything out of the British Museum. He went there to read out of interest. It was not the operation of what happened in the British Museum that made things different for him, but with Marx it was. It was these 10 or 15 years which he spent in the British Museum which enabled him to recast the picture of man's place in society and to discover far more explosive power than was ever to be found by grubbing around in cellars and scratching out saltpetre, which is the way that revolutionaries usually operated. Marx's discovery, his theory or instrument, looks like many discoveries, which, once they have been made, are simple. They tell me that most of the things that modern scientists do are really quite simple, that after they have done it, people have looked back and said, "Why didn't we think of that before?" I cannot understand them, but the younger generation say there is no problem here. The theories of Einstein are child's play. Anyone who tried to look at the universe without an Einstein approach now would really be as blockheaded as the flat earth man. With Marx it is much the same. Once you get hold of this device it seems so obvious, and has indeed seemed obvious to many people thereafter. Marx started by being a revolutionary. Long before he applied serious analysis and looked round for what was happening in the world, he was against it. He was revolutionary in the way that Mazzini was, or Garibaldi, or Orsini, who had tried to blow up Napoleon III by an infernal machine. He was by background, by origin, a radical. He was against. Why people should become radicals and revolutionaries by emotional feeling I do not know. Other historians have spent a long time puzzling over this. It puzzles me the other way round, why people are not all revolutionaries, why they are not all carrying the torch aflame to set the whole system alight. At any rate, right or wrong, Marx started as a revolutionary. He thought that revolution to blow up existing society was a good thing. And he looked around at what had happened in 1848, at the discontents. Men wanted the vote, they wanted universal suffrage, they wanted to be recognized as equal citizens, they resented the fact that some people had rank and some people had not. Then, and this is the new trick he played, Marx said the people who were most discontented and the people whose discontent took the strongest form were the working class, the people who were experiencing the hardships of factory life. With B14. Other people, that is to say with people who were reasonably off, tolerably educated, comfortable, the discontent, the radicalism, is something in the head. For instance, Marx wrote a series of articles denouncing Lord Palmerston as the specific wicked aristocrat. This is something in the head. Marx had never seen Lord Palmerston, he was not really any worse off because of Lord Palmerston's existence, he had a mere intellectual dislike. I do not like the thought that that frivolous old man is running the destinies of the British Empire and determining the destinies of Europe, but when we go to the working class, to the industrial worker, their discontent is not in the head, it is in day-to-day conditions. They are discontented because their wages are not enough, because they have to work too long hours, because their living conditions are bad, because of the way in which their children are treated, because the whole atmosphere of the towns in which they live is revolting. And the discontent they have is a stronger and deeper discontent, and one which is more persistent. There were many people in the beginning of the revolutions of 1848 in France, in Italy, in Germany, in Austria, in Hungary, who had appeared on the streets and manned the barricades, because they had discontent in the head. And how long did they stay on the barricades? They stayed for a day, a couple of days, and then they went back to their more comfortable life. But the working class of 1848, the men who had suffered not only terrible unemployment in the winter of 1847–48 but also grave starvation, had gone on demonstrating, agitating, being discontented and being ready to fight on the barricades for much longer. Marx drew from this a simple and, as it seemed at the time, an obvious conclusion, that if you want to change, fundamentally, the whole structure of society, if you want to get rid of this wonderful hierarchy of kings and emperors and lords and ladies, and to have instead a society which will consider the needs of everybody, in other words, if you want a democratic society, the driving force for this will come from the working class, from those who have practical material grounds for discontent. Marx did not say anyone who is poor has the sort of discontent which makes him into the right kind of revolutionary. He thought only industrial workers, only those who come together in political groupings and particularly in trade unions are those who can really lead a democratic community. Marx had experienced the revolutions of 1848, and it had turned out one of the bitter lessons of 1848 that unorganized discontent gets you nowhere, or, rather, it gets you into a position where you can be dispersed, if not destroyed, by an organized force. The only organized force which could be set against the organized force of the state seemed to be that of the working class. Not just crowds of starving people, the people who starved worst just before 1848 were the Irish, 2 million of them died, but they also resisted the least. When one of the landowners appeared on the terrace of his house, 200 of his tenants were there, and one of them called out, "On your knees, perhaps he'll give us bread." That is all the starving can do. But the organized working class were the ones that Marx believed in. With this wonderful new discovery he was able to turn round to the revolutionaries and say, "You want a new revolution, you want to create democracy, you can only do this on a class basis, it is only by an organized class as pugnacious and aggressive and, if you like, grasping as the upper classes have been, that you will beat them." Apparently this policy worked. The combination of the two things, discontent leads to revolution. The working classes are the most discontented, they are therefore the reliable revolutionary force. In 1862 Marx counted for nothing, hardly anybody had heard of him. 2 years later there was a big international gathering in London. Representatives came from France, from Germany, from Belgium, from Switzerland. They came to demonstrate in favor of Poland, which at this time was being again oppressed by the Russian Tsar, Alexander II. But when they were there they said they would like to set up an international organization of a revolutionary kind. Marx provided 316. The basis, not, he said, just an organization of revolutionaries, let this be what he called the International Working Men's Association. One of the decisive moments of history was when again in London the International Working Men's Association was set up. The British trade unions provided most of the money. But there were also trade union and socialist representatives from other countries, and the ideas were provided by Marx. This was Marx's period of triumph, the period when he stepped onto the public stage, just when others also were having their successes. When Bismarck was pushing forward, Marx too was being transformed from a mere theorist and speculator into a popular, significant figure. Between 1864 and 1871 the Workers' International became accepted as an effective thing. I do not say that it was very effective. When the rulers of Europe trembled at the name of the International, as Marx boasted, they were trembling largely at something imaginary. But this was a new twist to the whole political setup, that where previously men had thought simply in terms of conservative or radical, or had thought in national terms, here was a new idea, the idea of a revolutionary international class. The working class, what Marx called the proletariat, would represent the future and would go driving forward. In the 1860s, when Marx was writing his work of theoretic economics called Capital, he picked up the idea of evolution, the idea that history is on the move, exactly at the same time that Darwin was applying it to animals and to ordinary life. Marx picked it up as a social idea. Society, he said, is on the move, just as the ichthyosaurus and diplodocus get outworn and are pushed aside by higher forms of life, so existing forms of society will be pushed aside. The capitalist and the aristocrat will become outmoded in their turn, and will be replaced by a higher form of life, the really enlightened discontented force, which was also a constructive force, the proletariat. In this final revolution a thin layer of the minority would be replaced by the majority. This is why Marx, in holding himself to be a democrat, also invented the phrase the dictatorship of the proletariat, because he said the dictatorship of the proletariat would be the dictatorship of the majority, meaning the industrial working classes over the corrupt property-owning minority. There are many other assumptions which Marx made. He assumed, for instance, that industry would become worldwide, that in every country the factory workers would be the overwhelming majority. He assumed that as industry developed the factory worker would become the characteristic figure, where maybe the machine and very few workers associated with it is becoming the characteristic figure. But there are refinements. The mighty weapon which made Marx confident, and which also made even the most powerful men of the time tremble, was the belief that he had the future on his side and that the proletariat, because they were discontented, would carry through a triumphant revolution. Why did it not happen? This, although it is looking forward into the future, is a fascinating point, and I think the answer is the very calculation Marx made, that the discontents of the proletariat were practical discontents. When these practical discontents were redressed, then their desire for a revolution vanished. If you want to see the explanation, go to Maitland Park Villas, which is where Marx was living at this time in the 1860s. His comfortable bourgeois house has vanished. It has been replaced by luxurious flats far more luxurious than the greatest aristocrat of the time could have imagined 100 years ago for the oppressed proletariat. Bismarck. At the end of the 19th century, Germany was a greater industrial power than Britain. In fact, she transcended all the powers of Europe, and was runner-up to the United States. It would be impossible to understand Bismarck's career and 318. Bismarck's success without appreciating the things that were happening in Germany. Nevertheless, Bismarck was the man who realized that they were happening, and it was Bismarck who transformed the map of Europe, the structure of Europe, the outlook of Europe, and, I am inclined to think, also the social character of Europe. It is probably true that if there had not been Bismarck there would have been somebody else, but it happened to be Bismarck. Compared with the other men I have discussed in this series, compared with Marx for instance, with his highly distinguished academic training and sophisticated upbringing in the Rhineland, compared with Napoleon III with his appreciation, so he supposed, of the modern forces in Europe and his understanding of the career of his great-uncle Napoleon I, compared even with Francis Joseph, who despite being a wooden-headed character had in him all the traditions of the Habsburgs. Bismarck was a little man from nowhere. In physique he was a big man, but he belonged to what we should call modest gentry. He had a humble upbringing, living on a farm, doing plenty of the farm work himself. He did not have a particularly distinguished career at the university. There was another extraordinary thing about him: until he became prime minister, almost dictator of Prussia, he had never held any political office. He had held bits of diplomatic office. Where did he get his vision, his grasp of what was going on in the world? Did he read lots of books about economics? Did he read John Stuart Mill? Did he read de Tocqueville on sociology? Did he even read the writings of Marx? It would not seem so. He liked the novels of Sir Walter Scott and Dumas. Strange things, these, to produce the greatest political insight of the 19th century. A few years before, in the revolutions of 1848, he was a violent reactionary. He thought the masses should be shot down, that one should return to extreme conservatism, or so he said. No great statesman, I think, has been more solitary. He lived to be 83, and in all this long life he had hardly a friend. And the friends he had were outsiders like himself, none from his own class of Prussian gentry, or, later on, of German nobility. Among other German statesmen, no friends at all. He never visited other great houses. Think of Gladstone. There was not a moment during the long summer holidays when Gladstone was not clocking in at one aristocratic house or the other. Bismarck hated other people's houses. They did not give him enough to eat and drink, for one thing. It was only in his own house that he could get those enormous whole hams on the sideboard, and bottles of champagne before dinner just because he was thirsty, and the bottle or two of brandy afterwards, and the 8 or 10 Havana cigars which he smoked in the course of the afternoon or evening. His only real friend was an American whom he met when he was a university student, Motley, the author of The Rise of the Dutch Republic, who was at one time American ambassador in Germany and other places. But he did not care for his own people. He loved his wife, though he did not regard her in any sense as his intellectual equal. He was devoted also to his children. At the end of his life, when people said to him, "What is the greatest thing that has happened to you?" and they expected him to say, "I've unified Germany, I've been made a prince, I've been made a great statesman," he replied that God did not take any of my children away from me. In a curious way he spent his entire life in enormous public affairs, and the only thing that mattered to him was his devotion to his sons, whom he tried to fiddle into high public office not altogether successfully. Bismarck seems to have grasped what was going on in the world by solitary meditation, plodding along in those plains of North Germany, observing the birds and the trees, brooding a great deal. His ideas came to him at night, other things came to him at night too, the intensity of personal feeling. When he was particularly brisk he used to come down rubbing his hands and say, "I've spent the whole night hating." He complained that he slept badly, like most people who have managed to sleep, say, 8 hours out of the 10 that they are in bed. It used to annoy him very much that the King of Prussia, William I, later the German Emperor, also complained of sleeping badly. When Bismarck was in a mood to arrive with his master and say, "I've had a very bad night," William himself would start, "I've had a very bad night." Bismarck constantly complained about this. He said it showed the king was a very unfeeling man. "Monarchs," he said, "are not like human beings. There are 3 sorts of people, there are white people and black people and monarchs," the implication being that monarchs are the most awful of the lot, absolutely hard-hearted. "I cannot be the servant of princes," he said, though he also said he was a tremendous monarchist, saving his monarch's throne, and so on. I do not think he really bothered much about this. Bismarck's most marked distinguishing characteristic, I think, is this. He was by inclination and upbringing a conservative. He belonged to the existing society, but no one else in his community, perhaps no one else in Europe, had the penetration to see that this society could not stay still, that the structure of Europe in which Germany counted for little and the princes counted for everything and the power of the new capitalist middle class counted for nothing would not last. Bismarck's main distinguishing feature was that he went along with the forces of change in order to keep them in hand. Most moderate men are soft, it is the radicals, the revolutionaries, who are hard and ruthless. Bismarck was that extraordinary thing, a hard moderate. He was utterly ruthless and cynical in the methods which he employed, and he employed them for the most cautious and limited aims. He was quite capable of planning wars, a great deal more capable, incidentally, than Hitler. Hitler thought it would be a fine thing to have wars, he did not plan them. Bismarck planned wars, but they were little wars, and from the moment that he had got his war, he was thinking how he could stop it, with limited cautious aims. Usually, if you are wicked enough to plan wars, Bismarck was, like all other statesmen, a very wicked man. You do it on a big scale. But with Bismarck you get the impression he was out to make Prussia somewhat more secure. He realized, indeed he said, that unless Prussia became greater she would become less. From the moment he became Minister-President of Prussia in September 1862 he knew that Prussia's position was precarious, that Napoleon III was planning to remodel the whole of Europe, that Francis Joseph in Austria wanted to establish Austria as the dominant German power, and that Prussia was likely to have a rough time unless she looked after herself. Bismarck played things wonderfully, he separated France and Austria, he built up a situation in which he could present Austria with a war and yet France would approve of this war and be glad that Prussia had won it. The Prussian army won the war in 1866 in 7 weeks. The moment the war had started, Bismarck was already planning to end it on extremely moderate terms. All he wanted was that Prussia should win, that the Austrians should recognize they had been defeated and would no longer seek to rival Prussian leadership in Germany, no indemnity, no surrender of territory, no resentments thereafter, just the victory. Once this had been done, he made Prussia the leading state in North Germany, established a North German Federation in 1867, and then again maneuvered things. One of the things one never knows about Bismarck, and perhaps one should not ask, is, did he plan a war with France? I would be inclined to say, of the war with Austria in 1866, that he more or less laid it on. He put things in such a position that they could hardly happen otherwise. The Austrians helped, it always takes two to make a war, a thing which people often forget nowadays when they talk about war guilt. Big powers can attack little powers, but among great powers it takes two to make a war. Did Bismarck plan a war with France in 1870 in the same way? Did he say it is necessary to have a war in order to unify Germany? I am inclined to think he did not plan it, that, rather, he set up his position by which Germany was going to get stronger and more secure, and he hoped this would happen. 322. Without a war. There was a long time when people thought he had laid a deliberate trap for the French in 1870, when he ran a Hohenzollern candidate for the throne of Spain. He did run this Hohenzollern candidate, but I do not think, and for once I have the impression that most historians have come round to agree with me, that he ran it in order to land the French in a war. He ran it for quite different reasons. Whatever happened, he got his War of 1870, a war which ended that French domination of Europe that had existed for nearly 300 years, it was the end of France as the leading power in Europe. And here again Bismarck ended it in moderation, not as much moderation maybe as he would have liked. This time he had to demand some French territory, Alsace and Lorraine, and whether he did this as reluctantly as he sometimes made out, it is difficult to say. Later on, he said what a mistake it had been, that it had been imposed on him by the generals. He was wonderful at blaming other people. Maybe he also was a bit carried away by excitement. He claimed an indemnity, and people have shaken their heads thereafter and said what an appalling indemnity, what a Prussian brutal thing, it was. It was, in proportion to population, exactly the indemnity which Napoleon I had claimed of Prussia in the year 1807. But we in this country can read English, we can read French, but we do not read German. Therefore anything that happens to France is an injustice, but anything that happens to the Germans is all right. Everybody has forgotten the indemnity which Napoleon I imposed on Prussia, everybody remembers the indemnity which Bismarck imposed on the French. At any rate, there it was, Germany was a great power in Europe. But there is another equally important side to Bismarck's work, he made Germany inside. He came to power in 1862 because the King of Prussia was in terrible trouble with his parliament. It looked as if he was going to abdicate, or that if he did not he might have his head cut off. Bismarck certainly saved the Prussian monarchy. He carried on the conflict with Parliament until later on the Parliament compromised and gave way. What many overlook is that he also saved the Prussian Parliament, that when the king's advisers said let's shut Parliament down altogether, Bismarck kept the constitution going. He lives in history for a phrase he admitted himself was an indiscretion, when he said in October 1862, "The great decisions of our day will not be made by paper resolutions and the decisions of majorities that was the mistake of 1848 they will be made by blood and iron." Actually he said iron and blood and for some reason the words got turned round in all the books. People said what a wicked thing it was to say, but isn't it a fact that all the great decisions in international affairs are made on the basis of power? When Bismarck said iron and blood he did not mean by this simply killing people, he meant iron, industrial strength, blood hard work, and the drive of nations. Isn't this what all international decisions are made about? Has any important decision ever been made by paper resolutions and the votes of majorities? Bismarck put it in a provocative form, instead of wrapping it up. But the other side of him is that, having said this apparently appalling thing, he used blood and iron to shape the destinies of mankind in a most moderate and modest way. He could, with his grasp of a European situation, with the backing of the German army, maybe have conquered all Europe for Germany. It was the last thing he wanted to do, always he wanted to stop and be moderate. Look at his extraordinary social work. Bismarck, more than anyone else, more than these British statesmen who are often extolled for this purpose, more perhaps even than Lloyd George, was the man who defeated Marx. Bismarck understood about Marx. One of Bismarck's confidential secretaries, a man called Bucher, had been a revolutionary associate of Marx, and indeed at one time, in 1867, Bismarck invited Marx to join the German propaganda service. Nowadays Marx would have taken the job. The more revolutionary you are as a writer, the more eager you are for official commissions, but in those days people had consciences of a sort, and maybe the pay was not good. 324. Enough in any case. At any rate, Bismarck understood the Marxist analysis. He understood the whole way in which Marx had imagined there was going to be revolution, and it was Bismarck, I think, who first in Europe grasped the answer to Marx and his revolutionary forecasts. Bismarck said, "What do the masses want? Do they want, as even Marx imagined, recognition as men? Do they want to become full citizens? Do they want to feel that they are the real equals of Prince Bismarck? Or do they want security? Do they want tolerable economic conditions?" In Bismarck's view, security would destroy the Vukliet-Neal feeling of the masses. This, after all, is the great Marxist issue, the issue which Marx had raised already in the 1860s and 70s and which was to be raised again and again in the 20th century. We know that the masses in many parts of the world are revolutionary, but why? Is it because they do not like masters at all? Or are they revolutionary because their conditions are bad? Bismarck gave the answer which came characteristically to him: give them security and they'll be quite content with their existing masters. Bismarck invented the whole system of giving people security. He invented insurance against ill health, against sickness, against unemployment, against old age. He provided the German masses with a system which was called state socialism. Indeed, it is this Bismarck system of state socialism which has spread all over Europe, and has made the masses of the people contented as long as they have employment and good pay, with the security of their cards, duly stamped by the employer, by the state, and so on, and they know that they can look forward to a reasonably secure old age. The revolutionary zest has gone out of things. As between Marx and Bismarck, I think Bismarck won, and even present-day Marxists, in a way, confess that he won, because what they say is, one of these days the masses will find that, despite this wonderful card they have got with all their stamps, they are hungry and unemployed, and then they will again become discontented. This is the message that is still delivered. From Moscow, the message which Marx began to sketch out 100 years ago. There are few people who say, even if people are contented, they still don't want a boss, they still don't want a master. And it was Bismarck who broke this idea that most people would like to be free. He was a bit cynical about people, maybe he was a bit cynical about himself. Within him there were strange uncertainties. He was neurotic, he always blamed other people for things that went wrong. When he got upset, it was always the fault of his enemies. When his cheeks swelled up, he used to say, "That's because people upset me in the parliamentary debates." As a matter of fact, it was because he had toothache, and when he had his tooth taken out there was no more swelling of cheeks, but also there were no more good political effects. He could not stand up on the tribune and say, "Look what you've done to me. Look at this agony you've caused me." With all his faults, I feel he was an attractive and fascinating character. But he had this common German characteristic: he always blamed other people. He took credit for his achievements, and they were great, but for anything that went wrong, it was somebody else who did it. He was always, indeed, parading his grievances, and the longer he had successes, the greater he became, the more he paraded his grievances. If he is still a puzzle to you, he is a puzzle to me, and he was very much a puzzle to himself. Legends of Bismarck sprawl over the history of the later 19th century. First, the contemporary legend of Bismarck, who produced calculated effects on diplomats and politicians, wore military uniform, and revealed only late in life that he had done it in order to save the wear and tear on his more expensive civilian clothes. Then the legend of German historians who saw in Bismarck the maker of German unity and for whom he could do nothing wrong or even mistaken. And, the reverse of this, the legend primarily of French historians, though often accepted in England too, for whom Bismarck could do nothing right, the man who planned the downfall of France as a great power and was responsible for 3 invasions of the national territory. More recently there has grown up a version, to which I myself have contributed a little, of Bismarck as the thwarted conservative, exponent of the doctrine of the lesser evil, of whom one might say that everything he did unwillingly and only because anyone else could have done more of it. Though his political offspring were illegitimate, they were only little ones. The study of Bismarck has become a modern scholasticism, each act and each saying combed over and elaborated on as though it were Holy Writ or one of those few documents which, surviving by chance, give medieval historians the illusion that they are engaged in a more scientific discipline than ours. I have recently been fortunate enough to start examining Bismarck's diplomacy all over again. It would be foolish to pretend that it is possible to shut out of mind the versions of those who have gone before Sybil and Ollivier, Fried-Jung and Matter, Grant Robertson and Marx, Ake and Serbeek. But all of them had some political axe to grind. They were all concerned to show that he had failed or, more rarely, succeeded. I have clean hands. I really do not care, though this may sound untrue, I do not care about the Germans any more one way or the other. I am prepared to believe that Europe is finished, and I am only curious to know what happened to Europe in the second half of the 19th century without worrying any more about the outcome. So much of the diplomatic record has now been published that it is possible to write the story virtually from the archives, at any rate so far as Austria, France, and Prussia are concerned. Some details of British diplomacy could, no doubt, be added from further study of the archives, though I do not think they would be details of much moment. Russian policy is admittedly still obscure, and a documentary study of this between 1863 and 1871 would be one of the most welcome tasks which a Soviet scholar might perform. But even here the broad outline is clearer than it was a few years ago. I would add 2 points of caution or of apology. First, I am only concerned to look again at Bismarck's diplomacy, not at his work in Germany. I am convinced that his decisive achievement was in domestic politics and that the Bismarckian compromise or contradiction within Germany, it comes to much the same thing, is what mattered most in European history. Second, there can be no doubt that Bismarck was a great man. He ran down his predecessors and exaggerated his own achievements. He made more mistakes than he or his admirers would admit. He knocked sometimes at the wrong door and more often at doors that were already open. All the same, it is impossible to read his most casual utterance without feeling that here was 328. Someone outsize. It would be a waste of time to try to prove anything else, and equally unnecessary to be reiterating how great he was. It is a great mistake to begin the story of German unification with Bismarck's accession to power in 1862, or even to treat the events of 1848 as a preliminary without relevance. Everything, including Bismarck's own work, springs from the Revolutionary Year. It is now widely held that France or Russia or both of them would have forbidden national unification in 1848. There seems little evidence of this. The French radicals supposed that national Germany would be their ally in liberating Poland, and though Bastide, foreign minister from May until December 1848, saw no reason to encourage a national Germany, his only approach to Russia was made to deter the Tsar from reviving the policy of the Holy Alliance. The Tsar's policy in 1848 was simple: he was determined not to move his armies beyond Russia's frontiers. Hence, he refused to intervene even in Schleswig-Holstein, though an important Russian interest-free passage of the Sound was at stake there. In fact, the only power who threatened action over the Elbe duchies was England, the power which otherwise favored German unification. This is what Palmerston meant by his complaint against the parcel of children at Frankfurt. The German liberals, he thought, ought to be creating a natural ally for Great Britain on the continent instead of threatening the security of the Baltic. In any case, whatever the attitude of France and Russia to a hypothetical liberal Germany, neither of them made any objection to the consolidation of North Germany under Prussia. The Erfurt Union, which made Prussia supreme north of the Main, was carried through without objection from either Russia or France. It is true that the Tsar's object in intervening in Hungary was, in part, to restore a balance in Central Europe between Prussia and Austria, but he held, as the French did, that this balance was improved rather than the reverse by the strengthening of Prussia in northern Germany. Russia followed the same policy in the crisis of 1850, which ended with the agreement of Olomouc. Certainly the Tsar wished to prevent a war between Prussia and Austria, but he wanted a settlement without either victors or vanquished. His real aim was to consolidate both Prussia and Austria as a neutral conservative buffer between Russia and Western Europe. Hence he declared that he would support whichever was attacked, though, in fact, at the crisis Russia promised Austria only moral support. It was not danger from Russia which led the Prussians to give way, nor, for that matter, was it military weakness. Prince William was confident that Prussia could win, and this opinion was shared by the Russian generals who had seen Austrian troops in action in Hungary. Paskievich, the Russian commander-in-chief, even believed that Prussia would be a match for Russia and Austria combined. Prussia's real weakness was that both Frederick William IV and his conservative ministers regarded war with Austria as wicked. They gave way more from conviction than from fear, and after 1850, as before it, Prussia was committed to the policy of reconciling hegemony north of the Main and partnership with Austria. This was also Russia's policy, as was shown in the spring of 1851, when the Tsar forbade Schwarzenberg's program of uniting Germany under Austria, the empire of 70 millions. Though Bismarck welcomed the settlement of Olomouc, no one has contributed more to the version that Prussia thereafter became subservient to Austria. This version cannot be sustained. There was perhaps subservience when Manteuffel, the Prussian foreign minister, made a defensive alliance with Austria for 3 years in 1851. This certainly implied a Prussian guarantee for Austria's possessions in Italy, which she steadily refused thereafter, but it also barred the way against what seemed more likely in 1851, an Austrian alliance with Napoleonic imperialism. At any rate, there was no subservience in the alliance when it was renewed on April 20, 1854. Though it, too, seemed to serve an Austrian purpose by guaranteeing the Danubian principalities against Russia. This was 330. In reality, only the bait by which Austria was held from making an alliance with England and France. If Austria had joined the Western powers in war against Russia, Prussia could not have stayed out. Whichever side she joined, she would have had to bear the main brunt of a war fought probably on her own soil, a war from which she could not possibly have gained and in which she might well have lost her Polish lands. As it was, Prussia performed the great service to Russia of keeping Austria neutral at no cost to herself, and, by advocating neutrality at the Diet, won the leadership of the German states as well. Yet this was the time when Bismarck denounced the incompetence of his official superiors. He opposed the alliance with Austria. At the beginning of the war he would seem to have favored supporting Russia. At the end of it he preached, in one of his most famous compositions, that Prussia should make a third in the coming partnership between Russia and France. His own action in 1879 is the best comment on this policy. As Imperial Chancellor, Bismarck judged Manteuffel to have been right and himself wrong, but he took care not to say so. Bismarck overrated all along the dynamism of the Franco-Russian Entente. He thought that Napoleon III and Alexander II were set on remaking the map of Europe, both East and West, in the immediate future, and that Prussia must hasten to play the jackal with them if she were not to be left out of things. Official Prussian policy, whether under Frederick William IV and Manteuffel or under the Prince Regent and the despised Schleinitz, stuck to its old line: support for Austria once she had recognized Prussian hegemony north of the Main. This policy came within sight of success in the Italian War of 1859. If Napoleon had insisted on his original aim of liberating Venetia as well as Lombardy, even more if Alexander II had taken the opportunity to reopen the Eastern question, in fact, if France and Russia had been as dynamic as Bismarck supposed, Austria would have had to pay Prussia's price. As it was, she lost Lombardy and thus ended the war without Prussia's help. The real turning point came in the following year, 1860. In July, Schleinitz and Rechberg, the Austrian foreign minister, met at Teplitz and agreed on a defensive alliance between their two countries, an alliance which Bismarck himself quoted as a precedent in 1879. The awkward question of Prussian hegemony north of the Main was postponed to a military convention that was to be negotiated subsequently. All this was a preliminary to a meeting of the two German rulers with the Tsar at Warsaw in September. They believed that Alexander II had taken fright at Napoleon's revolutionary policy and would now urge joint resistance in Italy. When it came to the point, Alexander II could not give up his hopes for revising the settlement of 1856 in the Near East with French help, and therefore would do nothing against Italy, Napoleon's satellite. The Holy Alliance turned out to be a mirage, and the Prussians were quick to draw the lesson. They screwed up their terms in the military discussions with Austria, and when these broke down, the alliance vanished with them. If there was a decisive moment in the relations between Prussia and Austria, it was in April 1861, and not after Bismarck became Prime Minister. Bismarck's predecessors perhaps had different allies in mind. Schleinitz counted on the liberal alliance with England, so far as he counted on anything at all. This policy was ruined by the American Civil War, which locked up British military resources in Canada. Moreover, the British were increasingly aware that their navy was out of date. These factors, rather than any ideological swing towards isolationism, made Great Britain ineffective during Europe's years of destiny. Bernstorff, who followed Schleinitz, looked instead to France. His object was to replace Russia as France's continental ally. When Bismarck arrived in October 1862, he certainly meant to play the role of a Prussian Cavour, but with this difference from Cavour that he intended to cooperate with Russia as well as with France, a partnership therefore that would be anti-British as well as anti-Austrian. In fact, he missed the bus. He assumed that the Franco-Russian Entente was solid, instead it collapsed before he had been in office 6 months. Almost his first act was to ask in Paris what the French attitude would be if things hot up in Germany. He was too late. Droindl-Huys, enemy of Russia and advocate of alliance with Austria, had just returned to the Quai d'Orsay. Bismarck's query was brushed aside. 3 months later the Polish revolt blew the Franco-Russian Entente sky high. Years afterwards Bismarck built up the story that he had pulled off a great stroke of policy by supporting the Russians in Poland and therefore winning their gratitude. This is untrue. The Russians thought they could deal with the Poles alone and much resented Prussian patronage. Moreover, Bismarck's step ensured that, if it came to war over Poland, Prussia would have to fight for the sake of Russia's Polish lands, and he had to beg to be excused from the alliance with Russia within 6 weeks of making it. Even as it was, the quarrel over Poland was disastrous for Prussia. The great hope of Prussian policy had been that the French threat to Venetia and Russian threats in the Near East would so embarrass Austria as to make her surrender the hegemony of northern Germany to Prussia without a war. This hope was now ruined. The Franco-Russian Entente had never been a threat to Prussia, rather it gave her security. The Entente was directed against Austria, and France would not endanger it by seeking gains on the Rhine. The French threat there, if it ever existed, was created by the estrangement between France and Russia, not by their Entente. No doubt Russia was now prepared to tolerate a Prussian war against France, but so she always had been, and this was a very different thing from active support that the Russians never offered. The truth is that, once the Franco-Russian Entente broke down, Prussia was forced back to friendship with Austria as her only means of security. Here again Bismarck later created a myth, the story that the Schleswig-Holstein affair was a trap for Austria from the beginning. I think rather that, as so often, Bismarck, always impulsive and always exaggeratedly nervous of the aggressive designs of others, rushed himself into a commitment and then had to exercise all his great genius in order to get out of a tangle of his own making. For there is the fact. In January 1864 he made an alliance with Austria which did not include the recognition of Prussian hegemony north of the Main on which his predecessors had always insisted. His motive was fear, not gain, fear that, as in 1848, Prussia would be pushed forward in Schleswig by German feeling and then have to face a coalition of the powers, reinforced this time by Austria. The Conference of London, which tried to settle the Schleswig question, showed that these fears were exaggerated. The Russian government was estranged from the Western powers both by the Crimean War and, more recently, by the Polish affair. Besides, the Russians did not object to Prussia's gaining control of the Sound so long as she did not do it on a basis of nationalist enthusiasm. They objected much more to Austria's getting a foothold there and would have preferred an isolated Prussian action. Thus, curiously enough, the partnership with Austria which Bismarck had insisted on as essential was the one thing that worried the Russians and made them hostile. Still they did not mean to act in 1864 as, for that matter, they had refused anything but moral reproofs in regard to Schleswig in both 1848 and 1850. The real opposition in the previous crises had come from England, and the British, estranged from Russia by the Crimean War, suspicious of Napoleon III as a result of his annexation of Savoy, and with their forces tied in Canada, had no means of action. It is inconceivable that there could ever have been an Anglo-Austrian alliance to check Prussia in Schleswig, and, short of this, there was nothing the British could do. They twice took soundings for French support, in February and again in June. Both met with the same response. Napoleon would not act against the national principle. Drouin, who hated nationalism in general and Prussia in particular, demanded concrete gains on the Rhine, a prospect more unwelcome to the British than the Danish loss of the duchies. The three non-German powers were in fact far more suspicious of each other than concerned about what might happen. 334. In Germany, the only thing that alarmed them was Prussia's alliance with Austria, Bismarck's own doing. Had he acted alone against Denmark, he would have had the approval of all the powers except Austria, but he would have had to act on a liberal basis. Prussia's foreign danger, in short, was increased, if not created, by Bismarck's conflict with the liberals. He made the Austrian alliance, not to trick Austria, but to save himself. This is, I think, the answer to the disputed question whether Bismarck was ever sincere in his conservative partnership with Austria. He was a man of extremes. He could conceive a full return to the system of Metternich, hence in August 1864 he pressed on Austria not only a Prussian guarantee of Venetia, but a campaign for the recovery of Lombardy. He could also conceive of a revolutionary alliance with France, by which Prussia expelled Austria from Germany north of the Main while France gained land on the Rhine. What he never foresaw was the moderate outcome, neither reactionary nor revolutionary, for which he has been so much praised. Moderation is said to be the most difficult of policies. It was certainly difficult for Bismarck. I make no doubt that the offer of an alliance which he made to Austria in August 1864 was genuine. It seemed to him in the logic of the situation. If Prussia was not to follow a revolutionary course, she must follow a reactionary one. Once more he asked less than his predecessors. In his exaggerated fear of French aggression, he offered Austria alliance against France without demanding Prussian hegemony north of the Main. William I, not Bismarck, insisted on this condition, and the Austrians thought Prussia so dependent on their support that they named Silesia as their price. The deadlock drove Bismarck off on the alternative revolutionary course. He screwed up tension against Austria, and in May 1865 spoke openly of his policy as war against Austria in alliance with France. A new compromise followed in August 1865, the Treaty of Gastein. This compromise came mainly from the side of the Austrians, and Bismarck accepted it merely because it was offered. But he was also bewildered by the failure of his revolutionary policy to explode. When he approached the French for an alliance, they refused to display territorial ambitions. Napoleon went ostentatiously into the country, and left policy to be defined by Drouin the conservative. In October 1865, Bismarck visited Napoleon at Biarritz in order to clear up the mystery of French policy. It is often said that he tricked Napoleon by vague talk of future French gains in Germany. This is not so. It is true that the two rogues discussed advantages which might offer themselves unsought, advantages, of course, in Germany, but this was a casual theme. Napoleon's overriding interest was Venetia. He was determined to complete the work of 1859 and not leave to his son a volcano for a throne. His price was Venetia, and Bismarck paid it. He promised that he would not guarantee Venetia to Austria, and in return Napoleon promised that he would not make an alliance with Austria against Prussia. He would not go and stand beside a target. This was the essential bargain of Biarritz: Venetia for Italy, and French neutrality in a war between Prussia and Austria. Bismarck gave the bargain a positive shape when he concluded his alliance with Italy in April 1866. This assured Napoleon that he would get what he wanted, and Bismarck was able to wage a limited war against Austria. Napoleon, not Bismarck, made the moderate program possible and enabled Prussia to win hegemony north of the Main without a general European upheaval. To the very last Bismarck could not believe in his own success. In May 1866 he offered the Austrians peace if they would share the military headship of Germany. The Austrians would have agreed if they could have had in exchange a Prussian guarantee of Venetia. This, owing to his bargain with Napoleon, was the one thing that Bismarck could not give. Venetia compelled Bismarck to go to war. It also compelled Napoleon to favor war. It was the factor which wrecked his proposal for a European Congress. Most paradoxically of all, it even led the Austrians to want war. By May 1866 they had come to believe that the only way out of 336 their difficulties was to surrender Venetia and gain Silesia in exchange. This would win Napoleon as an ally against both Prussia and Russia, it would free their southern frontier, and it would restore their prestige in Germany. But it was only possible by means of war against Prussia. Therefore, in the last resort, it was the Austrians who were eager to bring the war on. It is a curious fact that every European war between 1815 and 1914 was exploded by the powers standing on the defensive. England and France insisted on the Crimean War, Austria on the wars of 1859, 1866, and 1914, and France on the War of 1870. It is also a curiosity how little military considerations weighed in the decision to provoke war or to avoid it. Thus, the Prussians accepted the Compromise of August 1865, although they were confident of victory. There is little foundation for the later story that they put off war until they could clinch their military superiority by making an alliance with Italy. And this alliance, when it was made in April 1866, was concluded for its political effect on Napoleon, rather than to divide the Austrian armies. This again was an advantage which the Prussians only discovered after it happened. On the other side, the Austrians provoked war in June 1866 not because their military position had improved, but because it had got worse. They could bear the tension no longer. Finally, the French decision not to intervene after the Prussian victory at Sadowa sprang purely from considerations of policy. The question whether the French army was capable of intervention was hardly raised. I am not sure whether any conclusion can be drawn from this odd ignoring of the basic facts. There is another oddity. The war between Austria and Prussia had been on the horizon for 16 years. Yet it had great difficulty in getting itself declared. Austria tried to provoke Bismarck by placing the question of the duchies before the Diet on June 1. Bismarck retaliated by occupying Holstein. He hoped that the Austrian troops there would resist, but they got away before he could catch them. On June 14 the Austrian motion for federal mobilization against Prussia was carried in the Diet. Prussia declared the Confederation at an end, and on June 15 invaded Saxony. On June 21, when Prussian troops reached the Austrian frontier, the Crown Prince, who was in command, merely notified the nearest Austrian officer that a state of war existed. That was all. The Italians did a little better. La Marmora sent a declaration of war to Albrecht, the Austrian commander-in-chief, before taking the offensive. Both Italy and Prussia were committed to programs which could not be justified in international law, and were bound to appear as aggressors if they put their claims on paper. They would, in fact, have been hard put to it to start the war if Austria had not done the job for them. The War of 1866 was not the revolutionary war which had been preached by Bismarck until his visit to Biarritz. It was the moderate war as always envisaged by the Prussian statesmen whom Bismarck had despised. It is often regarded as something of a miracle that Bismarck carried it through without intervention from either France or Russia, but in truth neither of them had any objection to a Prussian hegemony in northern Germany, which is all that was accomplished. The Russians, in any case, were in no state to intervene. For 15 years after the Crimean War they almost ceased to be a military power so far as Europe was concerned. Between 1856 and 1863 the annual call-up for the army was not enforced, and the Polish revolt in 1863, itself caused by an attempted call-up, further delayed their recovery. They owed their security during this period of neglect to the Prussian buffer, and were therefore glad to see it strengthened. No doubt they would have expostulated if Bismarck had annexed the states of southern Germany or dismembered the Austrian Empire, but this was never on the program. His moderation against Austria in 1866 has been much vaunted. Yet even he put up his terms. He excluded Austria from Germany, instead of dividing it with her at the Main. The king and the generals, who grumbled at his moderation, merely wanted some satisfactions of prestige, annexation of some Austrian territory in Silesia or a victory march through Vienna. 338. They certainly had no thought of destroying the Habsburg Empire. Nor is it true that Austria was reconciled by Bismarck's moderation. The Austrians had burnt their fingers in 1866 and meant to take fewer risks next time, but they still hoped for a next time. The War of 1866 was a milestone, not a turning point, in Austro-Prussian relations. The real turning point, for all Europe, was, no doubt, that France did not intervene, but even the dramatic nature of this has been exaggerated owing to the fact that history has been written by those who opposed or regretted the decision, while Napoleon, the man who made it, remained silent. He had made up his mind all along. He was on the side of the revolution, on the side, that is, of Prussia in Germany, as he had been on the side of Sardinia in Italy. There was no real crisis of decision in Paris between July 4 and to July. It was simply that Napoleon, having deceived his ministers from the first, had now to override them. He thought, and perhaps rightly, that the European situation had changed in his favor, Prussia stronger than before and therefore less dependent on Russia, Austria excluded from Germany and therefore freer to balance Russia in the Near East, Italy contented with the acquisition of Venetia, and southern Germany internationally independent. Even if he had known of the Prussian treaties of alliance with the southern states, he would have regarded this as an improvement on the German Confederation. Then southern Germany had been guaranteed by both Prussia and Austria, now by Prussia alone, and with her Napoleon had no quarrel. Indeed, he took Bismarck's breath away by insisting on Prussia's annexing the whole of North Germany, a victory for the revolution over moderation. In the summer of 1866 Napoleon supposed that he had at last achieved the revolutionary coalition with Prussia and Italy, and he meant to complete it by resurrecting his entente with Russia. He was of course misled by the analogy with Italy. He supposed that, since the Italians continued to need protection against Austria, Prussia needed it also, and his half-hearted demands for compensation, which culminated in the attempted annexation of Luxembourg in March 1867, were all designed to make an alliance with Prussia acceptable to French public opinion. It is common to speak of these negotiations, and especially the Luxembourg affair, as a trap which Bismarck laid for the French. If it was a trap, why did he not spring it? The truth is simpler. The affair was not of Bismarck's seeking, it was thrust on him by the French, and, though no doubt he had to consider German feeling, he would have welcomed an alliance with France, if Russia had been included in it. There, it seems to me, is the real explanation. The key to European diplomacy between 1866 and 1870 is to be found in the Near East, and not on the Rhine or even in Poland. So long as Russia and France were at loggerheads in the Near East, Bismarck could not let Luxembourg go to France without implicitly taking her side against Russia. But equally he refused the Russian offer to keep Austria neutral, because this also involved paying a price in the Near East. In April 1867, at the height of the Luxembourg crisis, he first suggested the solution that was his ultimate favorite, the revival of the Holy Alliance. It was contemptuously refused by both the other parties. Austria would not join without concessions in Germany, Russia would not guarantee the integrity of Austria nor allow her gains in the Balkans. The Eastern question dictated a peaceful outcome of the Luxembourg affair. France would not allow Russia a free hand against Turkey, Prussia would not allow her a free hand against Austria. Therefore both botched up the Luxembourg question as best they could. The great turning point had been reached without design and before anyone noticed it. Both French and German public opinion had taken a hand in diplomacy, and henceforth they were not to be reconciled, perhaps not even to the present day. There is not much to be said of Bismarck's diplomacy between 1867 and 1870. As always when the Near East took the center of the stage, he had none except to keep out of the way, or, at most, to act as honest broker when the conflicts of the other 340 powers threatened to involve Prussia. When the Franco-Russian Entente seemed to be working in the Near East during the autumn of 1867, he played in with it, and, with Italy joining in too, this was the last display of the revolutionary coalition. Bismarck backed out of the Near East as soon as the Entente broke down, so as not to be left alone on the Russian side. In March 1868, he refused a direct Russian demand for an alliance against Austria-Hungary, though of course neither power could afford to allow the destruction of the other. In the autumn of 1868 he used the Hohenzollern family influence to damp down irredentist agitation in Romania, so as to avoid having to choose between Russia and Austria-Hungary, and in 1869 he helped Russia and France to wind up the Cretan affair. He never took seriously the talk of an alliance between Austria-Hungary and France. It was, he said, conjectural rubbish, as indeed it turned out to be. He calculated quite rightly that the Habsburg government would never dare to offend Hungarian and Austrian German feeling by supporting French interference in southern Germany, and equally that Napoleon would not break with Russia for the sake of Austria-Hungary. This disposes of the defense put up for Bismarck by some of his admirers that he had to provoke war against France in order to anticipate either an Austro-French or a Franco-Russian agreement. There was never any serious chance of the first, and the second offered Prussia advantages, not dangers. There is a simpler defense of Bismarck's policy in 1870, that is, if he needs one, he did not provoke the war at all, except in the narrowest sense of exploding it at the last moment. Later on, when the war had become a national legend, Bismarck tried to take the credit for it, but it was unearned. Of course the Hohenzollern candidature for the throne of Spain was of his making. Its object was to act as a check on France, not to provoke her into war. His encouragement of or indifference towards the Spanish affair varied inversely with the Franco-Russian Entente. When France and Russia were on good terms, this gave Prussia security, both against Austria-Hungary and against being involved in an Eastern war. Whenever they quarreled, he looked round for other means of distracting French attention from the Rhine. He first took up the Hohenzollern candidature in February 1869, when Russia and France were in dispute over Crete. He dropped it as soon as they settled the question, and left it alone so long as their entente seemed within sight of renewal. He revived it once more, in the spring of 1870, when the Franco-Russian approach broke down. But the Hohenzollern candidature was primarily not a move in foreign policy at all. Bismarck's overriding concern was with southern Germany, and a Hohenzollern on the Spanish throne like the project of declaring William the First German emperor, which he aired at the same time, was designed to raise Prussian prestige south of the Main. In June 1870 Alexander II met Bismarck and William I at EMS, one of the many legendary meetings at which a war was supposed to have been plotted. In fact, war against France was never mentioned. Bismarck expressed disapproval of Habsburg policy in the Near East, and he tried to persuade the Tsar that the South German princes would make a better bargain with William I than if they waited to be swept away by a more democratic wave in favor of his liberal successor. There could hardly be clearer evidence that Bismarck was not expecting the Franco-Prussian War at that time. Of the actual war crisis in July 1870, two things seem to me clear beyond all doubt, if one can escape from the layers of myth and prejudice. First, no one could have expected it to explode in the way that it did. According to all rational calculation, Leopold of Hohenzollern ought to have been on the throne of Spain before the French, or anyone else, knew what was happening. The actual leakage was due to the blunder of a cipher clerk in the German legation at Madrid, an unpredictable event. Second, no one could have expected the French to turn the crisis into a war. Bismarck thought the affair would end in a humiliation for Prussia. That is why he stayed in the country and left William I to do the negotiating. The course of events was a setback for Bismarck, though he quickly made the 342 best of things. So far as he had a settled policy, it was to incorporate southern Germany with Russian and even French approval, a decisive stroke against Austria, and back to the dynamic coalition with France and Russia that he had always favored. After all, he believed, rightly, that the empire was the form of French government most favorable to Prussian interests, and he went on trying to restore Napoleon III even at the beginning of 1871. He had sometimes thought that a French Revolution would lead to war. It was quite against his intentions that war led to a French Revolution. It is a further myth that Bismarck's diplomacy secured the neutrality of Russia and Austria-Hungary. Neither power ever had any intention or inclination to go to war. Bismarck made no promises to the Russians of support in the Near East, and they made no promises to him. The Russians did not mobilize any troops in Galicia. They had, in fact, none to mobilize. They did not threaten Austria-Hungary. They promised the Austrians to stay neutral, if Austria-Hungary did the same, but in view of their military weakness, they would have stayed neutral in any case. For that matter, they did not believe that their interests would be injured by a French victory over Prussia nor by a Prussian victory over France. The Austrians remained neutral solely from consideration of their own interests also. Beust wished to mobilize in order to intervene after the decisive battle had been fought, and, since he expected France to win that battle, his intention was to protect southern Germany against her. Andrassy, too, favored mobilization, only he insisted on a declaration of neutrality so that, after the French victory which he also expected, both France and Prussia could be persuaded to join a crusade against Russia. This was as crazy as most of Andrassy's schemes. Gorchakov, the Russian chancellor, passed the correct verdict on the French dreams for an Austrian alliance when he said, Russia did not paralyze a support which had no chance of being realized. Neither Russia nor Austria-Hungary cared which way the war went in Western Europe. So far as there was any element of calculation in their policy, it was simply that, once France was out of the way, Germany would no longer be able to follow a neutral line in the Near East, the only topic that interested them. From Bismarck's point of view, the War of 1870 was a senseless affair, and he admitted as much in his many later apologies to the French. So far as he had any responsibility for it, this sprang from his desire to weaken German liberalism by making France the national enemy instead of Russia. Whatever the responsibilities, the consequences of dividing Germany with Austria and of quarreling with France were all that Bismarck had foreseen in his days at Frankfurt. Vienna took Berlin prisoner. In the Crimean War, Prussian statesmen had worked to prevent Austria's going to the assistance of the Western powers. In the Bulgarian crisis of 1887, Bismarck had to implore the British to go to the assistance of Austria-Hungary, and a generation later his successors had to go to her assistance themselves. In 1879 Bismarck, and none other, tied the trim Prussian frigate to the worm-eaten Austrian galleon, tied them together for good, although the galleon was now more worm-eaten by a generation. Was this really a triumph for his diplomacy? To my mind, the younger Bismarck was the greater one, the Bismarck who modelled himself on Cavour rather than the Bismarck who modelled himself on Metternich, the mad junker rather than the sane one. He saw clearly that a national reconstruction of Central Europe in cooperation with Russia and France was the wisest course for Prussia. But, when it came to the point, he himself prevented this. He overrated, no doubt, Russian and French dynamism, and when this failed swung away on the opposite tack. But his rejection of his own earlier policy had a deeper cause. The national principle in Europe only made sense on a liberal basis, as Cavour appreciated. Both Bismarck and Napoleon III hated the liberalism which was essential to the success of their foreign policy. Napoleon pretended to accept it, Bismarck hardly troubled to make the prétense. Germany and France could not work together except 344. On a liberal basis, hence Napoleon III and Bismarck between them ensured that they would not work together at all. Everything sprang from this failure. Without French cooperation, Germany could not risk a national remaking of Eastern Europe by Russia, therefore she had to prop up Austria-Hungary. The diplomacy of Bismarck's later years was simply an elaborate jugglery to conceal the fact that he had abandoned his earlier visions and had been forced to repeat, or even to outdo, the mistakes of his predecessors. It is curious, and more than a coincidence, that in the very weeks when Bismarck was founding his so-called League of Peace by means of the Austro-German alliance, Gladstone was formulating his principles of international cooperation in the Midlothian campaign. Nor is it, I think, an accident that in every subsequent world conflict, Bismarck's heirs, the boasted Realpolitikers, have always been defeated by the heirs of Gladstone, those who hope to make the world anew. Once Bismarck had been one of these. He set out to remake Central Europe. Instead he tied himself to the Habsburgs, and, like everyone who follows this path, ended up by believing that peace could be kept by tricks. Marx's better half. Given Alan Taylor's family and then university connections with Manchester, one's not surprising that he was much interested in Friedrich Engels and in particular his book The Condition of the Working Class in England. In 1974 he had praised Stephen Marcus's Engels, Manchester, and the Working Class as a remarkable work of literary criticism with history brought in by a side wind, though then observing that the author was less convincing when he writes of Engels as a man. On that occasion Alan Taylor gave the verdict, "It is hardly an exaggeration to say that Marxism was born in the slums of Manchester." What he saw provided Marx with the material that consolidated his theories. This essay appeared in The Observer on April 25, 1976, as a review of W. O. Henderson's The Life of Friedrich Engels, 2 volumes. ******* The original name of the firm was Marx and Engels, Socialism, Wholesale, Retail and for Export. Later, when new partners joined, Engels disappeared from the letter heading. Now Yugoslavia is the only communist country I know where the portrait of Engels is displayed alongside that of Marx in town halls and government offices. Books on Marxism, when they mention Engels at all, present him only as Marx's loyal disciple, whose principal contribution was to provide Marx with money. Engels deserves more extended treatment. Though he had talent where Marx had genius, Huxley to Marx's Darwin, he often formulated Marxist concepts clearly before Marx did. His Communist Catechism, for instance, with its 25 points is dull reading compared to the Communist Manifesto, but all the ideas of the manifesto are already in it. 346. In some ways, too, Engels was the more interesting character. Marx was a staid bourgeois apart from his ideas. Engels, despite being a prosperous cotton merchant, tried to formulate a lifestyle appropriate to a socialist. He lived happily for many years with an Irish factory girl, Mary Burns, and, after her death, with her sister Lizzie, whom he married only the day before she died. Jenny Marx, Marx's aristocratic wife, would not tolerate either of these women in her presence, and Marx conformed to the ban. Dr. Henderson has at last presented Engels as an independent figure. His book is very much a DIY biography. The evidence, largely from the Marx-Engels correspondence, is exhaustively marshaled. Few conclusions are drawn and there is none of the psychological penetration shown in the exciting book on Engels and Manchester by Stephen Marcus. On the relations between Engels and his father, Henderson is content to quote the father's complaint, "It is a heavy cross to bear that I have a son at home who is like a scabby sheep in the flock." Marcus shows that the father helped the publication of The Condition of the Working Class in England in 1844 and later welcomed the son as a partner despite his revolutionary activities. The Condition of the Working Class in England in 1844 was indeed the beginning of Marxism, far more so than Marx's cantankerous philosophizing of the same period. Engels discovered the class war in industry between capitalists and proletarians and foretold that this could end only with the victory of socialism. Marx snatched at the idea and made it the foundation of his system. In 1845 Marx went to Manchester with Engels for 4 days, most of them spent in Chetham's library. He went again for a single afternoon in 1865. These were the only occasions when Marx actually set eyes on the Lancashire cotton industry. Engels lived amongst it for 20 years. The failure of the revolutions of 1848 pushed Engels back into a business career. An even stronger motive was Marx's constant need for money. Marx was a true Macabre who thought that the world owed him a living. Engels provided the answer. He kept Marx for over 30 years and on no mean scale. As Henderson points out, when Marx praised the Paris Commune for fixing the top salary of public officials at £240 a year, this was a great deal less than Engels paid Marx. He also bequeathed most of his fortune, some £30,000, to Marx's daughters or their descendants. Engels performed further services. He allowed Marx to father on him the illegitimate son of the Marx's housekeeper, Helene de Muth, and returned the boy to the true father, Karl Marx, only on his deathbed. Engels's greatest service to Marx was in the realm of ideas. He turned Marx's brilliant insights into orderly exposition. Most of the precise statements of Marxism as a system derive from Engels. He often provided essential information. Marx, not surprisingly, had no idea how banking and finance worked in practice, Engels told him. Marx was a disorderly scholar, forever turning aside from his central theme to run after attractive irrelevancies. The first volume of Capital was published only after many years of exhortation by Engels and then in an incomplete form. Marx did not complete the other 2 volumes at all. When Engels tried to make something of them, he found only a chaos of detached scraps, some in English, some in French, some in German. Engels wrote most of the newspaper articles with which Marx supplemented his income, though Marx sometimes livened them up. When the first volume of Capital appeared, Engels wrote many reviews in German periodicals under different names and in different styles. His devotion never wearied. Engels had also a remarkable life of his own. He kept 2 establishments in Manchester, bachelor's lodgings where he entertained his rich friends and a suburban house with Mary Burns where he entertained fellow socialists. He acquired a considerable reputation as a writer on military affairs, not always getting things right. Though he was wrong in expecting an Austrian victory in 1866, he correctly divined Moltke's strategy in 1870. Engels remained very much of a German despite his 348 years in England. He was chairman of the Schiller-Anstalt in Manchester and a founder of the Halle Orchestra. During the Franco-Prussian War he raised money to provide relief for the German wounded and did not raise any money for the French. His views on the Slavs were indistinguishable from those of Hitler. He wrote in 1849, "The universal war which is coming will crush the Slav alliance and will wipe out completely those obstinate peoples so that their very name will be forgotten. The next world war will wipe out not only reactionary classes and dynasties but it will also destroy those utterly reactionary races. And that will be a real step forward." While in Manchester, Engels went out 2 days a week with the Cheshire Hunt, claiming that this was good training for the cavalry general of a future revolutionary war. In London he acquired a large house in Regent's Park Road and often ascended Primrose Hill, surveying London with a strategist's eye. After Lizzie Burns's death and Marx's, Helene Demuth kept house for him, a curious arrangement, and after her death Koskai's divorced wife, which was also odd. Engels was now the general, acknowledged high priest of Marxism. He lived long enough to see the foundation of the Second International and addressed its Zurich Conference of 1893, ending with the words, "Long live the international proletariat." Marx and Engels in their deaths were characteristically divided. Marx had a conventional funeral and was buried beside his wife in Highgate Cemetery. Engels was cremated and his ashes were scattered in the sea off Beachy Head. The German Social Democrats claimed to be his ideological heirs. Henderson takes a different view. The biography of Engels ends with a sentence describing Lenin as the greatest of his disciples, the leader of the great revolution that Engels did not live to see. So perhaps the firm should really be called Engels-Leninism after all. The Paris Commune. This essay was published as A Shattered Utopia in The Observer on May 30, 1971, reviewing 3 books published to mark the centenary of the Commune: Stuart Edwards, The Paris Commune 1871, Frank Felink, The Paris Commune of 1871, and Alastair Horn, The Terrible Year, The Paris Commune 1871. Alan Taylor had reviewed Felink's book somewhat less enthusiastically in 1937. Then he judged the book to be free from contemporary passions but shaky on general history and neglectful of the less dramatic political developments. As for the Commune, he stated that it sprang from the traditions of 1789 but drew its inspiration quite as much from patriotic indignation at a shameful peace as from enthusiasm for the international. Most centenaries are drab affairs. Forgotten episodes are piously exhumed and then reburied after a few speeches. When German statesmen met recently in Berlin to commemorate the founding of the German Empire on January 18, 1871, they agreed courageously that this was no longer something to be proud of. One centenary retains its glory. The Paris Commune was established on March 18, 1871. It endured until May 25 and was then crushed in blood. Karl Marx wrote its epitaph. Working men's Paris, with its commune, will be forever celebrated as the glorious harbinger of a new society. Its martyrs are enshrined in the great heart of the working class. Its exterminators' history has already nailed to that eternal pillory from which all the prayers of their priests will not avail to redeem them. 350. State historians have repeatedly demolished the myth of the Commune which, they allege, Marx manufactured. The Commune, they insist, was not a proletarian movement. It did not seek to establish socialism. Its motive is to be found in patriotic indignation against defeat in the Franco-Prussian War or in federalist dislike of the bureaucratic state. Maybe it was merely a product of the muddle and hardship which followed the war. Such historians are best answered by Dufour, the French Minister of Justice, whose repression of the Commune established a record of infamy. No, gentlemen, it was not a communalist, a municipal movement. It was in its ideals, its ideas, and its actions the most radical revolution ever undertaken. The communards, though not factory workers, were proletarians in the original sense. They were the eternally oppressed, and they aspired, however clumsily, to found a society where the tyranny of the few over the many should cease forevermore. Marx said rightly that the communards were storming heaven. In the Red Square Lenin's body is wrapped in a flag of the Commune, and when 3 Soviet cosmonauts first broke into space they carried with them a communard ribbon. We can say more truthfully of the Paris Commune what Charles James Fox said of the fall of the Bastille, how much the greatest event since the beginning of the world and how much the best. The Commune is fortunate in the books that have been timed to mark its centenary. Alistair Horn achieved distinction 6 years ago with an account of the Siege of Paris and its aftermath, the Commune. He has now concentrated on the Commune, drawing on many contemporary accounts and providing also 250 vivid illustrations. His own narrative is straightforward and relies largely on the illustrations to tell the story. His last words on the communards are taken from Renoir, who narrowly escaped death at their hands. They were madmen, but they had in them that little flame which never dies. Frank Jellink's book was first published in 1937 and has become a classic. In some ways it is still the best book on the Commune, if only for its vivid sympathy. Jellink is one who might well have manned a barricade. It has defects, as Jellink points out in his introduction. His account of the communard leaders is too systematic, sorting them into political loyalties which were not so precise. As he remarks also, his book was written before the experience of the Spanish Civil War, its closest parallel. All the same, the book combines accuracy and excitement. The truly new book by Stuart Edwards is more academic in tone though not in sympathy. Despite some excellent French work recently, it is, I think, the most thoroughly satisfactory history of the Commune in any language. Perhaps it has rather too much about the Prussian siege of Paris, which prepared the way for the Commune. But this emphasis can be defended. The Commune illustrates the general principle that a revolution occurs not simply as a result of material suffering, but when a regime is discredited by incompetence and failure. This is what happened in 1871. The workers of Paris, and despite some historians, most of the communards were workers, recognized that the governing classes had failed. They moved reluctantly into the empty place. The Commune illustrates another principle: a revolution cannot operate without leaders, and the revolutionaries turn to whoever has established some sort of reputation. The leaders of the Commune were a strange collection: old-style Jacobins, Proudhonists, followers of Blanqui, members of Marx's International. The Jacobins wanted to make terror the order of the day. The followers of Blanqui were at a loss without their leader, who was already in prison. Some of the military commanders wanted to introduce strict discipline, others believed in the irresistible force of a chaotic onslaught. For much of the time the Commune behaved as though it were already victorious. Stuart Edwards devotes a whole chapter to its social reforms and another to the festivals which made Communard Paris gay until the attack of the regular army. Here is the sharpest principle of all. The left preach class war, the right practice it. The Commune killed a few hostages. 352. During its death throes. The Republican government of Thiers killed 25,000 Parisians. When in November 1917 a working class again rose in revolt, it found in Lenin and Trotsky leaders who carried the revolution to victory. Now the Commune seems the nobler event. Stuart Edwards concludes with this tribute. The Commune was a truly revolutionary event, the breakthrough into a new realm where what seemed barely to be possible becomes, however fleetingly, actual, thereby revealing all other forms as condemned. Dizzy. The somewhat inadequate excuse for the essay was tradition and change, 9 lectures delivered to a summer school at Oxford by leading conservatives and published by the Conservative Central Office. I am their leader, I must follow them. This, we suppose, is the essence of leadership in a democratic community. The members of a party, or the rank and file of a trade union, express their wishes, and it is the duty of the leader to translate these wishes, prejudices or ambitions into action. We interpret the past in the same spirit. History is no longer the record of the achievements of extraordinary men. Our historians accumulate the biographical details of 1,000 forgotten figures, and the great men, if brought in at all, merely provide decorative symbols for the prevailing outlook. Napoleon becomes a shorthand sign for the profiteers of the French Revolution, Hitler for the German capitalists or for the German middle classes who have lost their savings, even that erratic genius Winston Churchill is made to appear somehow as Old England. Prime ministers were once little less than gods, shaping the destinies of the country by their individual genius. Now they are lay figures, their sole function to wear the appropriate period clothes. The two pits represent aggressive commercial imperialism, Palmerston a declining Whig aristocracy, Gladstone the free trade manufacturers. Lloyd George speaks for those who made money out of the First World War, and Baldwin for those who lost it. Of course, there is some truth in this way of looking at things. A public man who cared only for outworn causes would know. 354. More command of following than a writer who used classical Latin in an age of vernacular literature would sell his books. Yet reality has a perverse way of going against the pattern that it ought to follow. The leader strays wildly from the class that he is supposed to symbolize and bears little resemblance to a composite picture of his followers. The millions of members of the Labour Party, if superimposed one upon another, would never turn into a portrait of Ramsay MacDonald or even of Clement Attlee. The shrewd operator of symbols could never divine that the gentlemen of England were led by one who was unmistakably the son of a Lancashire mill owner, or the radical nonconformists by a high churchman of classical education, whose devotion to the traditional institutions of the country was dwarfed only by his absorption in the writings of the early fathers. Indeed, the greatest failures as leaders are those who best reflect their followers. Charles James Fox had Brooks's written all over him, Lord John Russell really belonged to a great Revolution family, and Neville Chamberlain had in fact been not a bad Lord Mayor of Birmingham in a lean year. Great political leaders are much more than symbols. They are individuals, capturing a cause for their own purpose and giving it an unexpected twist. This is tiresome for the historian, but to adapt a phrase of Trotsky's, he who wants a quiet mind should choose some other study than that of history. Systems, patterns, faiths are an attempt to impose an artificial simplification on the infinite variety of the past. The historian remains skeptical of them all and can derive only malicious amusement from the efforts of present-day politicians to enlist their great predecessors in contemporary disputes. What would Oliver Cromwell have said about the nationalization of steel? He would have been even more tongue-tied than was usually the case with him. Benjamin Disraeli would hardly have expressed himself on tradition and change as did the 9 conservatives who evoked his shade at Oxford. Indeed, he would not have chosen such a fatuous, banal subject. But, once landed with it, he would have said something provocative and no doubt wrong-headed. The Oxford lectures specialize in the balanced platitude, the conservatism which Disraeli defined as Tory men and Whig measures. Highest award must go, of course, to Mr. R. A. Butler, who described class privileges as the richness of developed differences. But the others qualify, too. Mr. T. E. Utley, concealing the poverty of his thought by the incoherence of his style, Professor Hugh Sellian, ending his survey of foreign policy with the question, "Are the old principles still a sufficient guide in the new world in which we live?" and answering plaintively, "I do not know," Mr. Angus Maud voicing his confidence in the instincts of our people. Every lecture is excessively pleasurable and only 3d each into the bargain. Disraeli deserves to be lectured about. He was the oddest great man in our public life by a long chalk. Nothing connected him with the Tory party of the early 19th century, nothing, that is, except his calculation that its leadership would be easier to attain than that of the Whigs. He owned no land, he was not English in blood, he was lucky to be even a nominal member of the Anglican Church. In temperament he was even less conservative than in origin. He had a flighty mind which drifted from smart triviality to adolescent daydreaming and back again. He held nothing sacred except perhaps some Hebrew phrases vaguely remembered. He despised the members of the aristocracy even more than he disliked the poor. He did not even enjoy power when he achieved it. It was not merely that, in his own phrase, it came too late. Power was too practical an affair to interest him. He relished the trappings of power, not the reality, the drama of great debates, the high-sounding titles, his name echoing through history. Yet in appearance he was least conservative of all. Thick black ringlets, fancy waistcoats, powder, and scent were not the marks of a gentleman or even of a politician, and his affected voice, half drawl, half lisp, completed the foreign impression. Disraeli increased the obstacles in his path for the pleasure of overcoming them. He was first and last a great actor, watching his own performance and that of others with ironic detachment. He cared for 356 causes only as a means of combat. Having ousted Peel from the leadership of the Conservative Party by defending the Corn Laws, he cheerfully proposed the next year that protection should be dropped, and he did nothing to aid agriculture when the Great Depression hit it at the end of the 1870s. He attacked Palmerston's irresponsible support of Turkey during the Crimean War, yet repeated this support even more irresponsibly 20 years later. He foresaw the independence of the wretched colonies a millstone round our necks and welcomed this dissolution of the British Empire. A few years later he claimed a great stroke by making Queen Victoria Empress of India, the biggest piece of touchery even in his career. Sybil is supposed to contain a profound social analysis. In fact, it says no more than that the rich are very rich and the poor very poor, by no means a new discovery. His own social policy, when he came to power, turned out to be nothing more startling than municipal washhouses. He took one step of real importance when he placed the trade unions above the law, but this was a matter of electoral calculation, not of social justice. His only genuine emotion in politics sprang from personal dislike of Peel in his early career, of Gladstone even more strongly towards the end. What these two men had in common was a readiness to put their convictions above their ambition, the worst of offences in Disraeli's eyes. In his novels Disraeli invented an interpretation of political history which is sometimes still taken seriously and was repeated in the 20th century by our only anti-Semitic writer, Hilaire Belloc. This was the myth of the Venetian oligarchy, which was supposed to have taken the crown prisoner at the time of the Glorious Revolution and from which the crown should rescue itself by an alliance with the people. This myth had no glimmer of truth. Though 18th century England had indeed a rich and powerful aristocracy, the crown was always the head of the executive and the ministers were its servants. The Whigs certainly talked of forcing the closet, but they never succeeded in doing so effectively until after the Great Reform Bill, and then only for a decade. The crown was still of great weight in politics at the time of the Crimean War. By a wild irony, it was Disraeli himself who finally excluded the crown from politics and turned it into a decorative figurehead. When he introduced household suffrage in 1867 in order to dish the Whigs, he made mass parties inevitable, and these could not be swayed, as the old aristocratic politicians had been, by personal loyalty to the crown. Disraeli disguised this, perhaps even to himself, by the flattery which he gave to Queen Victoria, as to many other distinguished ladies, but this was play-acting, not politics. The two-party system does not figure much in Disraeli's writings, but it was the real basis of his political life and his legacy to posterity. The Whigs had had a theory of party conflict, but they regarded this as a conflict between the party of the crown and the party of the people, by which, of course, they meant themselves. Even when Peel recognized after the Reform Act that the Crown could not sustain a party of its own and therefore built up the Conservative Party, he did not acknowledge any loyalty, as leader, to his own followers and said firmly in 1846, "I am not under any obligation to any man or to any body of men." This was his unforgivable sin in Disraeli's eyes. Disraeli hounded Peel out of the party leadership and seized the vacant place. He was the first politician to put loyalty to party above loyalty to country, and his example has been universally admired, though not always followed. Disraeli riveted on our political life the conception that politics consist entirely in two parties fighting for office. These two parties were to represent not programs but interests. What interests Disraeli did not much mind. Sometimes he talked of the Conservative Party as the landed interest, sometimes he appealed to all who had a stake in the country. In practice his party was an alliance between the city and the mob. None of this mattered. The important thing was the struggle for power, a tradition which the Conservative Party has faithfully observed to this day. It is true also to Disraeli's tradition in not knowing what to do with power when it has got it. To catch the other. 358. Side bathing and make off with their clothes is still its only resource. One can understand how Disraeli achieved the leadership of the party by offering the prospect of unremitting combat. The field always prefers a huntsman who halloos them on. But Disraeli knew better tricks. His novels, his speeches, his casual remarks, all held out the promise of a mystery which he never revealed, which was not in fact there to reveal. He, not Napoleon III, was the true Sphinx without a secret. Or, rather, his secret was the absence of moral earnestness. A rarefied mountain air becomes intolerable in time, and the holiday-maker is glad to escape to Monte Carlo. So it was with the Victorians. No age has been more high-minded, and the strain often became unendurable. Gladstone was the Victorian conscience, Disraeli the release from it. Alan Taylor did not write much about William Ewart Gladstone. He often appears to have been a little puzzled by him. On another occasion he observed, "No doubt a great man, but a very strange one." This essay on the grand old man was published in the New Statesman on October 9, 1954, as a review of Sir Philip Magnus Gladstone, which was for a long time the best available short biography of Gladstone. In 1928 Gladstone's son Herbert noted, "Luminous and interesting as are Lord Morley's pages, they do not present, for those who did not know Mr. Gladstone, a true and complete view of his personality." While the tendency of the modern writers is to seek the truth about great men from the habits and affairs of their private life, Mr. Gladstone seems to be excluded from this process. Sir Philip Magnus has now filled this gap with a biography which is a model of unassuming scholarship and understanding. He has mastered the vast accumulation of Gladstone's papers, more voluminous as he remarks than those of any former Prime Minister, and he has painted a personal picture of Gladstone which is completely satisfactory and will stand the test of time. Sir Philip is a modest author. He rarely thrusts himself between reader and subject, and he throws away his best lines like an actor in modern drawing-room comedy. The best stories are slipped in without preparation or underlining. It would have been easy to make fun of Gladstone. Sir Philip Magnus has resisted the temptation. He leaves Gladstone to make fun of himself. 360. Gladstone was an extraordinary personality. He was a human volcano, but what made him so terrifying and impressive, as Sir Philip points out, was that the volcano was always under control. Gladstone could turn it on and off at will, or rather he would direct its force solely towards the subject which dominated his mind at the moment. He discovered Ireland in 1845. Ireland. Ireland. That cloud in the west. That coming storm. That minister of God's retribution upon cruel, inveterate, and but half-atoned injustice. Yet thereafter he forgot Ireland for more than 20 years and took the question up again only when it served to sweep the Liberal Party into office. This is what Gladstone meant by the sense of timing on which he prided himself, what others called his opportunism or even his hypocrisy. There was no sense in a volcanic eruption unless it achieved some purpose, but we do not expect sense in an eruption. In Gladstone's private life the eruptions were less controlled. He lived at an intensity which would soon have exhausted any lesser man, and it is amazing that it did not exhaust those who lived with him. As a young man he could not meet a girl without writing her a long involved proposal of marriage immediately afterwards, and when he had achieved a singularly happy marriage, an obscure mission drove him to the redemption of prostitutes. In 1878 he recorded his wish, "When God calls me, he may call me speedily." To die in church appears to be a great euthanasia, but not at a time to disturb worshippers. Even in this solemn moment, Gladstone did not forget his sense of timing. It is a commonplace that Gladstone was a Christian statesman. In this he was not alone. What made him unique in British politics was his resolve to serve God's purpose and his ruthlessness in doing this once the purpose had become clear to him. This made him a bad colleague or leader. His intense personal vision led him to ignore others and to push them out of the way. The only parallel is with Bismarck, a comparison which both men would have disliked. There was the same sense of vocation, the same grumbling at having to accomplish it, and, as a consequence, the same belief that only Gladstone or Bismarck knew how to accomplish it. We can understand the Christian purpose in the advocacy of Balkan or Irish freedom. But Gladstone felt it just as strongly when he preached public economy or free trade. Whatever he did, including even the conquest of Egypt, was a holy cause, and it is difficult to resist the feeling that Gladstone was on God's side because God had so arranged things as always to be on Gladstone's. Sir Philip Magnus has penetrated to the heart of Gladstone's personality. We are made to understand everything about him: his relations with his family, his aloofness towards his colleagues, his failure to get on with Queen Victoria. The book is less successful when it comes to politics, and this is a serious defect. Sir Philip is fascinated by Gladstone as a man, he gives the impression of being less interested in him as a politician. This will not do. However extraordinary Gladstone's personality was, we should not bother much about him if he had not also been the greatest liberal of the 19th century. The little slips such as making Bismarck conquer Schleswig and Holstein in February 1864, or describing Alexandria as a British base in 1878 are of no importance. But we are not given the full significance of Gladstone as a democratic leader. Sir Philip does not admire the people's William. He does not believe that the masses are more enlightened than the classes. Gladstone did. He may have been mistaken in this, and he certainly regretted it. But only those who share this belief can admire Gladstone wholeheartedly. It was his vital legacy to the 20th century. He came to have faith in the people, and they responded by being worthy of this faith. Gladstone has had bad luck in his biographers from the political point of view. Harcourt said to Morley, "You cannot write about his religion, you do not sympathize with it. You cannot write about his fiscal policy, you do not understand it. You cannot write about Ireland, you know too much about it." Sir Philip Magnus will be highly praised for depicting Gladstone as an extraordinary man, and he will deserve every word of the praise. But in his hundreds of 362 quotations he has missed one out. Gladstone said to Morley at the end of his life, "I was brought up to hate and fear liberty. I came to love it. That is the secret of my whole career." Parnell, The Uncrowned King. First published in the New Statesman on 3 June 1977, This is a review of Charles Stewart Parnell by FSL Lyons and the English Face of Irish Nationalism, Parnellite Involvement in British Politics, 1880-86 by Alan O'Day. ******* Charles Stewart Parnell is one of the most interesting characters in modern history. He is interesting politically. More than any other man he gave Ireland the sense of being an independent nation. As Gladstone said, he did for Home Rule what Cobden had done for free trade, he set the argument on its feet. Parnell is also interesting personally, a Protestant landowner who became the most powerful leader Ireland has known and a successful statesman who threw everything away for the love of a woman. There can never be too many books about him. Leland Lyons, now Provost of Trinity College, Dublin, tells Parnell's story with incomparable scholarship and literary grace. This is a classic biography which will be read as long as anyone cares about Irish history or for that matter about history at all. It is a biography in the strict sense. Parnell always occupies the center of the stage and even the greatest figures such as Gladstone never steal the limelight from him. The decisive events are treated only in so far as they concern Parnell. Thus in 1886, when he had almost carried Home Rule to victory, his hopes were ruined by Chamberlain's revolt and the defeat of the Home Rule Bill in the House of Commons. Lyons passes over the debates with hardly any mention. Again the Special Commission of 1889 which restored Parnell's fame yields little drama. Of course we get Pigot and his hesitancy with a 364. Small h, Mr. Pigot, a small h. But essentially all that matters to Lyons is that Parnell won. More remarkable still, though Lyons shows how Parnell built up his mastery over the Irish Nationalist Party, he does not discuss the character of that party in any detail. This is where O'Day comes in. Lyons's book is about Parnell without the Parnellites, O'Day's is about the Parnellites without Parnell. O'Day is analytical where Lyons is biographical, and by this approach he lays his finger on one decisive weakness in Parnell's position. Parnell wanted the Irish party to be strictly independent, maneuvering between the British parties without committing itself to either of them. But most of the Parnellites had little to distinguish them from British liberals. They had the same liberal outlook. The most prominent of them lived in England and followed careers there in journalism or at the bar. Even in the days of their parliamentary obstruction they served loyally on parliamentary committees. They were members of London clubs, one of them even a member of the Seville, which was alleged to be almost as good as being a member of the Athenaeum. How could such men wage a political war for Irish independence? As O'Day rightly remarks, the Home Rule Bill would merely have transferred some power from the British ruling class to the moderate representatives of the Catholic Irish nation. The son of a once famous Home Ruler said to me, "We would have run Ireland for you if you had let us." The truth is that the Irish MPs were always threatening to bolt, and the O'Shea divorce case gave them their opportunity. Until then they were whipped into line by Parnell's will. All of them trembled before him. Parnell could be a delightful dinner companion, gentle, amusing and sympathetic. But at the first hint of opposition his red Indian eyes flashed fire. Parnell had virtually no experience of politics before he began his abrupt rise to the top. He was unshakably convinced that he was a man born to rule. He had one particular asset which is often unnoticed. He was an Englishman in background and upbringing with all the arrogance of an imperial race. All Irishmen are, in the last resort, soft. Parnell's will made them seem hard. He took his ascendancy for granted. He kept aloof from his followers and in his later years hardly attended the House of Commons. Lyons thinks he had lost interest. Surely it was rather that, like Napoleon, he had become too confident of his despotic power, particularly of course when he took up with Catherine O'Shea. Parnell had other gifts beyond mere willpower. Though not a great orator in the 19th century style, he captivated mass audiences by his uncompromising determination and the impression he gave of extremism. Behind the scenes he was a negotiator of the first rank who knew how to take every advantage. He was a match even for Gladstone, the most ingenious negotiator of the age. He was more than a match for the Irish nationalists who turned against him. No man ever bested Parnell. It was circumstances that brought him down. Conor Cruise O'Brien argued some 20 years ago that Parnell's aims were essentially constitutional, and the argument has been generally accepted. Ireland should receive Dominion status and would then cooperate with Great Britain as an equal. Certainly Parnell tamed the men of violence as firmly as he dominated the parliamentarians. Certainly he rejected the idea of a revolutionary war on the practical grounds that Ireland was not big enough to run away in an argument where Sinn Féin was to prove him wrong. But his rejection of extremism and violence was one of expediency. His aim was an uncompromising independence, not a legislative adjustment of Irish administration. No man can set bounds to the march of a nation. This was Parnell's basic principle. Parnell was ingenious, but in some ways he was outwitted by British politicians, especially by Gladstone. Parnell rose high with the backing of Irish agrarian discontent. Gladstone quieted the discontent by his Land Act of 1881. Again Parnell secured a commanding position in Parliament by bargaining with both Liberals and Conservatives over Home Rule. Gladstone took the Home Rulers prisoner when he produced his own Home Rule Bill. Parnell still tried to keep free and maybe even welcomed. 366. The O'Shea divorce case for this reason. The other Home Rulers never escaped. They were shackled to the Liberal Party for the rest of their existence. Parnell's relations with Catherine O'Shea were to cause his downfall. The story is still full of mysteries and always will be. We know why Parnell allowed the affair to drift on unacknowledged. He and Catherine O'Shea were waiting for the money she would inherit when her rich aunt died. For the same reason O'Shea made no fuss. But there is much more that needs explanation. Why did Parnell remain friendly with O'Shea when he was already Catherine O'Shea's lover? Even stranger, why did O'Shea remain friendly with him? The friendship was not merely personal. O'Shea was Parnell's political advisor and his intermediary with Gladstone and Chamberlain. Parnell must surely have known that O'Shea was an unreliable negotiator, evading the decisive issues and promising more than he could perform. Why did Parnell use him in this way? And why did Gladstone and Chamberlain, shrewd men and experienced politicians, accept O'Shea at his face value? Surely they could see that he was a light-hearted, garrulous rogue. Perhaps there was more to O'Shea than comes out in the accounts. O'Shea himself aspired to become Irish Secretary. Was this pure fantasy? Or did others take him seriously? The answers are beyond conjecture. Lyons makes somewhat heavy weather over Parnell's love affair, producing psychological explanations that Parnell wanted a home and domesticity. In fact, when a man is in love, he is in love, and that is all there is to it. Parnell, in his usual arrogant way, was careless over the practical side of the affair. He seems to have thought that he could justify his position, if challenged, by proving that O'Shea had condoned the affair. Apparently it never crossed his mind until too late that such proof, though certainly forthcoming, would bar the way to a divorce and to what he wanted, Catherine O'Shea as his legitimate wife and their children acknowledged as his. His last stroke of ingenuity was to assert that Gladstone was seeking to dictate who should lead the Irish party. Even Parnell's most devoted followers could hardly have believed this, but it inspired his last and most romantic fight. Though Parnell did not achieve Home Rule, he made Ireland a nation. He was the uncrowned King of Ireland. He was also Catherine O'Shea's king and she was his queenie. He did not found a dynasty. His only grandson became an officer in the British Army and died in India of enteric fever in 1934. As Leland Lyons concludes, the line of direct descent from Parnell therefore ends in a cemetery at Lahore. Perhaps, as initially a diplomatic historian, Alan Taylor was happier dealing with such figures as Canning, Palmerston and Salisbury than Gladstone or Disraeli. This essay was published in the Manchester Guardian on August 22, 1953, on the 50th anniversary of Lord Salisbury's death. 6 years earlier, when assessing Salisbury, Alan Taylor had seen such a study as a serious attempt to understand Victorian conservatism at its moment of transition. Lord Salisbury, the great conservative statesman, died on August 22, 1903. He had been 3 times Prime Minister in 1885, from 1886 to 1892, and from 1895 to 1902. No other man has held the office for so long since the Reform Bill of 1832, and only Walpole, the younger Pitt, and Lord Liverpool outstripped him before it. For most of the time he was also Foreign Secretary, a combination never attempted again except by Ramsay MacDonald for a few months in 1924, and he held these seals longer than anyone except Palmerston. Success seemed to mark his long record. England enjoyed a security unique in her history, and the empire reached the height of its greatness. He took over from Beaconsfield a crumbling Conservative party, and he transformed it into the Unionist Party, which has been in power for 46 of the 68 years since 1885. Yet it is unlikely that Salisbury, at the end of his life, regarded his achievement with much satisfaction or looked with much hope towards the future. He cared most for foreign policy and conducted it with unparalleled freedom. There was no prime minister to interfere with him, except between 1878 and 1880, he was removed from the criticism of the House of Commons, and he possessed the full confidence of the aging Queen. He even evaded the scrutiny of the Foreign Office staff by conducting much of his diplomacy through private letters to ambassadors. Only Metternich and Bismarck can be set beside him for their mastery and system in diplomatic performance. Like them he practiced realpolitik. He would not use British power for moral crusades, in spite of his private feelings of indignation, and he never judged foreign countries according to their form of government. He thought only in terms of the great powers and believed that it was the fate of decaying countries, especially outside Europe, to be partitioned among the strong. He envisaged the partition of the Ottoman Empire, and looked forward also to the partition of Morocco, Persia, and China. As he once said to the German ambassador, "We have a good appetite. Let us share." The European balance of power was the main instrument of his policy and of his success. The agreements which he made in 1887 with Austria-Hungary and Italy were the nearest that this country ever came until the present day to an alliance in peacetime. But he always disliked the dependence on the Central Powers, and especially on Germany, which these agreements involved, and he worked steadily towards a settlement of differences with our 2 imperial rivals, France and Russia. The entente with France, which was already in train at the time of his death, and that with Russia, which followed in 1907, were the outcome of this policy. His most concrete achievement was the consolidation of British power in Egypt and the reconquest of the Sudan. Cutting through the legal tangles which he had inherited from Gladstone's government, he challenged France at Fashoda and asserted in the Nile Valley the right of the stronger because it is the simplest and most effective. This appeal to material strength was characteristic. Salisbury was an imperialist of the old school, concerned with naval power and strategic bases. The Naval Defense Act of 1889 and the naval programs of his later government made the British Navy more supreme than it had ever been, and the splendid isolation which he is supposed to have favored at the end of 370. His life rested on this supremacy. Egypt and the Suez Canal meant much to him, the markets of China a certain amount. For the new fields of capital investment he cared not at all. He regarded the white man's burden with skepticism, particularly when it brought fabulous dividends and a Kaffir boom. He disliked Rhodes and Chamberlain, and had none of the connections with the chartered companies which marked liberal imperialists, such as Rosebery. He loathed the Boer War, though he bore the final responsibility for it. But he could not escape his capitalist allies. Money had become the most effective form of power, and Salisbury, thinking only in terms of power, had to become its instrument. As with the Empire, so with the Unionist Party. When Salisbury entered politics, Toryism still meant the church and the squire. These were the causes for which he cared himself. He and Gladstone were the only prime ministers for whom devotion to the Church of England was more than a phrase, and he carried his hostility to democracy so far that he resigned in protest when Disraeli gave household suffrage to the towns in 1867. The Unionist Party was indifferent to the Church and exploited universal suffrage. It rested on the city and the urban masses. Salisbury made his peace with the conservative working man. He was one of the greatest orators at mass meetings, and his governments had a better record than the Liberals in practical measures of social reform. He found it harder to swallow the financial magnates, and his final resignation in 1902 is said to have been caused by Edward VII's desire to ennoble a wealthy grocer who was one of his friends. Yet Sir Thomas Lipton was more typical than Lord Salisbury of England in the Edwardian decade. Salisbury cannot rank among the greatest prime ministers, in spite of his gifts. He was inclined to let his colleagues go their own way, so long as they would leave him alone in foreign policy. If things went wrong he would shrug his shoulders and feel free of blame. He had indeed little interest in his colleagues nor personal contact with them. He was by nature aloof and 274. Coldly intellectual, finding emotional outlet only in the warmth of his family circle, which was ideally happy. Perhaps for this reason he was too ready to give high office to his sons and nephews, and his last cabinet was appropriately known as the Hotel Cecil. In party politics, as in international relations, power was his only concern, and he deliberately heightened the tension of party conflict. In 1885 he destroyed the chance of an agreed settlement of the Irish question in order to score a party advantage, and he thought that Peel should have shown similar intransigence against the Reform Bill of 1832. When it was urged that this would have brought England to the brink of civil war, he answered, "I see no harm in that." The experiment was tried after his death, with the assistance of his own sons. Salisbury's bitterness against Home Rule in Gladstone's time was the example which inspired the Unionist Party in the Ulster Rebellion of 1914. English politics flourish on compromise and generous emotion, though these are perhaps the bane of our foreign policy. Salisbury was too detached and clear-headed to fit comfortably into the warm English haze. The cynic does best to comment on events, not try to make them. Once drawn into practical affairs, his distrust of idealism leaves him defenseless against baser forces. So it was with Salisbury. No man had a purer private character, few statesmen have had worse associates. He treated power as the only reality, and it turned to dust and ashes. Kipling's Recessional, written in 1897, passed judgment on Salisbury and his achievement. It was Salisbury's supreme tragedy that he himself endorsed that judgment. John Morley was a potential successor to Gladstone as leader of the Liberal Party and was a senior cabinet minister in the last Liberal governments of 1905 to 1915 until he resigned in the summer of 1914 over Britain's entry into the First World War. As the last of the great, the true, Liberals, he was a political figure who interested Alan Taylor. This essay was published in The Observer on January 12, 1969 as a review of D. A. Hamer's John Morley. ******* Political theorists and historians are often tempted to dabble in the practical side of politics. They rarely succeed. Macaulay and Lecky would not be remembered for their political activities if they had not been considerable historians. Gibbon would not be remembered at all. Burke ruined the party for which he gave up mankind. In France de Tocqueville did not make a good foreign minister. Cobden, of course, was preeminent both as a political thinker and as a practical politician, but then he was always clear that his thinking had a practical purpose. Otherwise one must look far to find a theorist who rose as high in the political world as John Morley. He is among other things the only editor of a daily newspaper who became a senior cabinet minister. Morley was not a profound thinker in either politics or ethics, and his works of political biography have lost what merit they once possessed. Even his Life of Gladstone has now few readers. Perhaps the comparative slightness of his thought propelled him towards the world of action. Nevertheless he was unmistakably both an intellectual and a practical politician. As such, His career has great fascination for anyone who has tried to combine the two roles, and the ingenious may detect parallels with Dick Crossman or even with his Tory counterpart, Enoch Powell. There is the same zest to run after new ideas, even to run them to death, and the same belief that a theoretical concept will provide tactical guidance. The combination of thought and action is the theme of Mr. Hamer's remarkable book, firmly based on Morley's published writing and private correspondence. Morley began as an agnostic. He had lost his old faith, longed for a new one, and never found it. He could not accept an arbitrary new system and dismissed the positivist followers of Comte as Catholics without Christianity. Failing a system, he sought a substitute in some single great question, a topic on which men could unite for political action. It did not much matter what the topic was, so long as it conformed to liberal principle. The important thing was that liberals should promote it to the exclusion of all else. His first great question when he turned to practical politics was disestablishment, and this brought him into alliance with Joseph Chamberlain. Morley grew disillusioned on two counts. The nonconformists backed disestablishment for selfish sectarian reasons, and Chamberlain was more interested in power than in principles. Morley condemned Chamberlain's want of wisdom and self-control. Chamberlain dismissed Morley as dreadfully timid. Morley said of himself, "I am a cautious Whig by temperament. I am a sound liberal by training, and I am a thorough radical by observation and experience." He found a more secure intellectual cause in Home Rule and a more sympathetic leader in Gladstone. Home Rule stamped Morley's life. It had the particular merit in his eyes that for English people it was a purely unselfish cause. They were doing good to others, not for themselves. Moreover, as long as the Liberal Party concentrated on Home Rule, it was safe from the strong socialist doctrine I hate. Characteristically, Morley jeopardized his political career, to say nothing of Home Rule, by opposing the 8-hour day, simply because he thought that it was theoretically wrong. 374. When Home Rule ceased to provide a rallying cry, Morley took up anti-imperialism. His speech against the Boer War is among the noblest utterances in the English language. Yet, having delivered it, Morley withdrew to his study and nearly abandoned politics altogether. When he returned, it was ironically as Secretary for India, when he displayed few qualities of liberalism or generous imagination. He bestirred himself at last to oppose British entry into the First World War and was proud to repeat Pericles' boast, "No Athenian by my means was ever made to put on the apparel of mourning." His opposition to the war had the curiously theoretical and even wrong-headed basis that Germany was civilized and Russia was not. The preponderance of Russia must follow from a successful war. Would that not be a greater menace to Europe than any Germany could offer? Morley knew nothing of either country. His judgments about them were made up after solitary brooding or reading a few books. So it was with all Morley's ideas and policies. They were intellectual constructions, not irresistible impulses. Thought was the only emotion he knew, and, as with all intellectuals, he doubted even when he thought. Others dismissed this as fear. Lloyd George said, "Morley is a funk." This was untrue. No man was braver than Morley in fighting against what he believed to be wrong. His difficulty was that he lacked the same conviction when it came to deciding what was right. Other intellectuals in politics may draw a moral, at once consoling and restrictive. Their achievement is to oppose, not to lead. Victor Hugo put it more simply, "Je suis contre." As most things done in the political world are wrong and few right, there remains plenty of opportunity for intellectuals. This essay was published as Labour's Moses in The Observer on March 23, 1975, as a review of Kenneth O. Morgan's Keir Hardie, Radical and Socialist. When Keir Hardie died, one journalist wrote, "The member for humanity has resigned his seat," and another, "He was at once the Joshua and the Moses of the Labour movement." Sylvia Pankhurst, his one-time mistress, described him as the greatest human being of our time. Not all socialists were so ecstatic. Engels called him an overcunning Scot whose demagogic artfulness one cannot trust. For Lenin, Hardy's outlook was contemptible, the very epitome of opportunism. However, as Kenneth Morgan remarks, to many British radicals, Hardy's opportunism amounted to simple common sense. One thing is certain, Keir Hardie created the British Labour Party and determined its character an alliance between trade unions and political radicals, with a leaven of well-meaning careerists. So far as Hardie is remembered at all, it is as a simple Scotch miner who went to the House of Commons in a cloth cap. This legendary picture is quite wrong. Hardie was far from simple, he was a highly complex romantic. He usually wore a deer stalker and later a slouch hat bought in Philadelphia. After his early years, he had few political links with Scotland, though he always retained a home there. He sat in Parliament first for West Ham and then for Merthyr and his nationalism became as much Welsh as Scottish. His socialism derived more from Carlyle and Ruskin than from Marx. Indeed, the only quotation he ever made from Marx, 376, was "Workers of the world, unite." Socialism, though preeminent, was not his only cause. He championed Indian nationalism and international peace, playing a leading part in the Second International. At one moment he threatened to resign from the Labour Party for the sake of women's suffrage. His idealism did not prevent his being a supreme tactician, an opportunist of the highest rank. He preached and created an independent party for the working class. But he was equally insistent that this party must cooperate with the liberals and welcome middle-class radicals as members. Keir Hardie has had to wait long for a good biography. It seems almost unfair that Kenneth Morgan, having just written the first good, if short, biography of Lloyd George, should now produce one equally good on Keir Hardie. If he goes on like this, he will put the rest of us out of business. Morgan's book is deeply sympathetic, impeccably scholarly, and beautifully written. It brings out the complexity of Hardie's character and the full range of his interests. Hardie is brought back to life, an inspired orator, an impeccable idealist, and often intensely exasperating. Hardie was that rare thing, a good man. Though he made many mistakes, he never championed a wrong cause. He told the Scottish miners, "Drink less, read more, and think more." His greatest commitment was to the unemployed. Here he saw the overriding social evil that condemned capitalism. His socialism was crude. Though he fought the class war, he imagined that it could be won without bloodshed or violence. In time capitalists, too, would see the evil of their way of life. He had some odd quirks, apart from his romantic style of dress which earned him the name of Queer Hardie. He dabbled in spiritualism and even consulted the spirits as to whether he should vote for the Home Rule Bill of 1893. Adoration did not come amiss to him. He wrote from India with some complacency. "I honestly believe that I am being worshipped in certain quarters and have been twice decorated with flowers taken from the temples, an honor reserved for the holiest people. It appears that in 2 of the famine districts rain fell after my visit and I get the credit." When his anti-war meetings were broken up in the early days of the First World War, Hardie said, "One now understand the sufferings of Christ at Gethsemane." No doubt Hardie was a difficult colleague. A. G. Gardner said after his death that he was the one man in the Parliamentary Labour Party who was unqualified to lead it, and Hardie himself confessed as much by leading it for only a single year. John Burns said that Hardie would be known as the leader who never won a strike, organized a union, governed a parish, or passed a bill. This, too, was true, though John Burns, with his unproductive record, was not the man to say it. Hardie's only practical experience in administration was a brief, and unsuccessful, membership of the Auchinleck School Board in the early 1880s. He was incompetent in the conduct of his own finances and those of the Labour leader. He often exasperated even his warmest admirers. All the same, his creation of the Labour Party was a miracle of strategy and patience. The political independence of the working class was his guiding star, and he never lost sight of it. Hardy had unshakable faith in the ordinary man. This romantic view, now, of course, preposterously old-fashioned, gave Hardy the sincerity and passion which made him the greatest socialist speaker of his generation. Ernie Bevin complained of Hardy and his like that they let their bleeding degree-erts run away with their bloody eads. It would not come amiss if some members of the 1975 Labour Party merited this rebuke. The 19th century travelled hopefully. We have arrived. Everyone is prosperous, secure, television sets and second-hand cars firmly embedded as a cost of living. The will of the people prevails at every general election, a will no doubt accurately expressed in a precise balance between two equally ineffective parties. Keynesian principles guard us against every economic ill, and now the hydrogen bomb, it is said, guards us against war. We are in the earthly paradise. The only price we have paid is to cease to believe in it. Progress has been the great casualty of our age. There is no longer a McDonald to hold out the prospect of up and up and up and on and on and on. There would be no audience even if a new McDonald appeared. To recapture the belief in progress we must return to the 25 years before the First World War, years in which European civilization reached its zenith. These years were exactly spanned by the Second International, the subject of the third volume in G.D.H. Cole's History of Socialist Thought. Its 1,000 pages present a theme now remote and unsympathetic: feudal debates, empty phrases, barren and impotent leaders. Yet there was in it deep tragedy, the tragedy of disappointed hope and the greater tragedy of hope fulfilled. In Cole's earlier volumes there were few socialists but much thinking. In the present volume there is a great socialist movement and virtually no thought. Take away Rosa Luxemburg, and everyone reformist or revolutionary, Fabian or Bolshevik. Scrabbled over phrases, while throwing his real energy into winning votes or enlisting members. All were convinced that the victory of socialism was inevitable and that it would be achieved in a democratic way. The German revisionists and English Fabians indeed held that the victory would be imperceptible, there would be no precise moment at which capitalism ended and socialism began. The orthodox continued to believe in the revolution. There would be at some point a jerk, a change of gear, when the socialist commonwealth could be acclaimed. But for them, too, the revolution was simply part of an inevitable process. In democratic countries it would be little more than the appearance of a socialist majority in parliament. Even in countries not yet democratic, Germany in particular, the revolution would be political, not economic. The Social Democrats would insist on a change in the constitution once they got a majority, and thereafter socialism would flow inevitably on. Koski, the high priest of Marxism, postulated in The Way to Power that the secret of success lay in doing nothing. The longer the Social Democrats sat tight and allowed their supporters to accumulate, the greater and more irresistible would be their triumph when it came. The greatest handicap of the Social Democrats was their adherence to the Marxist scriptures. Their adherence was selective. They suppressed or ignored Marx's advocacy of violent revolution, and therefore clung the more obstinately to his economic analysis. This was not surprising. Marx saw more deeply than any previous observer, but he drew from the Lancashire textile industry generalizations of worldwide application. The capitalists would grow fewer and richer, the workers poorer and more numerous. In the end there would be nothing in between. Hence the working class party would inevitably become the democracy by the mere passage of time. The prophecy worked satisfactorily until just before the First World War. Then the German Social Democrats realized that their rate of increase was grinding to a stop, as that of the British Labour Party has now done. The insoluble dilemma was 380. Approaching, do we abandon socialism or democracy? The Bolsheviks, never having enjoyed democracy, were to choose socialism. Others, doubtful in any case about socialism, preferred to wait for the majority that never came. This was not the only gap in Marx's teaching. He had always promised to provide the equation demonstrating the collapse of capitalism, but he never found it, and for this reason left the second volume of Capital unfinished. He had nothing to say about the peasants except that they must be destroyed. Later socialists have improved on this only by proposing that the peasants should be gulled until the moment for their destruction arrived. Again, Marx had no answer to the national question except that it did not exist. Workers have no country. The German leaders of the Second International interpreted this to mean that, since they had achieved their national freedom, the other peoples of Central Europe should be delighted to become Germans also. When this bargain failed to attract, the Austro-Marxists of Vienna invented the legend of the Habsburg monarchy as a great free trade area, an international in miniature, and their example has been loyally followed by socialist enthusiasts for the British Commonwealth in our own day. The Second International was a combine of master nations, secure in their own rights and bewildered by the claims of others. Even more striking, the International was a purely European affair with a solitary Japanese representing nobody. The few socialist parties outside Europe were the work of immigrants and usually faded away with the second generation. Professor Cole includes a chapter on China for the sake of Sun Yat-sen. It is modeled on Johnson's chapter on snakes in Iceland. There was no socialism in China. In this, the International reflected the universal assumption of the time. Europe was civilization, therefore no socialist movement could flourish outside it. The Second International carried belief in progress to its highest point. Progress was both the inspiration of social democracy and its ruin. Marx shared with Samuel Smiles the belief that if men pursued their material betterment persistently enough, utopia would arrive. The only difference was that Marx preached this doctrine to the working class instead of to the entrepreneurs. But the principle was the same: demand higher wages, shorter hours, and international socialism will be here in no time. The Social Democrats discovered to their confusion that the workers, having secured high wages and shorter hours, now demanded wages still higher and hours still shorter, and that socialism was further off than ever. This outcome affected the Social Democrats themselves. Once the German Social Democrats had built up a gigantic party machine for class war, they shrank from using it for this or any other purpose. The party bosses came to regard themselves as the purpose of the party machine long before the Russian communists made the same discovery. Ebert, Victor Adler, or Arthur Henderson might well have said, "We are all Stalinists nowadays." The same law operated between nations. The peoples of Europe had once been oppressed. By the end of the 19th century they were living on the plunder of the rest of the world, as they still do. The more hard-headed Social Democrats proposed that the workers should enter into a junior partnership with their own capitalists for the exploitation of others, a line taken by some German Social Democrats during the First World War and by Ernest Bevin in England after the Second. Most socialists shrank from the cynicism, but they were not altogether at a loss. The Fabians, in particular, were delighted to demonstrate that the exploited peoples were being plundered for their own good. They differed from their rulers only in holding that the powers should not run into conflict as to which should shoulder the greatest share of the white man's burden. The International Consortium was a happy invention before the First World War, the International Mandate an even happier one after it. The Second International held fast to its high principle: fair shares, at any rate for the big brothers. Imperialism landed the Social Democrats in the problem of 382. War, much to their surprise. Marx had given them no warning. He had blamed capitalism for being too pacific, not too warlike. The capitalists of Cobden's day had refused to fight the Great War of Liberation against Russia, which Marx passionately advocated. Even now the Social Democrats went on dreaming that the magnates of finance would pull off a great merger at the last moment. Still they tried to discharge their responsibility. The Second International discussed the problem of war again and again. It laid down a simple truth: the workers could prevent war if they wished to do so. But suppose they did not wish to prevent war, what then? Victor Adler gave the answer in 1914 when he supported Austria-Hungary's attack on Serbia the moment that the crowds in the streets of Vienna demonstrated in its favor. It is often said that the World War ruined international socialism. A more careful reading of the record shows that it was the other way round. The Second International was already torn wide apart before the crisis of 1914. If it had possessed the unity and strength even of 10 years before, the outbreak of war would have been impossible. Success ruined the Social Democrats. They thought that it was essential to be on the winning side, for, by definition, progress means simply the side that wins. Things are much easier now that progress has come to an end. Who cares about success? Right is still right though the heavens fall. And, by the way, the ones who stuck to their hopeless principles got success as an unlooked-for bonus. Lenin achieved supreme power, the German Social Democrats never got anywhere. The more ruthless, extreme, and uncompromising your politics, the greater will be your reward in this world as well as in the next. A most consoling conclusion, though not perhaps for the RT. Hahn. Hugatescal. The Vienna of Schnitzler. Alan Taylor's essay provides a rich portrait of the last period of Imperial Vienna, the Vienna of the elderly Emperor Francis Joseph and of the youth of the writer Arthur Schnitzler. Alan Taylor had enjoyed his 2 years in Vienna from 1928 to 1930, learning to ride and to skate, and in whose final year holding a season ticket for the Vienna Philharmonic. Later, in Manchester, he had also been fascinated by Lewrs Nemours' recollections of pre-war and immediately post-war Vienna and Austria. His research in Vienna had covered an earlier period, but with the Habsburg monarchy he had dealt with the late imperial period. Hence, in writing this essay, as a foreword to Arthur Schnitzler's My Youth in Vienna, translated by Catherine Hutter, Alan Taylor was returning to one of his earlier major specialist areas. As for Schnitzler, Alan Taylor had begun reading his work as a 19-year-old undergraduate, starting with his Dr. Griesler. Es gibt nur a Kaiserstadt. Es gibt nur a Wien. There's only one imperial city. There's only one Vienna. So went one of the sentimental songs that the Viennese sang on their evening excursions as they drank the fresh Uriger wine. The sentiment was sober truth or very near it. Petersburg was an imperial creation. Byzantium was not much of a place until the Roman emperors set up there. Peking has the grandest claim of all. But these cities were far away. Vienna was in the heart of Europe. It had been a Roman settlement. It occupied a 384 strategic position on the Danube. But it counted in the world solely because the Habsburgs lived there, and the Habsburgs counted because from the early 16th century they were Holy Roman Emperors. They took a more modest title as Emperors of Austria only at the beginning of the 19th century, when the Holy Roman Empire ceased to exist. Vienna was not the capital of the Holy Roman Empire. That empire had no capital. Vienna was simply the emperor's residence. Not the capital of a country before it became the center of an empire. It was thus unlike London or Paris, which had been the capitals of England and France before they became the centers of the British and French empires. Until the Habsburgs arrived, Vienna was merely the principal town of Lower Austria, on an equal footing with Linz, the principal town of Upper Austria, and without the Habsburgs it would have remained another Linz, a situation to which Hitler wished to degrade it. Only the Habsburgs made it great. The emperors lived in the Hofburg in the heart of the old city. In the 18th century Maria Theresa added a suburban palace at Schönbrunn. From Vienna the Habsburgs ruled two empires, one, the Holy Roman Empire, a dying and ineffective relic, the other, a vast conglomeration of family estates, the Germanic Alpine provinces, Bohemia, Hungary, Croatia, Lombardy, and many added fragments. This second empire, unnamed until 1804, gave Vienna its character. Though the inhabitants were mostly Germans, they spoke a German of their own and knew little of the Germany beyond the imperial frontiers, an ignorance which the Pfeff Chinesers returned. Even at the present day, Germans know little of Austrian history, a subject rarely studied in German universities. The Viennese contributed comparatively little to their city's greatness. The burgomaster was an imperial official, not the spokesman of a proud independent middle class. The estates of Lower Austria were a feudal survival. There was no imperial parliament until 1848, the revolutionary year, and no regular parliament until 1867. The Nobility from all the Habsburg lands had their town houses in Vienna in order to be near the emperor. The great offices of government were there with the imperial chancellery at their head. Even the aristocracy made no political contribution of their own. They were content to sustain Viennese culture. The musicians, Haydn, Mozart, Beethoven, and Schubert, who made Vienna famous, were all dependent on aristocratic patrons. Vienna remained small in size and population until after the Napoleonic Wars. Even in 1848 it still fitted into its medieval walls with a few aristocratic palaces just beyond them and some ribbon building on the road out to Schönbrunn. Thereafter it grew tumultuously, and most of it was as much a new town as Manchester or Birmingham. New Vienna, too, was a product of the Industrial Revolution. The railways, planned by the imperial government, ensured that Vienna became the center of the empire as it had not been before. Vienna was the great railway junction for Prague, Budapest, Krakow, and Trieste. Through trains ran from Vienna to Milan, Paris, and Rome. Soon the Orient Line ran to Constantinople. With the railways came finance. Though there had been Rothschilds in Vienna from Metternich's time, the Viennese banks flourished when railways opened the empire to them. They became financiers not only of the empire but of much of the Balkans also. Vienna was not an important industrial center. But Viennese money fed the industries of Bohemia and Styria, just as the money of London, also not an industrial town, fed the industries of the Midlands and the North. The Revolution and the railways brought another element to Vienna, the Jews. During the later Middle Ages, the Jews had been gradually driven out of Western Europe, particularly out of the Rhineland. They found tolerance and refuge in Poland, where they lived until the 18th century, still using their medieval Rhenish dialect, Yiddish. Then Poland was partitioned. Galicia passed to the Habsburgs. The Revolution of 1848 ended the restriction on Jews. They, too, were free to move, and Vienna was the goal of the more ambitious. The 386 Schnitzler family were one among many. These new arrivals had nothing in common with old aristocratic Vienna, nor with the incoming stream of working-class people. The most successful went into finance. Many of the others provided Vienna with its professional classes and intellectual life. Thus late in the 19th century, when Arthur Schnitzler grew up, there were two Viennas living side by side and not taking much notice of each other. Old Vienna went on much as before. Emperor Francis Joseph lived at Schönbrunn and used the Hofburg for official business. The aristocrats still lived in their town houses. There was now a parliament and a ministry supposedly responsible to it. There were glittering ceremonies, an apparently great army, and an ever-increasing civil service, with Francis Joseph as the chief and most industrious bureaucrat. The city walls were destroyed in 1855, after an attempt to assassinate Francis Joseph while he was taking a walk along them. They were replaced by the Ring, a wide boulevard, designed partly to facilitate the dispersal of crowds by grape-shot fire. New Vienna grew up beyond the Ring. For the first time Vienna had a flourishing professional and intellectual life. Its newspapers, particularly the Neue Freie Presse, gained a European reputation. The Bourse was of European significance, and the great crash on it in 1873 shook every European market. The university, too, came alive. Now its medical school achieved European preeminence, and the Vienna School of History soon lagged not far behind. The awakening in art and literature was even more striking. In the early 19th century Vienna had no art except the Biedermeier style and no writer except the poet Grillparzer. New Vienna was a great artistic center. Hans Mockert, though conventional, could be set alongside Landseer or Millet. The Ring was resplendent with great buildings, imperial classical in the Parliament House, the Opera and the Burgtheater, Gothic revival in the Votivkirche and the Town Hall. Later Otto Wagner, an outstanding master in Art Nouveau, provided Vienna with more than 40 great buildings and also adorned the stations of the city railway. One modern department store on the Maria-Hilfer-Strasse so shocked Francis Joseph that he resolved never to use that route on his way to Schönbrunn. Music still came first, but it was now music for a large middle-class audience rather than for aristocratic patrons. Though the opera and the Burgtheater were theoretically imperial institutions, they catered mainly to middle-class audiences. Francis Joseph took no interest in them except to get acting parts for his mistress, Katrina Schratt. The opening of a large concert hall, the Musikvereinsaal, was even more significant. Here the famous Vienna Philharmonic Orchestra gave its concerts at 11 o'clock on Sunday mornings, not a time of day favored by the aristocracy. Musical Vienna was not content to live on its classics, great as these were. In opera, Richard Strauss went on where Wagner had left off. Mahler, great conductor and great composer, both completed the old school and began a new one. After him Schoenberg, Webern, and Berg created a new world of music which owed little to the major and minor diatonic scale. The revolutionary music of the 20th century stems largely from Vienna. Vienna of the late 19th century was an exciting creative city. Quite apart from the new movements in art and music, Freud was working out a new approach to psychology that would rock the foundations of established morality. Brentano was clearing the way for a new school of philosophy. Bohm-Bawerk and others were equally pioneering in political economics. Austrian sociologists were the first to study scientifically the particularly Austrian problem of nationality. Wits were quicker in Vienna than in Germany, ideas more novel, and spirits less restricted. What old and new Vienna had in common was that they were Austrian, not German. Old Vienna was aristocratic and cosmopolitan. Most of the new Viennese came from the non-German lands of the monarchy and were at best Germans by adoption. When they traveled, it was to the Salzkammergut. 388. The holiday resort which they created, or to Switzerland and northern Italy. If Vienna had a foreign affiliation, it was with Paris, not with Berlin, Frankfurt, or Dresden. Vienna was a German-speaking Paris with even larger cafes and an even gayer life. The Viennese and the Parisians both relied on coffee as their social drink. The Germans drank beer. Viennese German was packed with French words and phrases. The fiacres rolled through the Prater as they did through the Bois. The Merry Widow, that Viennese masterpiece, though ostensibly set in Paris, really describes life in Vienna, at any rate on one frivolous level. Young Schnitzler belonged to this frivolous life and was later to immortalize it in his writings. He was the spoiled son of a wealthy Jewish doctor, and played at being an army officer, though aware of his uneasy standing. He did not need to wait for the permissive society. To judge from his own account, he was rarely without a steady bed companion, to use the contemporary phrase. These relationships were something of a Viennese specialty. Sentiment had to come into them as well as bed. Love affairs were as light as most Viennese emotions. The male partner was always aware that the affair would end and was usually relieved when it did. There was one difference between then and now. Schnitzler did not find his bed companions in his own class. They were barmaids, shopgirls, dressmakers, amateurs who were readily available. Schnitzler had his own phrase for them, das Mädel, meaning one who enjoyed being seduced. For Schnitzler and his friends, women were to be grateful for whatever men offered them. Ultimately the men would settle down and become patriarchs, tyrannizing over their wives and children. Freud assumed too readily that all men were like the Viennese. Schnitzler had artistic interests and literary ambitions which he later fulfilled. He showed no interest in politics, assuming, as many Viennese did, that these could be safely left to the emperor. One political issue broke into his life and ultimately disrupted Vienna as a center of civilization. This issue was nationality, a loyalty creed. Nationality spelt doom for Vienna, the city with no national loyalty. It spelt doom for the Jews of Vienna, who wished only to be Austrians. Their first impulse was to become Germans, as many non-Jewish Austrians did. Heinrich Fried-Jung, the great historian, was one of the founders of the German Nationalist Party. Theodor Herzl was one of its prominent supporters. Both were Jews. To their dismay, they were rebuffed by their own creation. Anti-Semitism became an essential part of German nationalism. Friedjung retreated into Austrian imperialism. Herzl, unable to share in German nationalism, turned to Jewish nationalism and founded Zionism. In this sense, Zionism was a compensation for the denied German nationalism, or an alternative version of it. Vienna had always been expecting the end from the start of its greatness, doom from the Turks, doom from the French Revolution. This time the expectation was justified. Nationalism disrupted the Habsburg monarchy. Vienna became the inflated capital of a small Alpine country. Even this was not the end. German nationalism triumphed 20 years after the other nationalisms had done. In 1938, Austria was incorporated in Germany. There was no place for the Jews. They were persecuted, driven out, or murdered. After the Second World War, Austria was made an independent state once more. Vienna still had great buildings and a great orchestra. It prospered as an open door between Eastern and Western Europe. But the life had gone. Vienna is a city living on its past. Schnitzler's autobiography describes the last years when Vienna was still living in the present. York. This essay appeared as The City of York in The Guardian on January 12, 1962, as a review of P.M. Tillott's The City of York, in the Victoria History of the Counties of England. ******. A sense of the past can flourish in unlikely places. J. Horace Round, for instance, cultivated his at Brighton. But I can hardly believe that the past would have gripped me if I had not spent 5 years at school in York. Bootham School possesses the oldest school natural history society in the country, and in this society all history was natural. Archaeology, the collecting of ancient buildings, was as respectable as the collecting of stones or butterflies. I spent much of my 5 years examining the parish churches, speculating on life in York from the Romans until the present day, and recording the results in notebooks, which I destroyed only last year. As an added element of pleasure, the city within the walls was theoretically out of bounds after 2 o'clock in the afternoon. My first act as a prefect was to give myself leave to enter the city at any time of day, and, by adding to this permanent exemption from compulsory games, I saw a good deal of York thereafter. I know little of the city on the west bank, though it is within the walls, and tell prospective visitors that it contains little of interest except a Saxon tower and some wonderful glass. I expect this is wrong. At any rate, York on the east bank alone offers a procession of history which, for me, has never been rivaled elsewhere. The remarkable thing about York is its dual character, a museum and yet not a museum piece. It has a Roman tower, a cathedral and a castle, an 18th-century assembly room, and a magnificent 19th-century railway hotel. Its circumvallation is almost intact. 4 bars stand their full height, one of them with a barbican. York has a bit of almost everything except that it is rather weak on the 17th century, a time distinguished in York by destruction, not by building. Constantine the Great was here, and also George Fox, Alcuin, and also Fergus O'Connor. Many kings have resided in York, of whom George Hudson, the railway king, was the last. Yet, with all this turmoil of history, York does not feel antiquated. Much of it is squalid, or was when I knew it, in the ordinary 19th century style, the alleyways full of slovenly Irish children. Sebum Rowntree did not need to move from home when he studied poverty at the end of Queen Victoria's reign, it was there on his doorstep. The city has now brightened itself up, and has taken to being proud of itself. The corporation did not much deserve praise in the past. They would have obliterated most of York's history if their money had run to it. Even the offer of Sir Walter Scott to walk from Edinburgh to York did not deter them from demolishing the Barbican at Micklegate. Though York has not been threatened with ruin since the time of the Danes, it has also escaped large-scale industry even to our own day, no woolen factories, no automobile industry, only the cocoa works. Even the railway, though a considerable junction, has been absorbed into the historic city, and has enhanced it. I would sacrifice some of the less distinguished churches rather than the station hotel. Historical imagination can people the buildings of the past, but research does it better and more correctly. I have been carried into a magic world by reading the volume on York in the Victoria History of the Counties of England, which has just come out. This is not a book for the casual visitor in either size or treatment. To appreciate it properly, the reader must know York well or be prepared to settle there for a month or so. He will reap a rich reward. Medieval York had a special character. Not only was it the seat of an archbishop and for most of the Middle Ages a fairly prosperous centre of trade. It was the great 392 outpost of royal power in the north, and often more. During the long wars with Scotland it came near to being the national capital. The law courts were often moved here, parliaments assembled, though the history unfortunately does not say where they met. The sun of the royal presence warmed the citizens of York, and rewarded them with increasing privileges. Alone of northern cities, York escaped provincialism. It was so independent and so treasured that Henry VII forgave its loyalty to the Yorkist cause and to Richard III. In the 16th century the Council of the North gave York another stretch of importance, but also of stagnation. It was easier to take the advantages of being a political centre than to run after the new wealth of the Tudor age. The civil wars of the 17th century and the decline of the monarchy brought York down from its high estate. No king visited York between Charles I and George V. In the 18th century the city had to make do with the Duke of Cumberland and the Prince of Wales, each of whom received a 100-guinea gold box. Perhaps as a result Charles James Fox also received a gold box for upholding the principles of the Glorious Revolution. Nevertheless York looked up in Georgian times. In 17,693 it claimed to be the capital city of the northern parts of England and a place of great resort and much frequented by persons of distinction and fortune. The second part of the claim was truer than the first. The landed aristocracy of Yorkshire turned York for a time into their meeting place and set up town houses there. The Marquis of Rockingham, wealthy if not great, acquired York as his pocket borough. An odd fact I learned from the history was the existence in York at this time of a boarding school for Roman Catholic young ladies. The original of Dr. Slop was a citizen of York, and, it seems, a more distinguished one than Sterne made out. Quakers, too, have a long background in York. They could almost claim it as their peculiar city, though their meeting house is not one of its architectural treasures. York had another run of dull times in the 19th century apart from the railway. By escaping the factories, it escaped much of the prosperity also. 100 years ago, it must have looked most like a cathedral town with little else to keep it going. It ceased to be a regional capital, its corporation was unenterprising when not corrupt, its death rate was consistently above the national average. The cocoa works brought more to York than prosperity, they brought reform and improved standards. Now York is to attain the added dignity, if that be the right word, of a university. I expect that the university will be too enlightened to have much time for history. Everything no doubt will be mixed up together in the modern style, a bit of this, a bit of that, and the students crying out at the end, "Come over to Macedonia and help us." If any victim escapes from this pursuit of universal knowledge and grasps at something solid, he will be in the right place. York is a city where you cannot help studying history even at the expense of civics. Manchester. This is drawn from a television program, Fabric of an Age. On the Rise of Manchester, first shown on BBC Two on September 16, 1976. The program won the Manchester Society of Architects Award for Architectural Initiative, 1976. It was published in The Listener on September 16, 1976, as Made in Manchester. There was a time when Manchester was the centre of a new civilization. It was here in Manchester that the Industrial Revolution was invented. What made Manchester unique was industry. Of course, there had been industrial towns before, but a town devoted entirely to industry, a town given over to factories and machines. Manchester was the first. It was a pattern which was to spread different industries across Europe. The industry which created Manchester was the cotton industry. Wherever you looked in those days, you would see the great factory chimneys and the filthy smoke belching out. They came from all over Europe to see it. Engels came, Carlyle came, de Tocqueville came, because it envisaged an entirely new way of life in which people are absolutely submerged in the pursuit of industrial wealth. Manchester was to be the characteristic, the dominant city of this new capitalistic civilization which was to spread first across England, then across Europe, finally across the world, in the 19th century. For a little while, Manchester was a sort of Athens or Rome, and men were to speak in odd tones of the Manchester school, the Manchester outlook, or what the Germans called the Manchesterdom. Made in Manchester in a sense symbolized the 19th century British Empire. In the 18th century, Manchester was a flourishing trading town, dominated by its large collegiate church. It had been a market town since the end of the Middle Ages, and it was a centre for all the trading activities of southeastern Lancashire and Cheshire. In the early 18th century, there came the great change when cotton arrived from across the Atlantic. It was much easier to deliver into the Lancashire ports of the west coast, and soon Lancashire switched from wool to cotton. The textile trade was still a home industry. There were no factories, and the spinning and weaving were done in the homes of cottagers, often out in the countryside. Weaving was carried out in a shed at the back of a house, or in an upstairs attic room. The invention of the flying shuttle had almost doubled the output of the weaver. This put pressure on the spinner, who was still spinning yarn on an old-fashioned spinning wheel. There was always a competition between the spinner and the weaver. At this stage, the spinner could not provide enough yarn for the weaver, and so the need arose to speed up the spinning process. The great inventions in spinning were all very simple mechanical ones. Hargreaves's spinning jenny used a wheel on its side, and was able to drive first 8, then up to 120 spindles. Then came Arkwright's water frame, and, finally, Crompton's mule, which could spin a very fine yarn, and was to provide the basic method of spinning in Britain for the next 120 years. The jenny and the mule, even though they were still operated by human force, produced a great deal more yarn than the weaver could handle, so then it was the weaver who became the privileged one. The most backward industry, because it can keep its prices up, is always the most profitable, and so, for the last decade of the 18th century and the first 20 or 30 years of the 19th century, the handloom weavers were perhaps the most privileged section of the British working class. It was the human being who turned the spinning wheel, it was the human being who worked the handloom with pedals, so that, though there was machinery, there was nothing to drive it. 396. Other than the spinner or the weaver. The Industrial Revolution, put briefly, was the arrival of force. Power to drive the mules, power to drive the looms, this was the decisive thing which led to the real burgeoning of the cotton industry. Water was the first source of power. Instead of hundreds of machines in separate houses, they could be grouped together in one large building, the factory. And so began the reign of King Coal and King Cotton, and a very dirty reign it was to be. Steam power was the real driving force of the Industrial Revolution, driving force not only because it provided far greater power than had ever been known before to drive hundreds of machines, but because it drove men as well. The essential thing about steam power is that it was either on or off, and, when it was on, men had to work to its rhythm. Steam power first compelled men to be punctual, one of the greatest revolutions in the history of mankind, to be punctual not only to the hour or day, but to the minute. The old hand-loom weaver had to work very hard, perhaps harder than the man looking after a power loom. But he could work when he liked, he could turn off, he could go to the garden for half an hour, as long as he was doing his job. But with steam, the factory dominated, and it was this revolution which was first examined in detail by observers in Manchester in the early 19th century, when they saw, for the first time, this incredible cleavage between, I was going to say, men who were still human beings because they were the bosses, because they could decide, because they could turn the machine on and off, and men who were no longer individuals, but were slaves of the machine. This was the new society which Manchester invented. Factories were then new, and the horror which people sometimes felt about them was partly because of their very existence, which was inevitable, and partly because of the evils associated with the factory system when it first grew up. The expansion of Manchester, of the factories, of the people, was absolutely breathtaking. The population went up from under 100,000 to 300,000 within a relatively short space of time. The 20 years after the Napoleonic Wars transformed Manchester from a modest market town into a metropolis. Observers came from all over Europe to look at the cotton industry and to see how the factories dominated Manchester. De Tocqueville wrote, "From this foul drain, the greatest stream of human industry flows out to fertilize the whole world. From this filthy sewer, gold flows. Here humanity attains its most complete development, and its most brutish. Here civilization works its miracles and civilized man is turned back almost into a savage." One observer who came to Manchester in the early 1840s was the German, Friedrich Engels. He came as a visitor, and then as a cotton merchant for 20 years. Engels wrote The Condition of the Working Class in England, and it remains the most powerful, though not always the most accurate, description of Manchester in the early days of the Industrial Revolution. In these appalling living conditions, it is not surprising that there was profound, though ill-organized, discontent. In the towns around Manchester there was the machine wrecking which was called Luddism. In 1817, the Blanqueters, who were an early form of hunger marchers, set off on an abortive march to London, and the greatest demonstration of all was planned for August 16, 1819. This was the demonstration which gathered from all over Lancashire and the surrounding cotton towns in St. Peter's Fields, and which came to be called the Massacre of Peterloo. 11 people were killed, one of them, incidentally, an ancestor of mine, and that is something to be proud of. But, in the end, this massacre destroyed the old social order. Ultimately, it was one of the victories of the people of England, and now the spot where Orator Hunt addressed, or was about to address, the assembled crowd before he was arrested, the hustings, is buried under the Free Trade Hall. Though it stands on the site of Peterloo, the Free Trade Hall represents the great middle-class movement for free trade. It is a unique public building. So far as I can think, it is the 308. Only one not dedicated to a saint, not named after some great local dignitary, but dedicated to a proposition, the proposition of free trade, which Manchester was to spread throughout England. The free trade movement had its origins in the campaigning against the Corn Laws. The object of the Corn Laws was simply to keep up the price of corn to benefit the landed aristocracy. In seeking their repeal, the Anti-Corn Law League aimed not just to reduce the price of bread, but to substitute the rule of merchants and mill owners for that of landowners. The Free Trade Hall was built to commemorate the repeal of the Corn Laws in 1847. It marked the emancipation of Manchester from London, and its establishment as a different authority, the Manchester School, which was to dominate British politics for many years to come. Indeed, one could say that Manchester had become the new capital of the New England, but in order to hold her position, she had had to take the lead all the time. In the 1830s, when canals, rivers, and roads were no longer adequate, Manchester took the leading part in one of the country's greatest innovations. The Liverpool and Manchester Railway was the first passenger railway ever opened. As the railways spread, the landscape of Manchester itself changed. The mills dwindled, they moved out into other towns. Manchester itself became the great collecting and exporting centre. All the cotton goods made in Lancashire came to Manchester. In order to accommodate them, vast warehouses were built in a ring around the city centre. So Manchester changed from being a factory city to being a city of warehouses. There was a very great flow of Germans into Manchester in the early 19th century, fairly rich Germans, merchant Germans who provided a powerful element of culture. It was Germans who founded the Halle Orchestra. Sir Charles Halle himself, of course, was a German by origin. They founded the Schiller-Anstalt, which was a great cultural organization in the beginning of the 19th century. In fact, you could really say that the Germans of Manchester were the German liberals who had failed in Germany itself, but who succeeded here in England and did so much to help Manchester liberalism to have its special character. One was Friedrich Engels. Engels was accepted by most people simply as a cotton merchant, but he was also a journalist, a writer of economic tracts, and he spent a good deal of his time at Chetham's library gathering material for his researches. Engels's book The Condition of the Working Class in England in 1844 was based on personal experiences of going about Manchester, experiences which other people like Carlyle had, but a great deal of it was based on research. In fact, I was almost going to say it is a dishonest book, because a lot of what he describes as happening in 1844 goes back to an account he picked up of Manchester in 1818. So that it was deliberately a work of propaganda, and when the book was finished and was out in Germany it didn't come out in English, I may say, until the 1880s. Marx, Engels's friend, came up to Manchester. He came here for 4 days, and these 4 days were the only time that Marx ever saw English capitalism in action, and it is fair to say also that he saw it in very curious surroundings. Most of what he saw was Chetham's library. Ironically perhaps, in 1844, when Engels was describing Manchester, it was really the beginning of the Age of Reform, when conditions were enormously improved, and 10 years later, by the mid-1850s, Manchester was by no means as filthy and by no means as neglected as it had been. 20 years later, Manchester could be regarded, though still dirty, as being an enlightened, modern city, and it was then that men set out to create a monument of the first rank to rival the Gothic cathedrals. The greatest Gothic building of the 19th century calls itself a humble town hall, but it is not at all humble. Nor is it just a town hall, it is a palace, something like the Palace of the Doges in Venice. And it is a shrine, not a shrine dedicated to some religious saint, but a shrine dedicated to the cotton industry and to the cotton trade of which Manchester was the center. It is a shrine in which everything breathes cotton. Bees of industry. 400. On the floor, cotton flowers on the ceiling and hanks of cotton round the sides. In the great days of cotton, Manchester set an example to the world. Manchester had the greatest, and, indeed, the only, permanent orchestra in England, the Halle. By the 1890s, Manchester had the outstanding liberal newspaper, the Manchester Guardian. The high point of all was reached with the opening of the Manchester Ship Canal. This was a great event in the history of Manchester. Ocean-going ships could now come up to Manchester. It is said that the cotton industry produced enough textile goods for the home market before breakfast, and the rest of the day was producing for export. The greatest quantity of cotton goods ever exported from this country came early in 1914. Then came the First World War. The cotton industry was artificially restricted. Inevitably, the markets which Lancashire relied on were lost. India began to manufacture her own textiles and, still more alarming for the future, Japan with her advanced machinery took Lancashire's place. Nobody grasped this at the time. When the war was over, people thought there would be a new boom. In 1919, more mills were built in Oldham than ever before in the history of the town. Many of them were never completed, and even many of those which were completed were not used as cotton mills. In 1921, the boom broke forever. Broadly, one can say that the great textile industry which had made Manchester a metropolis and a symbol of civilization dwindled away, and from the end of 1921 was never to see a real recovery. How ironic, therefore, that the opening of the Royal Cotton Exchange with its great trading floor should coincide so precisely with what we now see was the end of the civilization which the exchange represented. 10 years later, in the early 1930s, when I came to Manchester as a university lecturer, there was still plenty of old Manchester to be seen. The marketplace was absolutely unchanged from the days of the Young Pretender. Cotton was still a dominant industry in Manchester. When you arrived, you thought of it as a great cotton town. Horse-drawn drays carried bales of cotton through the streets. The warehouses were still all cotton warehouses. The Royal Exchange still functioned, if only on a rather diminished scale. And Manchester was a great city. Now it has all gone. Manchester is a bright, clean city. The warehouses have either been pulled down, or been given over to other uses. The few factory chimneys stand up like Egyptian obelisks, as much out of place as Cleopatra's Needle on the embankment in London. The Manchester Guardian itself has disappeared, and its place has been taken only by an anonymous Guardian which is published in London. Certainly, Manchester is an enlightened place. It is a much cleaner place than it used to be. It has far more open spaces, some of them attractive, many of them simply where slums have been pulled down and not been replaced. But nobody any longer says, what Manchester thinks today, England thinks tomorrow. The Manchester School has done its work and has vanished. Edge of Britain, a Lancashire journey. In June 1980, Alan and Eva Taylor revisited the Lancashire towns of his childhood and youth for 4 half-hour programs broadcast by Granada Television on Thursday evenings between September 18 and October 9, 1980. These programs were well received. The Times's critic Peter Davell commented when they were shown again as an edited 1-hour program on January 21, 1981, "He makes a matter-of-fact guide, quietly affectionate about the old things and not a bit sentimental, as Betjeman would probably have been." In his autobiography, Alan Taylor recalled the month he spent making these programs as one of the most enjoyable of his life. He would have been tempted to make a similar series but felt that nowhere else was as suitable. He declined Vienna on the grounds that "my memories are 50 years out of date and not very vivid even at the time." These pieces on his tour of the Lancashire coast first appeared in The Spectator, 20 September 11 October 1980. A Southport childhood. Southport is a special place in many ways with nothing more extraordinary than its beginnings. Although it came into existence less than 200 years ago, its origins are as legendary as those of Troy. In 1795 there was no such place, no name, no idea that there could be such a place. Within 10 years, perhaps within 5 years, the name had come into existence. Southport existed and began to expand from that moment. What seemed to have happened was this: that in the late 18th century a certain number of people used to come down here into the dunes. Just over the dunes was what was then sea, but is now very, very dry sand, and there were a few bathing huts. The parish centre at that time was Churchtown, which is much further up the coast. And at Churchtown there was an innkeeper called William Sutton who set up a little drinking booth here, to which he gave the grandiloquent title of the Southport Hotel. It wasn't a hotel, nor was there a port. There never had been. The name was an invention of William Sutton, and in later years his claims became more and more grandiose until he was finally to receive the dignified title of the Old Duke. For 50 years he maintained the claim that he had been the father of Southport. Perhaps not the father, but certainly in my opinion the godfather. After the legendary story of William Sutton, the prosaic truth about Southport is that it was the creation of the local landlords. By the 1820s Lord Street, which had originally been a stretch of sand beside the sea, had become an elegant centre and was referred to elsewhere as the distinctive feature of Southport. And then something even more surprising followed. In the 1860s the whole of Lord Street was brought under a system of arcades. Each arcade was the creation, in theory, of a separate shopkeeper, but it built up into a unique feature. For a long time people said that this was imitated from Haussmann's boulevards in Paris. But more recently it has been confirmed that in fact all the arcades were up 10 years before Haussmann made a single arcade in Paris. The most ingenious suggestion is that they were imitated from somewhere in the New World, from Boston or even New York, but this again sounds very speculative. I think the explanation, as with everything that happened from Sutton almost to the present day, is a run of anonymous luck. Some force beyond that of anything that we can name was working to ensure that Southport retained this unique elegance. Southport got a head start on all the other watering places of the Lancashire coast. These couldn't really get going until the railways were opened. Southport, however, had a first chance 20 years before them, because of the supply of visitors who came on the Leeds and Liverpool Canal. This had been opened at 404. The beginning of the century. The canal brought visitors from Liverpool, from Manchester, from Wigan. The barges came often carrying 100 visitors at a time. They landed here on the wharf and then the coaches took them into Southport. As a result, by the middle of the 1820s Southport was often having 20,000 visitors a year, and it established clearly its primacy among Lancashire resorts. Lord Street is among my earliest memories. Looking back, I have the most vivid picture not only of my mother, but of the society that she frequented, dressed to the height of Edwardian fashion. They wore enormous picture hats held on by hatpins, dresses down to the ground, heavily corseted and, I believe, with a modesty vest over the cleavage. These ladies looked like ships in full sail, with the same sort of majesty as the Royal Navy possessed. I remember my mother used to take a cup of tea with her fashionable friends in a Lord Street resort known as Tom's Japanese Tea House, a place which I came to loathe and long to escape from. One of the few minor pleasures that my father and I enjoyed if we escaped from Tom's Cafe was Pleasureland, which in those days had lots of animated penny the slot machines. Now only a few rather inferior ones have survived, all the rest are gone, the greatest victim I think of metrication. If only we'd thought of that at the time, I think we could have prevented it and perhaps kept ourselves out of the common market into the bargain. The town hall is associated with my earliest political experience, though hardly with my political memory. In those days long general elections ran on for some weeks, and the results came out on different days. It was very exciting and dramatic. There was nothing like radio, and therefore the results were flashed across the front of the town hall. In 1906 my mother attended regularly night after night to watch what was the greatest of liberal victories. As Hilaire Belloc said, "The accursed power which stands on privilege broke and democracy resumed her reign." I was present with my mother, but in fact hardly in a position to observe what was going on. She was 6 months pregnant. It was only 3 months later that I was born, not, I may say, in Southport at all, but in Birkdale, where I spent the first 7 years of my life. I've always thought I was born in Birkdale, and physically that is true, but which is the Birkdale I'm talking about? When I was born, in 1906, Birkdale was an independent urban district council, technically in the registration district of Ormskirk, so that to my great surprise my birth certificate said that I was born in Ormskirk. In the year 1912, after a passionate political campaign, Birkdale amalgamated with Southport. What was passionate about it I don't know, but I know that all the radicals were greatly in favor of the amalgamation, including my father. So now I was born in Southport, and for a long time I used to write in my passport loyally birthplace Southport, Lancashire. But what's happened to me now? Southport isn't in Lancashire anymore, it's in this extraordinary place called Merseyside. But Southport geographically is not on Merseyside, it's on Ribbleside. So what am I to put? Am I to say I was born in Ormskirk, or that I was born on Ribbleside? And the most outrageous thing is that what the bureaucrats of Whitehall have done is to say that I wasn't born in Lancashire. But they are wrong. I was. I was born in Birkdale, Lancashire, and that's what I stick to. I used to walk to school in the gutter so as not to have to mix with the other children on the pavement. The little school was kept by the Mrs. Filmer. The remarkable thing about them is that they were actually born in Birkdale. The only other people who lived in Birkdale that I knew had been born there. Otherwise the school left little mark on me. I remember that I had to sit at the back of the class and read books because all the 406 other children were being taught to read. The other thing that I remember is that this enlightened school decided that every child should have a glass of milk at 11 o'clock and each child was charged a penny for his glass of milk. I didn't like milk, so I was given a glass of water, but it was felt to be inegalitarian if I got free water while they paid 1 penny for the milk, so I paid a penny for water out of the tap. I felt that something was wrong, but once egalitarians get going you never know what damage they can do. I was a little boy in a very political household. My father called himself a young liberal, though he wasn't a bit like the young liberals of nowadays. My mother, I think, felt embarrassed that she wasn't a suffragette, and her embarrassment took the form of being very hostile to the suffragettes, whereas my father, who was always tolerant, thought that if women wanted to be suffragettes they were entitled to be. And he had a bedtime story which was one of my favorites called Chuck Her Down. This was a story about Churchill's visit to Southport in 1909. There were always suffragette disturbances at big liberal meetings, particularly at Churchill's. He exasperated them more than anyone else, particularly because he was himself in favor of votes for women. The problem was such that you had to have a hand-picked audience, and my father would begin the story by saying how the liberal agent said, "I personally guarantee every woman in the audience. Every one of them has been checked. There'll be no trouble." Churchill had only just begun to speak when from the little loft of the hall there was a woman's cry of votes for women. This was a suffragette who had concealed herself in the attic 2 or 3 days before and now was in an invulnerable position. She couldn't be reached without breaking a great number of doors because she'd locked them all. The whole audience rose and shouted, "Chuck her down, chuck her down." Churchill tried to quieten them and said, "If you don't take any notice of her and let her call out votes for women as much as she likes, she won't disturb the meeting. Chuck her down, chuck her down." By that time, I was ready to go to sleep. I in fact encountered a politician for the first time at the January 1910 general election. This was an election fought partly, though only partly, on the liberal idea for the taxation of land values. The Tories claimed that the valuation put on the land by the Liberals was much too high and that the taxation they'd have to pay was therefore much too heavy. The Liberal candidate was Baron de Forest, the heir of Baron de Hirsch who had built the Orient Line, and himself one of the richest men in Europe. When this Tory complaint was made, Baron de Forest issued a statement that he had deposited his cheque for £3 million in the local bank and was prepared the following morning to buy all the land of Southport at the valuation the Liberals had put upon it. Not a single Tory accepted the offer. Their complaint that the valuation was too high was not heard again. I actually shook hands with Baron de Forest. I vaguely remember an impressive tall man in a continental greatcoat going right down to his ankles, and an Austrian mustache. When Southport started, the sea came up to Lord Street and then disappeared again. Now it's vanished totally out of sight. The pier had to be built a mile long and at the end, with luck, you could sometimes see the sea in the distance. There always seemed to be enough high water for the achievements of Professor Poussey. I've known many professors in my time, but never one who fascinated me as Professor Poussey did. He was a professor of deep-sea diving, Bert Poussey by name. He started diving as a boy of 18 and went on until he was 75. His most sensational dive, which I witnessed, was the dive when he tied both his hands to his sides, tied his legs together, then plunged in and emerged safe and sound with all his ropes loosened. The climax at the end of the whole show, as I remember, was the bicycle dive, an expedition which he conducted down a steep board into the sea with the bicycle set alight and blazing around him. We shall never see the likes of Professor Poussey again. The boarding house culture. The remarkable thing about Blackpool from the first is that it was the creation of its own people. All the various companies, who launched piers or theatres or whatever it might be, were local companies with local investors. When the first railway was created, there was a wide street leading down from the station to the promenade, and this gave a wonderful opportunity for the North Pier, the first of Blackpool's piers which, as it were, caught the arriving travellers, excursionists. The North Pier regarded itself from the first as the elegant pier. One reason for this was that, during the American Civil War and the cotton famine, only well-to-do people could afford to come to Blackpool. They came to the North Pier, and the tone there was restrained, almost with a touch of Southport's dignity. But now the North Pier, like the other Blackpool piers, has no such pretensions. The Tower Ballroom, for example, represents the great principle of Blackpool carried to its highest point: luxury for the millions. This is, I suppose, the most luxurious, lavish, the most brilliantly adorned ballroom in the world, and yet it is not in a king's palace. It is a ballroom available to everybody. The Blackpool Ballroom, opened incidentally in 1894, represents the triumph of democracy: no class distinctions, no privileges to anybody, everybody sharing the glories of luxury. Blackpool Tower is also a product of the 1890s. Towers were very much in fashion then. I suppose they were all inspired by the Eiffel Tower, which had been built a little earlier in Paris. Blackpool had a tower, New Brighton had a tower, Morecambe had a tower. The only one that has survived, very characteristically, is Blackpool's, which shows not only an obstinacy but I think a conservatism in its entertainments. The tower justifies itself, however, because the view of the sea and the sand from it is very striking indeed. If you look landside, what you see in all directions are boarding houses. The boarding house is the quintessential Blackpool institution. When boarding houses started in the 18th century, Blackpool hardly existed. Yet even as early as 1760, Mrs. Whiteside opened what is alleged to have been the first boarding house in Blackpool. Now, while other resorts have rather retreated from the boarding house pattern, Blackpool is completely dominated by it. Along the promenade every single house is either a boarding house or, as it is sometimes more grandiloquently called, a private hotel. I observe also that nearly every boarding house now has a little advertisement: private car park available. The boarding house habitués of 50 years ago would have been astonished to know that their successors each arrived in not only a private car, but probably quite a big private car. The boarding house is a communal institution. Very often whole groups of friends join in the same boarding house. You might find a whole street of boarding houses occupied by people from the same town, so that they could take with them not only their own outlook and atmosphere, but their actual friends and surroundings. The boarding house is the most homely and welcoming method of accommodating people in a strange place. Immediately they feel at home, and the guests probably get quite as substantial and healthy a meal as those who go to great hotels. Boarding houses, more than anything else, keep Blackpool going. And one should add that running a boarding house is by no means unprofitable. Who would have imagined that the Blackpool Pleasure Beach would have a masterpiece of 30s architecture like the splendid casino by the now forgotten Joseph Emberton? It must be nearly 70 years since I came to the Pleasure Beach for the first time. It represented one of my earliest childhood dreams. Even then it was quite sophisticated. But you could see clearly, and you can still see, how it had grown out of the primitive fairs. The same idea of the shock and the thrill, the excitement of movement, of being swung to and fro. When I came, the Hiram Maxim flying boats had just taken, as it were, to the air. They are still going. 410. The Pleasure Beach was conceived by an individual. It is not any work of the corporation. In fact, in the early days there was jealousy between the corporation and the Pleasure Beach, but perhaps not now. It is also characteristic of Blackpool that the Pleasure Beach is still the property of the grandchildren of its founder. Its detachment from Blackpool is much less than it was. One feels now, in fact, that it is becoming almost a civilized part of Blackpool. It was wilder once. When I visited it, there were still a few gypsies around and fortune tellers. Now it is immensely sophisticated, and yet the underlying attitude, the underlying criterion, remains the same. It is a work of popular taste, and anyone who thinks popular taste bears any resemblance to good taste should come to Blackpool, and particularly to the Pleasure Beach, where he will be disillusioned. Trams have been for more than 100 years one of the secrets of Blackpool's success. The first trams were introduced in 1870. These were horse trams. But, by the 1880s, they were running electric trams, though with an underground conduit at that time which proved very difficult because of the inrush of sea and sand, and then they went over to the overhead wire. One historian has suggested that the turning point of Blackpool's whole success was the introduction of the Sunday tram in 1896. This, however, was not regarded with favor by everyone. One clergyman wrote, "Compared to Blackpool, Paris is sweet and Sodom was paradise." However, the trams continued to run on Sunday, and to give a great deal of innocent pleasure. Blackpool does not mind being out of fashion if it is successful, and the tram is obviously the most agreeable and attractive way in which to travel along the promenade. The whole essence of the tramway system of Blackpool was to preserve the Golden Mile, as it was called, so that it would always be easy of access. This means that the trams always move quickly, that there is no problem with congestion and for that matter no complaints from the motorists about the difficulty with the tram lines. One of the worst things that ever happened in Great Britain was the willful destruction of the great tramway systems except in enlightened Blackpool, which gives you not only trams, but open-deck trams at that. Apart from the pleasurable ride, you get, free, the wonderful seaside air. And along the route there are entertaining views of the visitors enjoying themselves on Blackpool's unrivaled beaches. You can travel in style and comfort all the way to the tram terminus just up the coast at Fleetwood. Fleetwood itself, however, is a monument of grandeur unachieved. More than any other Lancashire coastal resort, it was the creation of a single man, Sir Peter Hesketh Fleetwood, the local lord of the manor, who gave everything to Fleetwood, including its name. Before his time, there were only a few fishermen's huts. He conceived an ambition that Fleetwood should become, as it was called, the gateway to the north. In those days, just after the railways had begun, it was supposed that it would never be possible to get locomotives over Shap Fell, and therefore Sir Peter Hesketh Fleetwood conceived the idea that trains should come up to Fleetwood. The passengers would disembark and be entertained at the elegant North Euston Hotel. There they would be refreshed in that sumptuous creation of the great architect Decimus Burton. The North Euston Hotel was built by private enterprise and it is still privately owned. That perhaps has ensured its survival, and indeed restoration. It had the great good fortune not to fall into the hands of British Rail. British Rail usually hate architecture. You have only to consider what happened to Euston Station in London. The gateway to the north itself, the arch at Euston, was willfully destroyed for a traffic plan which never materialized, so that its site is empty to this day. British Rail actually refused to allow the stones of the arch to be numbered, so they could never be put up again. In Fleetwood, they have destroyed the North Euston Station. But they have allowed the North Euston Hotel to survive, and this makes Fleetwood a great curiosity. But its 412 period of ambition did not last for very long. The high water mark, the climax of it, was the time when Queen Victoria and Prince Albert came on their return journey from Scotland. They landed and, after being richly entertained, proceeded on to London. But soon after this came disaster. It was discovered that it was possible after all for trains to cross the heights of Shap Fell, and Fleetwood lost its key position in the railway system of the country. In Blackpool itself, another restoration, the Victorian Grand Theatre, awaits its second grand opening. In 1894 there was a great event in Blackpool. The Grand Theatre opened with Wilson Barrett in Hamlet. He said that more tears were shed on that day than on any other day in the history of the theatre, not only of this theatre but of any theatre. The Grand Theatre represents a high water mark of Victorian theatre building, whispers the last enchantments of the High Renaissance. In September 1939 two events of some significance happened. One was the outbreak of what is sometimes called the Second World War, though one do not date it from September 1939 anymore. The other was a wonderful opening at the Grand Theatre of The Importance of Being Earnest with John Gielgud, Edith Evans, and Margaret Rutherford. Of the two, I think that the second is probably more significant. In the Second World War again, the theatre became the refuge from London of all the actors and plays. All the London theatres were closing. It had a wonderful record, particularly, of course, because Blackpool was full of soldiers, and particularly airmen, who provided magnificent audiences. After the Second World War, it fell on evil days. It was closed, it was threatened with destruction, and, when restored, it was used as a bingo hall. But now there is wonderful news about the Grand Theatre. The theatre is likely to be rescued from its present activities as a bingo hall. In the spring it is going to reopen as what it was in the earlier part of the 20th century, a theatre of the first rank. It is wonderful for once to be able to tell a story which has a happy ending. If you were asked what are the unusual things, the specialties of Blackpool, you would draw up a long list in answer. On serious reflection, I think the most remarkable things in Blackpool are the illuminations, remarkable because they are the speciality of Blackpool and because they carry what we call tourism to its highest point. The illuminations technically started just before the First World War. But it was not until the middle of the 1920s that they really began, and then their first year was interrupted. After the general strike, they were accused of wasting coal, the kind of thing that people say nowadays when they want to suppress any joyous activity. But the illuminations came into their own after the end of the general strike. They were sensational during the 1930s, and resumed again in the 1950s, and they are now infinitely more elaborate than they have ever been. Their purpose is simply to win people to Blackpool. They are a wonderful bargain. I am told that this year, 1980, they will cost the corporation £800,000. For this relatively modest sum, the illuminations will attract 8 million people, who between them will spend £50 million within the environs of Blackpool. And there is a new feature this year which is very delightful: enormously inflated saucy postcards. Not very saucy, medium saucy. They would not have attracted the attention of the magistrates, even in the days when they used to send the purveyors of saucy postcards to prison. But they are saucy all right. They show nice fat ladies and somewhat rapacious thin men. And I still recognize some of the jokes which appealed to me during my youth. When one looks at Blackpool and reflects upon its enormous activity, some of it in a way very inartistic though not the piers are a beautiful creation of fantasy, it becomes quite clear that the entire population is concerned to make money out of the visitors. It puts me in mind of Dr. Johnson's remark, "No man is more innocently employed than when making money." Morecambe began as a little fishing village called Poulton-le-Sands, which still remains embedded in Morecambe, as a little fishing village. Poulton-le-Sands, or Morecambe, has made at least two distinctive contributions to our life. One was the first fishing cooperative. The fish used to go bad before it reached the Manchester market, and, as long ago as 1 gig, the Morecambe Cooperative was founded. It still continues as Morecambe Trawlers Ltd, which sounds impressive but in fact comprises only 10 families. The other thing Morecambe invented, one might say, made one of the great contributions to modern British civilization: potted shrimps. I have always been addicted to this most agreeable Morecambe export. Morecambe is the most recently born of the Lancashire coastal resorts and the one most deliberately created by a railway company. The story of Morecambe is fascinating as part of the conflict between two great companies, the Midland Railway, which, as the name implies, covered the rather unsatisfactory middle area of England, and the London North Western, at one time the biggest railway in the world, which covered the entire west coast. There was nowhere, it seemed, where the Midland Railway could break into LNW territory, but north of Lancaster there was a great gap, so that deliberately, in the 1860s, the Midland created a major through line from Bradford to Morecambe. It was a very easy journey, and for the first time Yorkshire holidaymakers could reach a sea coast which had, in summer, a reasonably warm sea. Scarborough is a very attractive resort, but the sea there is cold all the year round. The Irish Sea is warmer. So important was this that the Midland Railway ran the daily residential line, a special service for businessmen, locally known as the Resi. It is alleged that the train contained a barber's shop, so that any businessman who had overslept could have a shave or his hair cut on the way to Bradford. Morecambe should never have taken the place of Poltonelli Sands, instead it should have become Bradford-on-Sea. The Lancashire coastal towns do not have much to show in the way of distinguished modern architecture. The exception came in 1933 with the opening of the Midland Hotel in Morecambe, which was regarded at the time as one of the great architectural achievements of the decade. The situation of the hotel is still striking. The architect, Oliver Hill, had a gift for making his buildings follow the lie of the land, and here the hotel follows the curve of the bay. Today, however, the Midland Hotel is, I think, not so much a monument to modern architecture as to the dislike of modern architecture and modern art which has been a characteristic of the 1970s. During the war the hotel was pressed into service as an RAF hospital. The mosaic floors were judged to be too impractical, so they were covered up and the hotel's fittings were dispersed. A highly valued relief by Eric Gill was more recently removed and was the outstanding feature of the 30s exhibition in London not long ago. Nearly everything that made this hotel distinguished in the 1930s has been either altered or destroyed or so diminished as not to count any more. The early Irish missionaries who built St. Patrick's Chapel on the cliffs at Heysham Head knew the meaning of danger. And now there is danger to be found at Heysham once again. This is a nuclear power station designed for peaceful purposes. There is a great deal of controversy about it, and I find it difficult to make up my mind. With regard to nuclear weapons, I never had the slightest doubt. I recognized at the very beginning that not only were they indescribably wicked, but they were indescribably dangerous and vastly increased the threat to the security of our island and our future. So I had no hesitation in taking part in the campaign for nuclear disarmament between 1958 and 1962. Nobody took any notice of us, and the campaign ran down. I am glad to see it is starting again, and unless it succeeds, the dangers to this island will increase. But nuclear power for peaceful purposes for the provision of electricity for the home and for industry is a different matter. Nuclear power stations 416 certainly provide a substitute for coal and oil-powered stations. But, on the other hand, there are potential dangers too. A mistake at a conventional station does little damage, except in the immediate neighborhood. On the other hand, a miscalculation at a place like Heysham could lead to the poisoning of the atmosphere, with casualties on an enormous scale. North of Morecambe there begin the sands. There used to be a regular road across the sands, which reduced the distance quite by half to about 20 miles instead of 35 to 40. In the Middle Ages it was already being developed, and the Prior of Cartmel had the formal right to nominate the official chief sand pilot, who worked out the tracks across the endlessly changing, dangerous estuary. By the 18th century regular coaches ran across the sands. Wordsworth described crossing the sands in order to go on to Hawkshead. The great risk for coaches was being blown over. But most of the casualties were overconfident people, like half-drunken farmers, who thought they knew the way across the sands, but could easily misjudge the tides. With the coming of the railways, however, the journey across the sands became just an occasional adventure. But the importance of the sands, of course, is that it divided the northern part of Lancashire. It was called Lancashire north of the sands from the rest. And yet Lancashire north of the sands had an unmistakably Lancashire character. Nobody who knows this area can possibly doubt that Cartmel, Furness, Hawkshead are Lancashire places. It is terrible to think that now, again, because of a bureaucratic whim, Lancashire north of the sands, Lancashire for 800 years, has been deprived of this distinction of being part of Lancashire, and has been amalgamated with a shapeless Cumbria. Preston revisited. The Ribble, although it comes all the way down from North Lancashire, is very much Preston's river. Preston is obviously not a seaside resort, but I think it holds the whole of the Lancashire coast together from Southport, which is on one side of the estuary of the Ribble, up to Blackpool and Fleetwood, which are on the other side, and stretching further up into North Lancashire. Preston, after all, is the only significant town and the centre of communications. In 1648, the Scottish army, which was then in alliance with the royalist forces against the parliamentarians, decided to march down the west coast. They got as far as Preston and stopped the night there. Cromwell was over in Yorkshire, and the conventional thing for him to have done would have been to go south and block their further advance. Instead he daringly decided to come up behind them, and he harried them down all the way from Preston to Wigan. It was a decisive event. It led to the breach between the army and Charles I, and to his execution the following year. In 1715, another Jacobite army came down from Scotland in the name of the Old Pretender, James Edward, and got as far as Preston. They were expecting English Jacobites to join them, and virtually none did. That was the last large-scale engagement on English soil. Preston is as significant in my mind for Lancashire cheeses as it is for the cotton mills. But the cotton mills mean a lot to me too. My father owned a cotton mill here, a very small one called Oxhay. Both my father's and my mother's families lived in Preston. They thought of themselves very much as Prestonians. I did not so much, because I was not born here. I was 13 when I came to live in Preston, and I only lived here until I was 20. But still I have an association with it. And I have an association particularly with the historic side of Preston. Preston is one of the new towns in Lancashire which has a really long history and has counted over the centuries. It was in Preston, for example, that Richard Arkwright developed the water frame for spinning, which was the first step towards the mechanized cotton industry as it was developed later in the 18th century. He had trouble with the citizens, who were rather skeptical about his inventions, and indeed 418 accused him even of witchcraft. But one can say that from here began not only the cotton trade, but also the factory system. Arkwright's house is the oldest in Preston. After his departure, it became first the Arkwright Arms, then a temperance home. Finally it was threatened with complete dilapidation, but it is now being restored, and will become a lasting symbol of the connection between Richard Arkwright and the town. In the 18th and early 19th centuries, Preston was the social centre of Lancashire. Many of the Catholic squires, who had been Jacobites and owned the hinterland of the coast, had their legal advisers here. Much of the dealing that led to the development of Southport, Lytham, Blackpool, and Fleetwood must have been done in Winkeley Square, the social centre of the town. For over a century the leading Tories in Preston were the Stanleys, the Earls of Derby, who were the outstanding Protestant nobility of the 18th century. The centre of conservative influence, their symbol was the fighting cock, was the Bull and Royal Hotel. There is a painting showing the Tory candidate in the 1862 election celebrating his victory. There is an interesting little point about this. Though 1862 was 30 years after the Great Reform Act of 1832, the electorate was considerably smaller in 1862 than it had been then. In those days, under a system unique to Preston, the vote went to what was called the inhabitants at large. In other words, anyone who lived in a little house, cottage, room, anything, before the election, had the vote. And the population had risen in the early 19th century nearly to 10,000. At any rate, the Stanley candidate was not feeling cheerful in December 1830, when he appeared here, because the usual principle was that one member of Parliament was run by the Stanleys, the House of Derby, and the other member was run by the corporation. This saved vast expense. In one area, I believe, a man spent £11,000 for the purpose of buying votes. The sensational thing about this by-election of December 1830 was that Orator Hunt, the hero or victim of Peterloo 11 years before, was the Radical candidate. He had tried previously and been defeated, but this time to general excitement he got in. He won over 3,000 votes. Every single one of the Preston electors who had voted for Orator Hunt got a medal. It is not very striking or significant, but among those who got the medal was my own great-grandfather, John Thompson, who endangered his trading position by voting radical. And the election of Orator Hunt contributed a great deal to the passing of the Great Reform Bill. In the 18th century, Preston was indisputably the social centre of Lancashire. Liverpool was dominated by its merchant class. Manchester had hardly got moving at all. But Preston was already a considerable place of considerable culture. At the Bull and Royal Hotel, the great balls must have taken place. But it cannot all have been really elegant, because out of a window the Earl of Derby could look down at the fighting in the cockpit and could no doubt shout his bets to the bookies. In the year of Orator Hunt's victory over the Stanleys, the last cockpit was closed. The Stanleys, for so long the dominant influence in Preston life, began to withdraw from the town. Preston has been for centuries also a great market town. In my younger days, the distinguishing feature was the cheese market, where whole rows of great Lancashire cheeses were exposed for sale. You walked down the rows, carrying a sixpence, that now forgotten coin, and with the sixpence you dug out bits of the cheeses and tasted them until you found the one that you really liked. For many years I used to patronize Livesey and Towelman's magnificent cheese shop. It has now, I think, disappeared. But the name of one earlier Livesey still lives in Preston records. Joseph Livesey was a cheese factor in the 1830s, a man of enormous energy, wishing to raise the standard of life, the amenities, for the working class. And it was he who, along with 6 others, first took the pledge of total abstinence from liquor. They became known as the 7 Men of Preston. But the distinguishing feature of the 7 Men of Preston is that they stood not only for temperance, but also for complete 420 abstinence. It is alleged that one of them, being afflicted with a stammer, when asked whether he was simply for temperance, replied, "No, I'm for teetotal abstinence." Hence the expression teetotal, although I fear that the story is a myth. Preston has a charter which dates back more than 800 years. It has also an elaborate system of guilds which celebrate their existence, with much civic pomp, every 20 years. My great-uncle, Alderman William Thompson, who had a very long beard, walked in the guild processions of 1862. I myself, as a young man, attended the Preston guilds of 1922, and so did my father. He, however, had a misfortune. As he went, in all his civic glory, to join the procession, he passed by the rows of spectators, who in those days used to come and watch in wagonettes or charabancs, which were the height of a double-decker bus. Just as he passed one of these enormous structures, a substantial lady fainted, and fell upon him. As a result, my father had to go to hospital, and miss most of the celebrations of the guilds. But although these guilds were a symbol of class collaboration, of social unity, it would be a mistake to claim that Preston has always enjoyed social collaboration of that kind. The great strikes of 1853 added to our language 3 words much in use nowadays: blackleg, scab, and lockout. And then there was the general strike of 1926, though that was by no means general. I was personally affected. I was at Oxford at that time. Most of the undergraduates went off to do what was called national work, which in other words was strike breaking. I was anxious to support the strike and went to the dean, the disciplinary officer of my college, and asked for leave. And he said, in a very grudging way, "Other young men have gone down to do their duty, I suppose you can have leave to go down and do what you think is yours." So off I went to Preston. And when I came here, I felt very foolish. After all, the strike was complete. "Everything stopped" was the slogan. All the trains were stopped, all the buses were stopped, all the trams were stopped, everything stopped. What could one do to help? The chaps did not need any help. The lads were perfectly capable of looking after a strike on their own. And I said to my father, in great embarrassment, "What on earth have I come here for? There's nothing I can do." So he laughed and he said, "You're quite mistaken. You and I are the only two people in the labor movement in Preston who can drive a car. I'm busy driving my car. You take the second car, go down to the strike committee, offer yourself as a chauffeur, and you'll be driving a car hard for many days. And sure enough I did, morning to night. I drove trade union secretaries, took round money, took round newspapers, all kinds of things. And it really is a striking contrast to realize that, at that time, the whole trade union movement functioned without using cars for, say, the ordinary administrative work of trade union officials. At the end of 10 days I remember my father coming home, looking broken and ill and saying, "The strike's over. We've been betrayed by our leaders." Whether true or not, historians have debated ever since. Preston has always been remarkable for the considerable element of Roman Catholics in its population. This is a relic of the Jacobite times, when the old religion and the old outlook stayed on in North Lancashire when it was sinking elsewhere. Then it was reinforced in the 19th century by Irish immigration. But whatever the reasons, Catholicism has played a considerable part in Preston's life, and it has contributed to one of the most remarkable parish churches of the whole area and indeed of Lancashire. This is St. Walburge's. The remarkable thing in the first place is that the architect, Joseph Aloysius Hansom, also invented the hansom cab. It has the third highest spire in England, the highest is at Salisbury. But Preston's fate has been a sad one. It was in the Middle Ages, even in the 17th century, one of the most distinguished and interesting of Lancashire's towns. It suffered some devastation during the Jacobite risings and the civil wars. But what really ruined Preston was its period of prosperity, which was brought to it by the cotton trade. You can see the 422 mills which now, compared to the modern buildings, are of course works of great architectural distinction. But in the middle of the 19th century the burghers were so proud of their wealth that they destroyed their city, and substituted what appeared to be a characterless 19th century town. But this was not the end. It was only the beginning. After the Second World War in particular, this 19th century Victorian town had acquired a character. This has been absolutely destroyed. When I look at Preston now, it seems to me simply a combination of characterless towns, imposed by architects who had no idea how people should live, and, of course, it suffers from one-way traffic schemes, experiments of all kinds, which make it impossible to have any movement of civilization. Wherever I look, I can see cars but not a single pedestrian. Now, when I survey the two haunts of my youth, Southport and Preston, I am astonished, full of admiration, for the way in which Southport has maintained its character, and horrified by the ruthless way in which Preston has destroyed what character remained to it.